This audiobook contains 6 censored sentences and 220 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: having lived a normal life all his life and died without being able to fulfill his desire, and when he is given a task by a god, watch how he takes the protagonist's girls while making it hard for the hero. Will he take all the girls for himself, or will he die trying? Come find out. Chapter 1. The beginning. In the Israel Empire, within the Duchess castle of the human realm, there lays a boy within the mansion of the Duchess. The boy appears to be asleep within the bedroom. The room was the exact definition of the word extravagant. The room was decorated with gold on the edges of the room with a wide space for at least 7 people to live. The boy appears to be about 8 years old with silver hair, cubby cheeks, and a cute face, and no doubt the boy would surely grow up to be quite the looker. It would have been a harmonious scene if it weren't for the boy continuously frowning and touring in the bed as if he was in pain. The boy kept groaning until suddenly he jolts up, clutching his head. What the hell? Why does my head hurt so bad? What's going on? Damn it, it hurts. The boy suddenly jolts and starts touring and tussling as if in great pain. Why does it feel like my mind is exploding? What's happening? He kept on screaming in pain for at least 10 minutes until the boy had gotten better. Wow, must have drunk a lot last night, the boy said, currently lying flat on the floor. When he starts to realize that the ceiling he is looking at doesn't belong to him, what the hell? Did I drink so much that I came to the wrong house, or am I hallucinating now? Try to stand up, the boy fails and falls back. Damn, my muscles hurt like hell. Did I get into a bar fight? No. No, that's not important. The question is, where the hell am I? While laying down, questing himself, the boy notices a certain characteristic that he had failed to notice before. That is, everything looks big. No, that can't be right. The truth was he became smaller. Feeling a sense of dread coming upon him, the boy raises his hands and takes a look. Small, white, and most of all smooth. Suddenly a certain thought enters his mind. A concept which was extremely popular among light novels and web novels. As an avid reader himself, he had read his fair share of fantasy transmigration novels. No, it can't be real. It's not possible. While the boy was having a meltdown and was trying his best to push such thoughts away, a voice was heard, nailing his fantasies to reality. Ding, scanning the current world. Scanning completed. Welcome, host, to your new life, the system joyfully said, not knowing that these words had destroyed the building hope within his host. Chapter 2. New start hearing the words which he never hoped to hear his whole life. The boy suddenly starts to cry. So, I died? How is that possible? The last thing I remember is leaving my dorms to buy some groceries. And then, wait, I can't remember anything after that. Reading the host thoughts, the system replied, host died after returning from shopping. Host got caught between a shooting scene and got hit with a bullet. The memories of it are removed as to avoid psychological problems for the host. Hearing the reply from his so-called system, the boy starts crying even more. So, I died without accomplishing anything in life, without giving back the love and support my parents gave me, without accomplishing my dreams. Warning, warning mentality of the host breaking down. Activating emergency cool-down procedures. Suddenly the boy feels a cooling sensation on him, and his dark thoughts somehow started to settle down. Host, you might have died, but now you have the chance to write your future again. Please calm down. Take deep breaths. Feeling his sanity some back to him, his hazy eyes started to gain its clarity back. Taking deep breaths, the boy tries to stand up, in which he miserable fails and falls back, laying on the carpet. The boy asks, so how is it back at my home? Is everybody all right? Are my parents all right? Host, parents are all right. They were at your funeral, and your parents did fall into depression, but they will launch back. Hearing what the system said, the boy heaves a sigh. Give me some time alone to think. Hearing what his host said and reading his host's mental state, the system became silent. Closing his eyes, the boy began to remember his past, his life, his parents, everything. His total of 22 years old. His life like this. Half an hour passed. When he opened his eyes again, there were a myriad of emotion, and he had not fully forgotten his past, but he can now move forward. Hey system, I am now ready. Could you tell me why I can't move? Finally hearing the word it wanted to hear, it replied, yes, host, we can start. Currently, the host soul is being connected to the current body. Since there's a mismatch of your soul and body, it might take some time to integrate. For worry not, I can speed up the time by giving you current body some shock. Hearing the first half of the system's words, the boy smiled, but hearing the rest, his face started to contract. How long will the normal route take? About 1 to 2 months. So, what you're basically telling me is that I have to take the shock, right? How are these even options? Taking a deep breath to control his rising anger, the boy replied, sure, give those shocks right away, host. Better take a deep breath for the coming shock in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the boy's body starts twitching like a fish taken out of water. This went on for about 20 seconds before it cooled down. Damn it. Hey, system, why don't you come in front of me so that I can thank you? No need, host. I am an eternal figure. You can't touch me. Grumbling to himself, the boy raises himself from the ground and takes a look around, seeing the furniture and room. It seems like this boy's family is quite rich. Hey, system, tell me where I am and who I am, host. Better take a seat before I start. Hearing this, the boy takes a seat on the bed, ready to hear about himself. The host is currently in the world of ether from Arizonon's sense. Hearing the system's word, the boy shot up from his bed with deep shock. Chapter 3. Understanding. Hello, everyone. From now onwards, the story will forward on first-person pattern. So please enjoy. How is that possible? Well, what's going on? Are you saying that I am in the game Arizonon sense? Yes and no. This world is real, not a game. While trying to digest the explosive news that I got right now, I plunged directly to my bed. Arizonon sense. Ether, these words, how could I not know them? It was when I was on the second year of high school the game was released, and just as it was released, it had become a great hit. Basically, it was a visual novel game, boasting about great capture targets, adventure, action, and yes, we also have heart-moving stories. It was basically a story of how you capture each targets and expand your harem as big as possible. What had set this game different from others was how hard it was to capture the girl's heart. Each character felt like it had its own life. And instead of a normal route where we have a choice to pick to increase your favorable points, you could type your words and get different responses. The more you progress, the more hard it gets, as you had to work hard to keep your harem afloat. As a man of culture, I had also played the game, secretly that is. Well, I could have said to be the topmost player, as I had the largest harem and could keep it afloat. The feeling of conquering the heroines was so addictive that I couldn't stop playing and ended up becoming a pro who conquered many girls that others could not. So what you were basically saying is I was reborn in the game, but why? I was really curious, why did I get second chance? Why me? Well, host, to start with, this is your game world, but real. There will be no second chances, no restarts, and no retreats. The action host takes will affect the future, and everybody here are real and have feelings as to why you are here. It is because of the God of Games. God of Games? Are you saying that a god gave me this chance? Why, the God of Games is one of the supreme gods in existence. As to the chance the God of Games gave you is not free. Wait, not free. What do you mean? Ding. Main quest initiated. Info. Take all the girls away from the main protagonist. Take all the girls for yourself, while making sure that the protagonist lives a full life of a bachelor reward. Getting to freely live in this world failure. To have your soul completely tortured for eternity in hell. Reading the main quest I got, I had only one thought in his mind, that I was FD up. While taking all the women for himself and living a harem life does sound great, it definitely has a huge backlash. One must know that the game was almost similar to reality, where only you could know the result after the action. As an Eroge, the game had the Tsundere, the Sadist, the Mac Hoist, the Kaderi, and the Yandere. Don't take me wrong, I have nothing against Yanderes. In fact, which man doesn't love it when a woman will do anything for you and live just for you? But when the love leads to the women activating a god-tier forbidden magic to keep you for herself, that's when shit hits the fan. Remembering the look of the women who was manically laughing after proclaiming him only hers caused a tremble up my spine. Wait, why did the God of Game do this? What's in it for him? Host might not know this, but as the God of Game, it is his responsibility to play all the released games and to completely conquer it. However, for the first time, the God of Games couldn't completely win in a game. So, you mean that since he couldn't complete Arizonon sense, he created the real world just to torture the protagonist? Correct, host. As the Chusun individual, you must conquer each of the targets. While making the main hero life tougher, hearing this, I was really speechless. Just because he was spiteful, he wanted to torture the game's main hero. So, basically, I should take all the women's for myself, while making the protagonist a bachelor. Yes, I was speechless. While what I said was easy completing, it is almost close to impossible. Each of the capture targets either have immense background, power, or beauty, who won't settle for just any Tom, Barato, or Harry. Sighing while rubbing my head, I choose to keep the problems temporarily on the back of my head and focus on the present. Can you at least tell me who I am right now? Host has taken the body and have become the character Austin Lionheart. Hearing the name, I jump out of my bed with not only shock, but also fear. Chapter 4. My new identity, Austin Lionheart, a name that every player who has played Arisen since will know. A person for who even I felt pity for in the game. He was the younger brother of one of the capture targets. He was a wimp and crybaby who admired the protagonist and called him Big Brother, having looks that made even the protagonist jealous, and someone who hid and behaved like a girl. He was said to have talents in combat, but due to suffering a trauma at a young age, he became afraid of fights. Well, if that was all, then it was no problem, but he was then used by the game producers as a sacrifice to boost the protagonist. It was revealed that the simp-like kid was having an affair with his uncle's wife. That is the Israel Empire's empress. Also, the empress was so excessively attached to him that she burned herself along with him so that they could be together in death. Plus, it was later discovered that the empress had forced upon him and had blackmailed to keep him for herself while hiding it under everyone's eyes, remembering the scene of how Austin was screaming in despair on how he was being burned with the empress. Makes my body go cold. Taking a deep breath to control my body, I take a walk towards the mirror placed in my room and takes a look. I gazed upon an 8-year-old boy with silver hair, deep and Barato purple eyes, cubby cheeks along with a cute nose giving a very cute appearance. Yep, it's him all right. Although young, I could still tell the characteristic of his handsome face of the future. Then she must be real too. As so, aren't I already dead? Wait, take deep breath. The other things are only going to take place, so the attraction of the Empress must have not happened till now. Yeah, that's right. I don't have to get afraid. I still have time. Forcefully stopping my panic, I slowly began to calm down. Host, is you inner monologue over? Yeah, what's up? It's just that I have yet to transfer you current body's memories to you. So could you pre-opera yourself memories? It's only then did I realize that I didn't have any of the past memories of this body. Sure, tell me. What do I have to do? Nothing much. Host just has to lay down on the bed while I transfer the memories to you. There might be a slight headache. That's all. Giving a nod, I walk towards my bed and lay down, starting procedure in 3, 2, 1. Suddenly a mild pain comes to my mind, and I start to see some images like a movie. They pass through my mind. I close my eyes and started to integrate with the memories. After 10 minutes, I woke up. The mature aura around me disappears. My movement starts to change, and each of my actions started to resemble a child's. Opening my eyes, strong determination started to flow through me. Today onwards, I am Austin Lionheart. Suddenly the door to my room opens, and a woman walks in. Seeing her for a moment, I fall into daze. Blonde hair that falls to her shoulder, green eyes that shined like gems, a plump lips along with a motherly aura. Grace Lionheart, my mother, walks in. Although I had seen her in my memory, seeing for real is totally another experience. Grace looked toward her child, and for a moment, she felt that her child felt different, like a stranger. What am I thinking? Looks like the stress is getting to me. Shrugging her thoughts, she walked towards her child. Seeing my so-called mom stop for a moment, and frowning, my heart starts beating faster, and cold sweat appeared on my back. Does she know? No, maybe she felt something was different. I really need to get my act together. Finishing my monologue, I looked towards my mother and began my act. Little Austin, are you all right? I got scared when you suddenly fainted, saying so. My mother approaches me and pulls me in her embrace, and I directly falls into her pillow like breast, and a sweet scent enters my nose. Smells like roses. Wait, that's not important. Did she say faint? I started to look through my memory and found out that I had fainted during my brief feast, placing my hands on my mother's breast by accident. To pull myself up, I looked toward my mother and, smiling, I said, "It's nothing, Mom. It's just that I have some headache." but I'm fine now. Seeing that her son was fine now, Grace gave a happy smile. Then it's all good. I had a healer check up on you, and she said that you're all right, Humph. How can he not be okay? He is the one who always survives. After all, after the loud shout, two girls walked in my room, one a 10-year-old and the other a 6-year-old, and I know the one who had spoken now. Nora Lionheart, my big sister, and one of the capture targets, Chapter 5. Family. Nora Lionheart being one of the important capture targets, she was blessed with beauty, strength, and background. She was among one of the girls I had conquered, a person who displays a strong front like she cares about nothing, but has a warm, hidden heart within her, that person, and now, standing in front of me. It really is a surreal experience. I always wondered why people would buy figurines of Thea or interest. Now I can understand why. It really is exiting to have a figure of your imagination in front of you right now. In front of me stood a girl of 10 blonde hair that fell to her shoulders, green eyes just like her mother, a round and beautiful face which looked cute. No doubt she would swoon the hearts of countless men in the future when she grows up. Beside her stood a timid girl of 6, a short blob of silver hair, a pair of large green eyes blinking with innocence, looking directly into mine. Elda Lionheart, inheriting my father's hair and mother eyes. She's one of the important pieces in making Nora fall in love with you in the game. We have to save Elda heroically while winning Nora's heart. After that, we were given a choice of taking Elda as a younger sister or lover along with Nora. You can take Elda as your lover if you are capable of keeping it a secret from her big sister. Game aside right now, I'm being stared upon by my sister. Just as I thought, you really are a weakling. Just fainting after breakfast, my sister said, staring at me like a weakling, staring at her like a scared kid. I dived deeper into my mother's breast. Fearfully, girl, wait for me to conquer you. After that, I'll be whooping your ass later. But damn, so soft, seeing her son hug her tighter. Grace didn't think much of it. Who would think that an 8-year-old will be having the soul of a 22-year-old man? Sighing, Grace looked towards her eldest daughter, who had began to bully her younger brother after her husband's demise. Thinking of her husband, a pang of pain hits hard. Bringing herself back together, she looks towards her daughter, Nora. Don't bully your brother. You know he's been through a lot. Hearing her mother reproach her, she clicked her tongue and looked away. And while I was enjoying this smooth land of pillows, a notification hit me. Ding. Capture targets detected. Does host want to activate read function? Read function. What's that? It lets the host read certain information about a target. The host looks at O, then activate it. Saying so, I look towards my so-called big sister, and a row of information appears. Name: Nora Lionheart. Age: 10 talent, 10 titles, none love. 50 sibling love. Description: even though you are her brother, she has a small dislike for you, born from her father's death, and your wimpy attitude infuriates her. Difficulty: A, you are her brother. The difficulty of making her love you as a man is extremely difficult. Reading this, I got a basic idea of how she thinks of me, and I get that she thinks I'm partly responsible for that incident. It seems that Austin's father had died a year ago, protecting him. His father was ambushed outside their territory by a group of assassins while traveling with Austin. It was said that maybe he could have lived if not for Austin. So Nora always had a grudge at him for it. Looks like the kid became like this Beakus if his low esteem. Then I looked towards my little sister. Name: it's better than I thought. I might have a basic idea on how to deal with her. Lastly, I looked towards my mother. Name: Grace Lionheart. Age: 33 talent, 9 title, princess of the battlefield, the Red Rose. Love: 100. A mother's love is always max. Description: love you no matter what. Currently in mild depression and sleep loss or heart pains because of her broken family difficulty. S. Come on, she's your mother. How hard do you think it is you make her see you as a man? Seeing this, my eyes widen from surprise. It seems that I can even conquer my mother if I want. This opens a whole new area of experimentation. After checking upon me, my family choose to leave me to rest, which I asked for, and my little sister approached me. Before everyone left, pulling my shirt, she said, "Big brother, I hope you get well soon." Hearing her words, I smiled and rubbed my hands on her head for a pat to her surprise. Don't worry, when big brother gets better, I will play with you a lot. Surprised from my sudden act of intimacy, which was out of my character, she was first surprised, but after that she smiled shyly and ran away, shaking my head in amusement. I lay on my bed. A lot happened today, and truthfully, I haven't accepted it all completely. Even if my soul is of an adult, my current body, if of a child, it can't handle all this stress. Whatever happens from now, I will deal with it. Then saying so, I fall in a blissful sleep. Chapter 6. Information Young Master. Wake up, young master, hearing a feminine voice calling me. My teared eyes opened. The first thing I saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. For a moment I was confused, then suddenly memories of yesterday flooded me. I see. So it wasn't a dream waking up. I saw a woman in traditional maid costume. With a nice curvy body and a mature aura and a cute face, she was standing beside me waiting for me. Feeling confused, I racked through my brain, looking for the memories of her. So her name is Mia, and she was assigned to be my maid till my personal servant was determined here. In the world of Ether, each noble on their 9th birthday receives a personal maid or butler. Shrugging these thoughts away, I got out from my bed and, giving her my most innocent smile, I said, "Good morning, Mia, good morning, young master. It's time for you to get freshened up, sure. Let's go." Giving her the signal, I was led to the bathroom where I was cleaned, rinsed, and dressed up, though it was weird to be cleaned and dressed by some else. But the mental pleasure of having different maid clean you up really is great. Though my body was young and it couldn't have reactions, I was still an adult at mind. It was at that time that I understood how big the mansion I lived in really was. Each and every corner screamed, "Luxury guest, this is what you get when you're the sister of the emperor." I was led by my maid to the dining area, where there was a large table filled with foods, and saw my newly acquired family waiting for me. It was a rule that all the family members would sit together for breakfast. Playing my current Austin persona, I greeted each of my family. I really need to start changing his behavior gradually. My mother and little sister smiled at me while my big sister pouted and looked away cute. I thought I took my seat and started my breakfast, but damn, it was really taste. It was nothing like what I had ever eaten. The food just melted in my mouth. While having breakfast, my mother asked me how I was and other questions pertaining my sickness. While I replied, curtly matching my persona. After breakfast, everyone was left to do their own thing. My mother had to deal with her duties, my big sister to her training, while my smaller one for studies. While being a noble and all sound good, but it comes with its own responsibility. Kids had to start focusing and studying from a young age, and each children is taught to bring out their most talents and potential. In this world, noble children mature early due to their studies and responsibilities. Before my little sis left, I asked her to free her timing in the evening so she could play with me. Though surprised, she readily agreed. Since she's only 6, she doesn't have a lot to learn. As for me, since I'm sick, my mother asked me to take a week leave from studies. Since I was free, I decided to head toward the library of the mansion. As a man who believed that knowledge is power, I really needed to know more about this world. Entering the library, I saw a large area fully covered by books, a room fully covered with books from top to bottom, sending my maid away for privacy. I soon dived towards the books containing the basics of this world. 4 hours later, closing the 5th book, I leaned towards my chair and closed my eyes. Looks like the knowledge I know is similar to the worlds. As I said before, this world is called Ether. The world was built by the 2 goddesses Sylvia and Sylvie. They both put towards their power and created the world they deemed fit. They created the Sylvia realm and the Sylvie realm. We have the Sylvia realm, which currently contains several countries and 2 empires, alongside the elves, beastmen, and dwarfs. The elves have a single empire where they live in the olive forest, and unlike the normal fantasy elves, they aren't tree huggers. The elves had created a huge empire within the forest, which was ruled by several tribes. The elves are known for their ability for commerce and magical combat. A large quantity of the world's money flow through them. Several businesses and banks are being controlled by them. Not only that, due to their longer lifespan, they also have a larger amount of experts. But they have no desire for world domination. Why, you ask? Why would they? They have everything. We got money, we got land, and we are in prosperity. Plus, due to their innate magic capabilities, they were being protected by the dragons here. Dragons are not an empire or a tribe. They are something much above it. Dragons are on a different level. Dragons were said to be the first created species of the both goddesses, with strength and life force above all other species. They don't intervene in worldly matters, and they make sure that the peace stay. And hence the elves received the protection and support. No one was there that could stop them. Chapter 7. Information 2. So yeah, there's something I have to tell you guys. I have changed the names of the realms. I changed Human Realm to Sylvia Realm and Demon Realm to Sylvie Realm. That's all. Anyway, enough about dragons. The next species is the Beastmans. They're divided into different tribes and spread across a single empire. Among them, the four main clans are the Lion Tribe, the Tiger Tribe, the Wolf Tribe, the Cat Tribe. Each tribe has other clans below them and is ruled by the main clan like a council. There is no single king. Surprisingly, such a system really works well for them. Unlike the elves, the Beastmans are more inclined towards close combat than magic. Though they use magic in combat, each clan has its own specialty, such as the Cat Tribe being great assassins, the Tiger Tribe being great treasure hunters. All the clans had come together to create an exotic world of their own, which is a great tourist spot in this world. After that, we have the dwarves. They actually don't have their own country, but a city, known to be impenetrable to all. Due to their low birth rate, the dwarves have a lesser populations. So they came together to create the Dwarven City. Built with high metal walls and technology, the city is literally impenetrable. Another thing about the dwarves is that they own about 56 of the world's weapon production. A scary number to say the truth, as they only eye for smithing and drinking. It is said that the dwarves have more money than they can spend. After them comes the humans. Unlike the other races, the humans are not well-knit, nor do they have any speciality. That was what the other races had thought, but the humans took their weakness as strength and expanded their ways. We started producing magical weapons, and as a group of extraordinary thinking, we started leering the specialty of others and started to excel in them. Humans also has their own share of extraordinary experts and powers currently. There are 2 human empire and other human countries surrounding it. Both the empires are equal in strength. The empire I'm currently in is the Israel Empire, currently ruled by Claus Israel VIII. He took control of the empire 15 years ago. The other is the Twilight Empire, ruled by Maxwell Twilight VIII. Surrounding them are other countries whose strength cannot be scoffed at. They themselves have specialties and strengths. Like the country of Angria, which completely focuses on magic. It is said that even the commoners there knows basic magic. The country of Avalon folk using kites, and they're basically close combat oriented. So these are the basic in the human realm. Why realm, you ask? This is because the Sylvie realm and the Sylvia realm are not exactly on the same plane. The realm containing humans, elves, Beastmans, and dwarves was made by the goddess Sylvia, and the demon realm by the goddess Sylvie. To travel between each realm, one needs to use a transport gate. And as for the demon realm, they have countless different types of demons, where there exist only 2 empire ruling them all, the Ephith and the Olain Empire. The Ephith Empire is ruled by the Ephith demons, and the Olain Empire is ruled by the Olain demons. Other than this, there's another race created by both the goddesses. The aquatic species that live within the sea. A great aquatic empire ruled by both the mermaid and whale tribes. Unlike what people would expect, there is no large rate war or dislike between the races. In fact, they live in harmony. Where different races live with each other well, that is after what took place thousands of years ago. For some reason, there was a war between the goddess Sylvia and Sylvie. The war escalated to such degree that millions died and blood had made the world red. But no one actually knew why there was a war between the goddesses well. Except for me who had played the game, there was a hidden quest to be completed, and I had found the reason. It's nothing great. It was a small disagreement between the goddess. The goddess Sylvie wanted to live and interact with her creations, forming a harmony, but goddess Sylvia just wanted to let her creations as they are, with no interaction. So, yup, a great war occurred because of that. You can imagine my surprise when I found about it. Opening my eyes and rubbing my sore body, I decided to take a walk. Oh, yeah, before that. Hey system, show me all the application you can provide me. Yes. Host the support system? Status? Shop? Information? Notepad. Looking at the given choices, a few doubts arose in my mind. Hey system, what's information? It's as the name implies. You can check into the information and buy certain information at a certain price. And before you ask the price is referred to counterattack points, which you earn while conquering each capture targets or doing something determinal to the main protagonist. While listening to the system's explanation, my expression becomes weeder and weeder. So basically, I have to tubble the main protagonist. Damn, that god is quite vengeful. Throwing my thoughts away, I click status. Suddenly a blue screen appears in front of me. Name: Austin Lionheart. Age: 8 total points. 0 looks. 9-10. Not bad, you can live with just your looks. Talent: 7-10. Nothing compared to your siblings. Note: hidden bloodline, locked titles. None partners conquered. None. So I have a hidden bloodline, but he didn't have in the game. Maybe he didn't awaken at Chapter 8. The Great Shop bloodlines, unlike what you think, they are not hereditary. You might or might not be born with a bloodline. It all depends on luck. Bloodlines can either be a curse or a blessing. That's because not all bloodlines are good or helpful. Some might even cause harm. Also, there's only a small chance that a person might even activate their bloodline. Always being born with it does not mean that one might awaken it. Some people live all their life without knowing that poses a bloodline. System: is my bloodline strong if you require the knowledge by it from the system hump? What a stingy system you are. While mentally cursing my system, I choose the shop option. What surprised me was that the shop had a subdivision. Shop: combat shop, sexual shop. Feeling intrigued, I first choose the sexual shop, and after reading through the items in it, I was left speechless. Spell: darkness that protects. Description: the Great Darkness Priest was actually a closet pervert who loved sex. Hence, in order to prevent problems, he had created this spell, which uses darkness for protection. Uses: it provides protection no matter how many times you use it. There is no need for fear as darkness is here. Cost: 5,000. Spell: light that spreads. Description: the Great Light Priest was an eccentric who loved celebration. In great desire to spread his love, he created this spell to create pregnancy. Uses: make the most sterile of women pregnant. A divine spell to all the infertile men's. Cost: 5,000. Spell: the Eyes of Truth. Description: when the Light Priest and Dark Priest had once fought, they discovered their own hidden interest. Together, they made this divine spell of light and darkness that can be used to see a person's weaknesses. Uses: the spell covers the eyes to uncover hidden or vulnerable spots. Use it to lower even the most guarded person's defenses. Cost: 10,000. Along with these, there were several other spells which had left me flustered. These were really useful spell, especially for me. Making a mental note of what I should buy later. When I have points, I move toward the combat shop. The stuff there really did impress me. Item: impurity remover. Description: a mystical item of the low hairs, used to remove the impurities within the body. Cost: 25,000. Item: the founder. Description: an amazing item created by the Omrian tribes, said to make the body stronger and create an unshakable foundation. Cost: 30,000. There were also several other products that impressed me. There was even one that awakened hidden bloodlines, but the price of it had pushed the notion away. While I was examining my options, the door to the library opens, and my maid Mia enters. Young master: it's already time for your lunch, plus you still have to meet with the young miss. It's only after I heard her speak that I understood that it's already evening. Standing up, I said, sure, let's go. Also say to my sister that we can have lunch together today. Yes. Young master. A few minutes later, I was situated in the dining hall with my sister across me. Seeing her, I was quite unsure on how to begin. Then when I saw what was severed for lunch, it was lamb-based, and then an idea hit me. Mia: yes. Young master, take my seat towards my sister. I will cut and feed her lamb for her today. My dominant voice and suggestion surprised the maids gathered in the hall, but they recovered fast and carried out my order. Now I was seated near my very surprised sister, who was looking at like I was some kind of alien. Chuckling, I patted her head. Don't worry, little Edla. Your big brother here will feed you today. Hearing my words, she shyly nodded her head, but suddenly a scene happened which surprised me. 50 affection, seeing the light pop up above her head. I went into a daze for a moment. Recovering quickly, I read her info again. Name: Elda Lionheart. Age: 6 talent. 9-10 title. None power. No love. 67. Sibling love. Description: wants to get close to her big brother, but doesn't know how. Looks a bit down on you due to your wimpy side. Desires to play with her big brother. Difficulty: B. She's yours. Her love had gone up by 1. This is good. Looks like I can use her to experiment. Continuing, I started to cut her food to serve her, and Tenderly, I served her like she was the most tender and fragile gem, 25 affection, 15 affection, 20 affection, and as I continued to feed her, the more points I started to rack in. She was like an ATM that gave money, and I was the recipient who needed it dearly while feeding her. I began to doubt her display of affection. Sure, it's fun to be with your big brother and all, but it doesn't explain such display. Then it suddenly hit me. She was feeling lonely, having a mother diving in her job, a big sister fully busy with her schedule. She didn't have anybody to play with. Having come to the realization, an evil smirk came and went upon my face. Looks like conquering her will be easier than I thought, looking into the green eyes of my sister. I tenderly took a napkin and cleaned her face. 50 affection. After lunch, I took my little sister around a play. We played many games, while I told her about the stories and funny jokes from Earth. By the end, I had racked a great amount of points. It was only when the maid had reminded us that we choose to separate and head to bed, but before leaving, I gave my little sister a hug and a kiss on the forehead, after which she ran away shy for my affection name. Elda Lionheart. Age: 6 talent, 9-10 title, none power, null love, 73, sibling love. Description: wants to get close to her big brother, but doesn't know how. Looks a bit down on you due to your wimpy side. Desires to play with her big brother. Difficulty: B. Chapter 9. Letting it all out. 4 days has passed since the last day I had lunch with my little sister. During that time, I continue to play with her. Due to my constant efforts, I have managed to rise her affection toward me quite a lot. Name: Elda Lionheart. Age: 6 talent, 9-10 title, none power, null love. 89, sibling love. Description: wants to get close to her big brother, but doesn't know how. Looks a bit down on you due to your wimpy side. Desires to play with her big brother. Difficulty: B. She's a child if you play your cards right. She's yours. During this time, a rumor started to spread that I had began to change from my wimpy side. After it spread, my mother had visited me, and I gave her an Oscar-winning performance. Teary-eyed and indignant, I screamed, "Mother, don't worry about me. I am worried more about you. You haven't slept in a long time, and I know that stress is piling on you. You don't have to worry about me, Mother. I have decided to change for the better. I don't want to burden you. I will do my best so that I can help you." I tried my best to play the character of an innocent boy who had began to change, and immaturely he dreams of helping his mother. I must have done well, because the result I got was a teary-eyed mother who hugged me like I am the most precious thing in the world. Right now, I am sitting in a library reading through different books while planning on how to conquer my big sister. Unlike Elda, I can't just spoon-feed her and expect her to start gloating all over me. If she lets me spoon-feed her, that is, she already has a mild dislike for me. So erasing that and starting anew is not easy. Sighing and rubbing my head, I started to drink the tea Mia had brought me. Sigh, if only I could have some support. Well, she's a kid after all. She might throw tantrums. It was only then I realized something. Of Carice, she's a kid. Right now, I was planning on how I can conquer the mature Nora, not the kid Nora. I really am acting like an idiot. In the game, the story only officially starts in the school arc where she was 20 years old. Why is she 20 and still in school, you ask? That's because unlike the normal schools, the school she attends is attended by the nobles from around the whole world, and the graduating age is 24 years. The Babylon Imperial School, created by all the races and located in the Babylon City, being the most popular and greatest city in the world, it is a floating city located between Sylvia and Sylvie Realm, a city comprising of the world's greatest school and head offices of many important establishments. The school normal starts for 14-year-old kids and lasts for 9 years. Leaving aside all that, I think I might have an idea for making that big sister of mine fall young master. Eldest Miss Nora requests your presence, speak of the devil, and the devil shall come smirking. I asked Mia to lead the way, walking toward my elder sister's location. I started revising some of my earlier made plans. Looks like I need to push things up a bit. Musing to myself, I was led to the area my sister was located. Entering the room, I was greeted with the sight of my sister enjoying her tea, while the sunlight surrounding her made her looks mystifying. While I entered, she looked towards me. The normal Austin might have flinched and looked away, but I looked directly into her eyes and confidently strolled into the room. My demeanor surprised her a bit. She had heard about the things I had done these few days and wanted to see for herself if I had changed. Looks like the rumors are true after all. While my big sis was musing to herself, I sat next to her and started drinking my tea. For a moment, a strange silence lingered between us. As the tension had started to make the maids uncomfortable, my sister made her move. How's your body? Are you all right now? It's fine. I have mostly recovered, and I am doing well now. I see. That's good again. Silence prevailed over us as the tension was about to rise again. I suggested, why don't we play some chess? My suggestion surprised her, but after thinking about it, she nodded sure. I have some time before my next class. After some time, the maids had arranged everything, and we had began our game. Not to brag, but as a straight-A student and a rank holder in universities, I'm quite good at chess. As our game began, I started my plan. Big sis, I know that you think that I am responsible for Father's death and that you dislike me for it. I made the first move along with my words, and she flinched when she heard my words, and her piece almost fell. You don't have to deny it. It's true, but that doesn't mean you have the right to accuse me of anything. You weren't there. You didn't see nor did you experience what I did, and don't worry, I don't blame you, Thud. I placed my next move after Father's death. I ran away and hid like a coward, and I wasn't there to support you. It's my fault. I realized that late, but from now on I'll change. Thud, she made her move. Her expression crumbling. Big sister, I know Father's death hit you very badly. I know you hid the pain behind that external appearance of yours. Thud, I made my move. My sister trying best to maintain her expression. So let me in, sis. I promise you to stand together with you, to be your support. You can cry, sis. You can be yourself when you are with me. Thud, she made a move. This time her hands trembling. I am the younger brother, and I know that you think it's your responsibility to stay strong, but let it go for now. I want to see my real sis, the one who despite being pained still hides it. Thud, I made my move. My sister's body trembling. Let it all out, sis. Don't hide it. Everyone is there with you. We all love. I love you, Thud. She made her move. I placed the final piece. Checkmate. Placing the final piece, I stood up and walked toward my seated sister, who now had tears flowing down her eyes. I walked close to her and pulled her into my embrace, though I'm shorter than her, due to her being seated. When I hugged her, her face came upon my chest, and immediately, like a broken dam, tears flowed. She clutched my shirt and started bawling out in an intense cry. Her body shivered, and she let out all the grievances. She faced all this while her pain, her suffering, her anger, her unwillingness, everything was let out today in her tears. I stood, supporting her, waiting for her to finish when a notification hit me. 30,000 affection, Chapter 10. Changes. Holy moly, 30,000. I knew that she would react instantly, but I didn't expect such an intense one. But thinking about it's quiet normal. She lived her life suppressing her pain and playing out the character of a strong girl, without anybody to openly talk about. Her pain doubled, plus the guilt of using her smaller brother to get rid of her pain must have hurt her a lot. And my forgiveness must have hit her hard. She went on crying for about the next 5 minutes. When she had finished, we stayed in the same position for about 10 minutes. I was the one who first talked. Are you okay? There was no response, but I had felt a small nod on my chest. After that silence prevailed, I looked down toward my sister, and what I saw surprised me. She was holding her head down, her eyes closed, and her whole face red in embarrassment like a tomato. Her lips pursed. She looked so adorable that I want to give her a bite. Feeling my gaze, she looked up towards me, her eyes hazy. Her venerable look caused my heartbeat to fasten. I started feeling a little fuzzy, feeling a bit mischievous. I leaned forward and gave a kiss on her forehead. Going towards her ears, I whispered, you look so cute right now, sis. And before I could say anything, she pushed me away and ran away from me. I turned around to the door, only to see a couple of surprised maids not knowing why their eldest miss was running. Laughing, I stood up and started walking to my eldest sister's room, that is Nora's POV. I ran and ran. I kept running away from my little brother, without even bothering about the surprised gazes from the maids. I ran to my room, give orders that no one can enter my room. I ran inside and jumped to my bed. What did you do, Nora? Why did you cry in front of your little brother? He's going to think you're a crybaby. Laying on my bed, I looked towards my ceiling, taking deep breaths. I tried to control my emotion, but then I touched my forehead, and my little brother's words enter my mind. You look so cute right now, sis. Remembering those words, my face starts to heat up. How can he say such words? I closed my eyes and started to remember what had really happened now. I had heard rumors that my brother had started to change, recently curious about it. I called him to have a tea with me. I had expected him to act like usual, all scared and fearful of his big sister, but to my surprise, he didn't display any of it. Unusual of him, he displayed at most confidence in himself. For a moment, I thought he was someone else, but then looking at his silver hair and purple eyes just like Father's, I threw that notion away. Whenever I see him, Father's image always comes to my mind. I had always bullied him for Father's death. I felt that if it weren't for him, then Father would be alive. That he would come home, pat my head, and play with me like always, but I knew that was a dream, and that I was just using my brother to vent my pain and frustration. In all honesty, I wanted to go up to him and apologize for everything and say that I was sorry, but I couldn't do it. I had thought that today would be the same as always, but unexpectedly he had asked for a game of chess. Thinking nothing of it, I agreed, but I didn't think that he would use the game to bring out the fears and pain that I hid. Each word he said had pulled my heartstrings, and before I knew it, I was crying in his embrace. While I was reeling in my emotions, I heard a knock on my door, and then a voice from whom I ran away was heard, "Big sister, can I come in?" Silence. "Big sister, could you open the door?" Silence. Why did he come here? Did he come here to make fun of me? While I was thinking, I walked towards the door, hesitating whether I should open it or not. I really didn't know how to face him. "Sigh, big sis, if you are angry at me, then I am sorry. Whatever I said back then was from my heart. I don't want you to be in pain and loneliness." I bit my lips hearing his words. My heart felt happiness and sourness. At once, you don't have to be embarrassed for crying, sis. You're my idol. I look up to you. You crying does not change that, nor what you do in the future. You will always be my great big sister. I will wait tomorrow in the same room for you. Let's play chess again, or are you scared that you will lose to me? Silence. I will wait for you, as we are a family. I heard the sound of his footsteps leaving the door of my room while I slid and sat by getting the support of the door. A tear fell down my face, this time not of sadness, but of happiness. Austin. That I will get him tomorrow. Austin POV. I hum merrily while I head towards my room. My plan had gone better than I thought. Looks like I can start the other plans. Ding, the starting pack gift have been activated. Do you want to open? A starting pack gift? Why am I only getting it now? Due to a certain connection problem, it had only arrived now, raising an eyebrow to that answer. I decided to open it once I get to my room. While I reached there, I saw a 6-year-old silver-haired girl standing there pouting. I was surprised at first, but after a bit of thinking, I understood her reason. When I got close, she jumped into my embrace and started beating my chest. "Boo. Big brother, you did not come to play today. I waited a lot, and you didn't come." Looking at me with her pouting face, Ahe expressed her indignation. Smiling, I poked her cheeks. "I am sorry, Elda. I had a meeting with Big Sis, and I was held up there after a bit of pampering her." She finally started to smile. To make it up to her, I suggested something. "Why don't you come and sleep with your brother today?" My suggestion surprised her, and she started to blush and look away. If Big Brother wants, then I have no problem saying that she ran away. Shaking my head, I enter my room. Chapter 11. The start. After entering my room, I closed the door and sat on my bed system, opened the starter gift pack. For me, command accepted, opening gift pleat. Suddenly a white light appears, and I had to close my eyes. When I opened them, I saw a slot machine in front of me. It had a screen and a lever system. What's this? This is a slot machine. Host had to pull the lever to get his reward. It can be anything depending on the host's luck. So basically, my live's future is based on luck signed to myself. I thought of getting rid of the issue now itself and pulled the lever. The image on the machine started rotating. It kept rotating for about a few seconds before it stopped. Ding. Congratulations. The host has got the special gift, the perfect body. Name, the perfect body. Rating, SSS. Description, the perfect body grants your body the most purest of mana. It makes it so that your stamina is endless. Your body itself will be the very definition of perfect. Uses, power stronger than anyone at your level. Your body will be at its peak. Never run out of energy. A body that draws everyone's attention. Drawback, it will take 9 years for your body to be molded to perfection. During that time, you're not allowed to lose your virginity. Can only lose your virginity or have sex after you turn 17. I don't know if my luck is good or bad, but having the power greater than anyone at your own level is really tempting. But to hold myself back till I'm 17 years old is indeed a drawback, but the result I get out of the sacrifice is enough to compensate for it. In this world, strength is indeed a big indicator for your own status, while swaying all the capture targets does indeed sound nice. I am not naive enough to believe that I can survive without strength in this world. There are many paths from which you can choose from. We have the magicians, the witches, the knights, etc. Once you chose your path, you are stuck with it, and it will be either your strength or your demise. Plus, you can't always correctly guess a person's power. Some paths might have stronger power, while others have lesser power, but the main way in which one can guess another's power is by tiers. There are many different levels. The first tier, second tier, and the third tier. They are called the Origin 0. Origin 0 is within the basic level where you make your foundation. In this level, everyone are the same. It's only when you reach the third tier where you start to choose your own path. From there onwards, you can display your true strength. After that, it's each called Origin Level 1. Origin Level 2 to Origin Level 10. Once you are in Origin Level 10, you can said to be a powerhouse, for whom even the emperors has to give respect. After Origin Level 10, there's the Imperials. There are people who have passed the Level 10 by mastering certain laws. Such people who have done are said to be counted. In one hands, they're not allowed to deal with worldly matter because they are just too strong. Leaving that aside, this perfect body will be of great help to me. System, I accept the perfect body command heard. Starting initiation in 1, 2, 3. Start it. Suddenly for a moment, I felt a feeling as if my body is being caressed by lots of hands. It was so good, but the feeling went as it came. The perfect bodybuilding has started. The host is required to follow the given rules. Looks like I have taken the first step towards the future. Sighing, I lay on the bed, creating certain plans for the future. I only got out of it when a knock was heard on my door, and a little girl entered inside, her silver hair left in the open. Wearing a cute pink pajama, along with her nervous look towards me, was quite a beautiful sight. Elda Cutley looked just like a fairy, untouched by the mortal world, who would evoke protective feelings from anybody. By Big Brother, don't stare so much. It's embarrassing. What else can I do when my little sister looks cute as a fairy? My words brought a blush to her face as she lowers her head and pouts. Walking towards my little sister, I swoop in and picked her up princess style and takes her towards my bed. My actions made her more embarrassed, and she kept her head down while holding onto my shirt. Her reaction are always priceless. Reaching my bed, I placed her lightly on the bed, but she refused to let me go out of embarrassment. After a few minutes, she relaxed and let me go. Though she was still a bit out of it, I started joking and talking to her to ease the atmosphere, and it had worked as she started responding back, and we continued to play and talk for about 2 hours before Elda started to feel sleepy. Seeing that I said her we could rest in for the night, she nodded, and we got down to sleep. At first, she was accord sleeping with me. She laid on the bed next to me, not knowing what to do. I chucked and pulled her into my embrace. Her shout of surprise was really cute. Right now, her body was laying above me with her head in my chest. Smiling, I gave a kiss on her head. My actions together must have fried her head as she stared at me with a lost expression. I can swear that if this was an anime, there would be steam coming out of her head. I patted her back to calm her down, and I whispered, "Don't worry about it, and just sleep. Your big bro is always here for you." Hearing my words, she nodded shyly and closed her eyes to sleep. 500 affection hum. Looks like sweet words does do their job. Slowly put her to sleep by patting her back. To fall into my slumber, the last thought on my mind was I must take that hidden Imperial as my master. Chapter 12. The shop's products. Hey guys, I made a small changes to how the status is shown. Hope you guys accept it. It's been a week since the day I had my first chess match with my big sister. Checkmate again, sis, I said, giving my disappointed sister sitting across me an innocent smile. My smile furthered her anger of disappointment. How can you always win against me? I'm the older one here. My sister raised her arms and screamed in indignation. She had been having chess matches with me all week, and yet till now, she hasn't won. You know what this means, right? Yeah, I know. So what should I do? Her answer furthered my smile. When me and my sis had played for the second time, I'd asked her to keep a bet. A simple one. The loser will do one thing the winner wants. Since I kept on winning, she had to do what I want. I didn't ask anything big. As much as I want her to do something intimate with me, I can't do it. First, I can't let my babies loose, and second, it might destroy the relationship I right now have with her. So I asked her to do small stuffs right now. Maybe who knows, it might lead to something. How about you give me a massage? Sis, giving me a stink. She stood up, came behind me, and gave me a somewhat amateurish massage. It didn't feel all that great, but getting my smug sister to do something I want in itself is a pleasure. After making fun of my sis a bit, I head towards my room. I got something important to do today, entering my room and giving the command that no one can enter it. I open the shop item, the founder description. An amazing item created by the Omarian tribes, said to make the body stronger and create an unshakable foundation. Cost 30,000. This is something I'm planning to buy now. In the world of Ether, people can embark on the road of strength after you reach 10 years when your foundation's created. Normally, it's only when you 10-year-old when your foundation or your plate is created. You can start cultivating your power, but at times there are said to be people whose foundation are completed early. They are an extremely small group of people said to be geniuses and have great connection with mana. Of course, I am no genius, but I have the cheat name the system. So suck at geniuses. After that, I take a look at my system name. Austin Lionheart Sex. Male age, 8 species. Human power, null total points, 52,000 looks. 910. Not bad, you can live with just your looks. Talent, 710. Nothing compared to your siblings. Note. Hidden bloodline, locked. Titles. None partners conquered. None 52,000, the culmination of the points I earned this last 2 weeks, and with it, I will take the first step of my plan. System, I want to buy the founder. Request accepted. Do you wish to buy the founder? I click yes, and the familiar white light appears again and forms a container in my hands. It was blue-colored cylindrical container, containing a green liquid floating in its system. Am I to drink this? The host must shake it a bit first, then drink it. The effect will take place during your sleep. What else can I do other than trust the system? Shaking the container a bit, I opened it. Unlike what I expected, there was no smell. Praying to all the gods I can think of, I take the container and in one sip, took it all in. To all the curious mind out there, the solution tasted a bit like kiwi. The taste is not bad. Waiting for something to happen, I brace myself. But even after a few minutes, nothing happened. Hey system, what happened? Shouldn't I go all Super Saiyan or something? As I said before, host must take a rest, and during your sleep the portion will readily build your foundation for you. Shrugging my shoulders and hiding my small disappointment in not able to have my childish outburst, I retire from my sleep in excitement. I can help it. After all, no matter how mature I can be, the prospect of using magic is simply an allure I can't let go. Forcing myself, I slowly fall into slumber. Name, Elda Lionheart Sex. Female age, 6 species. Human talent, 910 power. Null title, none love. 89, sibling love. Description. Changing her perception of you nowadays, her favorite thing is to play with you. Difficulty. B. She's a child if you play your cards right. She's yours. Name, Nora Lionheart Sex. Female age, 10 species. Human talent, 1010 power. Null title, none love. 88, sibling love. Description. Your new character impressed her. You helping her to let go of her pain has set a seed in her heart. Use it well. Difficulty. A. You are her brother. The difficulty of making her love you as a man is extremely difficult. Name, Grace Lionheart Sex. Female age, 33 species. Human talent, 910 power. Origin level 6 title. Princess if the battlefield. The Red Rose love 100. A mother's love is always max. Description. Love you no matter what. Currently in mild depression and sleep loss or heart pains because of her broken family difficulty. S. Come on, she's your mother. How hard do you think it is? Yo, make her see you as a man. Chapter 13. Finding a teacher. I woke up after a few hours of sleep, and I could instantly tell the difference. I could feel certain particles in the air floating, so this must be mana. Closing my eyes, I try to focus inside my body, and in the area where a small structure was first seen, now had a completed plate floating majestically. So this is my plate. It certainly looks strong. Plates are the base from which you build your power. It's basically formed when you turn 10 years. The more you cultivate, the more plates you keep above it, creating a tower that aside, I could feel the power residing in my body. I was tempted to start cultivating, but the first time you're moving mana, it should be done under supervision for safety. I got out of my bed, had my lunch with my little sister, earning some affection points, and went to see my mother to get permission to head outside the mansion. Entering my mother's office, I saw her buried in her work. Ever since my so-called father died, she had to deal with all the stress of a dukedom. If it weren't for her being a powerful warrior, she would have long since fainted. Speaking of which, I started to remember the background of my mother, the only princess of the before emperor and the younger sister of the current emperor. She was said to have great talent in swordsmanship, and she had joined the military, creating her own brigade and achieving merits. It's how my parents met. My father was a commander, though not much in strength. He was said to be a genius in leading the army. While I was going over my own background, my mother lifted her head from the heap of documents, seeing her child, the only one within the household with purple eyes. She smiled sweetly, inviting him to her lap to sit, seeing my mother call me. Just like a young boy happy from her mother's call, I ran up to her, sitting on her lap, and using her breast as a pillow. I sat. Grace looked towards her child, who looked all the same but different. At first, she was really worried about him. Due to the incident with her husband, her child had started to form an introverted personality. She was afraid that he would be unable to come out of that. But thankfully, he started to change recently for the better. She had received reports of what had happened these weeks, and to say she was surprised would be an understatement. She herself knew that her family was not the same after her husband's death, but she just didn't have any time to deal with it due to her work, and she was deeply guilty about it too. But her son had come up to the task and did it for her. She was deeply relieved when she heard that her children had started to play with each other again. Looking at her son sitting on her lap, so innocently, she couldn't help pinch his cheek, sigh. I really need to spend more time with my kids. Being seated on my mother's lap, I looked at her. She was looking at me with a myriad of emotions and thoughts. I am no psychic, but I could still pretty much guess what she was thinking. So I turned toward my mother and switched on the caring, innocent, adult child mode. Mom, is something the problem? You seem deep in your thought. Grace was pulled out of her monologue by her child and saw his deeply worried look at her. Feeling touched, she responded, "No, I'm fine, Osti. It's just that your mother's just feeling a bit sleepy, that's all. No need to worry, Mom. You don't need to worry about us. We know that the reason you don't have time for us is because you are busy, and we don't hate you for it. We love you no matter what." Saying. So I gave her a kiss on the cheek and began patting her head like an adult consoling a child. 1,000 affection. My actions brought a small smile to her face, and she ended up laughing. And a tear rolled down her cheek. "Mom, are you all right? Why are you crying? Did I do anything wrong?" I responded in fright, just like an innocent child would. But to my surprise, after that, my mother had ended up laughing loudly. Che. Along with it, she ended up pulling me into her embrace, and I got hit with the scent of roses again. After laughing for a while, my mother recovered. She looked at me with a playful smile. "So my little Osti is consoling his mother." Acting flustered. No, Mom, I was just cheering you up because you look so down. Don't worry, Mother is not mad at you. After that, and my mother continued talking for some time. And after a few minutes, she asked the reason why I wanted to see her, and I expressed to her my desire to go out to get fresh air, to which she instantly agreed. So after a few minutes, I was outside the mansion with a few guards and my maid Mia accompanying me, dressed as calm man people. This time I decided that I wanted to go incognito. This was the first time that I go outside and see the world, the streets filled with humans, elves, beastmen, and a few demons here and there. It was when I saw the different races that I was once again reminded that I am not on Earth, as the head city of the dukedom. Our city was porched, to say the least. The noble district, which displayed elegance like no other, the buildings resembling modern times rather than old. The world of ether ain't that behind in technology, though no cars, phones, planes, etc. The world is indeed well-developed. Clean roads, cafes, amusement parks, and many more exist here, and not to say about the happy smiles on the people's faces. Covering my head with a hood, me along with my guard started strolling around and accidentally reached a shop crowded with many young men standing at the entrance. There were quite a few noble signs there too. They were like a pack of chickens standing there to take a look at their idol or something. Playing my child persona. Mia, what's happening there? Why are a lot of people gathered there? Oh, that, it's just a bow shop that was currently set up. A bow shop. Then why are there a lot of people outside? I asked like total ignorant child. I am well. Young master has said that the owner is a very beautiful woman. So many men come and visit here. Why do they come if there is a beautiful woman here? My innocent eyes directly looking into Maya's, my question stumped her a bit. She didn't know how to respond. It's nothing much, young master. You will know about it when you get bigger, oh. Then let's go inside the shop. I really want to see what's special about it. Leading my guard, we push to enter the shop. Getting inside it, I marvel at how the shop is much different inside than the outside. Interior well decorated with different kinds of bao hanging on the walls. The shop was only one floor, but the area was wide, giving out a welcoming vibe. In the counter area sat a single woman. She was wearing a one-piece dress which covered her whole body, a veil that covered her face. Her black hair fell down her back. She was sitting at the counter reading despite covering her face. Her phoenix-like eyes and her eternal aura gives her a strange atmosphere, as if she doesn't belong to this world. Seeing her, I use the read function name. Eleanor Claus, sex, female, age, 140 species, human talent, 1010 power, imperial rank, 3 title, the Bao Empress, cold beauty, the imperial etc. love, 0 description. Currently in search for a successor, feeling a bit dispirited that she hasn't found anyone till now. Difficulty S. She is a woman with powers you can't imagine, courted by several men. If you want to conquer her, you gotta work to the bone. Seeing the data, I smiled. I found you, Chapter 14. Enact Eleanor Claus, or more popularly known as the Bao Empress, one of the few rare female imperials in the world. Before her, the uses of Bao were only used in army in large-scale wars. Nobody took the Bao as an individual weapon for combat due to its low battle efficiency. Her story in itself is legend. Coming from a Nobel family of swordsmen, she as a descendant did not have a talent for it. This was a huge blow to her, but no one knew that from a young age. Eleanor had no interest in swords. She had completely fallen in love with the Bao. Taking her Bao, she embarked on a journey as an adventurer, creating many legends along the way. She had created her path of the Bao, completely changing people's perception of it. Okay, time to start the act. Like a child in love with bows, I started examining each Bao in the shop with total admiration. Wow, this Bao is amazing. I pointed at a random Bao, exclaiming, Mia, I am definitely going to be a bowman in the future. Bows are amazing. I want to be just like the Bao Empress when I grow up. After that, I stated going around each Bao, touching it, and using it as if I'm totally obsessed with it. While keeping a discreet eye on the Bao Empress, I could see that she had started paying attention to me ever since I said that I wanted to be like her. Not only that, there was also notifications rising her above to 10 affection, 12 affection, 10 affection. She was giving out small levels of affection at a time. After a few minutes, she finally made her move. Do you think that the Bao is strong? Finally, the Bao Empress spoke. Her voice was sweet and melodious. Stopping my actions, I looked towards her. Of course. Bows are the best, I said, giving her an innocent smile. 20 affection. Why do you want to take the Bao? So that I can protect my family. I put on a determined expression when I said it. My answer must have surprised her, because she raised an eyebrow to my answer along with some points. 25 affection. Why the Bao? So that I can always have their back, and if it ever comes to it, use myself to provide them protection. I answered her, looking directly to her eyes. For a few moments, a silence lingered in the room, as the adults took in the courageous words from an 8-year-old child. After a few seconds, Eleanor placed the book down from her hands and looked deeply into me, and when she did, I could see that her cool expression was soon replaced with deep shock. Her eyes widened, and the aura around her started fluctuating here and there, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. At the time, the guards around me started arranging themselves to protect me. What's happening? I know that she will be surprised, but why this much? What Austin didn't know is that while it is indeed rare to have foundation before 10 years age, but his foundation was anything like that. Not only was his foundation unnaturally strong, he was a tier 3. When a kid forms his foundation, the tier growth represents the final form of the foundation, but the solution Austin took directly brought him to tier 3. The only reason Austin didn't feel it was because he doesn't know the difference. So basically what Eleanor was seeing was something impossible. You couldn't bomb her for reacting life. That after seeing Austin, after some time, she calmed down. In the end, she was an imperial. She had seen many things others hasn't, so she was able to reel herself back quickly. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the boy in front of her. The boy looks to be about 8 years, having purple eyes and silver hair. His cute face right now displaying confusion instead of fear. Looks like I found my choice. She smirked, thinking of how she's going to boast about her disciple to her friends who always rub it in her faces about their boy. Do you want to learn how to use a bow? Oh, finally you asked me. I was scared that something went wrong. Can you teach me to be as great as the bow and press? I asked anticipatingly. I can teach you to be better than her young master. Don't listen to this woman. We don't know who she is. Mia stood in front of me, and at the same time the other guards drew their blade ready for battle. Or are you perhaps the son of the Duchess Grace? I nodded to her question. Good, then you may leave now. I will meet you later. The guards were clearly angered by her remarks, and just as when a battle was about to erupt, I jumped in front of them and blocked at young master. Young master, move away. This woman might be dangerous. The guards tried to persuade me to move away as not to protect the women. You bunch of idiots. The one I am protecting is you. Plus, don't you think I should use this opportunity to earn some point of affection? No need to fight. This big sister doesn't seem like a bad person, I replied, intentionally buttering my now go to be master. Touring around, I apologized to her. I am sorry for causing the commotion after I said that. She walked towards me and ruffled my hair. Don't worry about it. This big sister is not mad. I could feel a bit of hapines and gloating when she said the words big sister Tiska. Women. I inwardly roll my eyes after chatting with me a bit, and my guards head out. Young master. Where do you want to go now? Now. Looking toward a certain area while smiling inwardly, I replied to eat chapter 15. A cook freak right now. I was happily walking through the city humming. How could I not? I just got myself an Imperial as a teacher. In the game, it was some boy from a village that had got the chance to be the Bow Empress disciple. As for whether I have talent in the bow, I'm not scared of it much. Because of what the Bow Empress once said in the game, it's a pity I didn't find you earlier. Your talent for the bow even surpasses mine, so I have no worry of not having talent in the bow. Plus, there was deeper reason to why I choose the bow to. Leaving all that aside now, I am walking through the less popular area of the city. The city itself was very huge in size, and now I was in a crowded area with lots of people moving around. Young master. If you're hungry, we can go to a well-reputed shop nearby. Mia was anxiously trying to dissuade me from going to eat at a local place, but I was adamant to follow my decision. Don't worry, Mia. I just want to have a taste of the commoner's food, saying. So I followed the path to a certain shop. Arriving at the location, I gave the shop an inspecting look. It's just as in the game. The shop I am standing in front of was just a small restaurant, with just one level with a board hanging on the top. Richard's Restaurant. Opening the door, I entered inside. The first thing I saw was the gathering of many men inside, eating their foods like their life depended on it. All of them had one thing in common, the look of pure ecstasy while eating the food. Walking inside, I looked for a seat while staring into the kitchen. Right now, there was an old man moving frantically in the kitchen wearing the chef's uniform. While he looked old with white hair and wrinkles, the way his body moved with energy while handling the ingredients said otherwise. I used the read function name. Richard Gale. Sex. Male. Age. 105. Species. Human. Talent. 710 power. Origin level 10. Title. Berserker of the battlefield, the food critic, the food traveler, chef of taste, etc. Love. 0 description. Traveling the world, spreading the taste of his food, loves to eat different exotic food. So that's him in real life. Richard Gale, a powerhouse, focusing on close combat. More than a vivid lover of food and cooking. He goes around the world spreading his cooking and tasting new foods. He is 103 years old and looks like an old man, while Eleanor being in her 145 and still looks like she's in her 20s. That tells you the difference between the origin level and an Imperial. The reason I came here was to make him teach me cooking. To be a good cook? No. There is a hidden quest to be completed when you meet Rickards. Once you learn cooking from him, and if he is satisfied, he might give you something which might turn out to be a treasure for you. I was simply using the information part of the shop to look into the current locations of the capture targets, and coincidentally found that currently his shop was in my dukedom. After giving out our order, we wait for the food to be delivered. Mia and the guards were visibly nervous. After all, we are currently in a normal shop without any proof of food with hygiene. After 10 minutes, our food was served. It was a simple food with rice, bread, and soups. Taking the soup, I scooped it a bit and put it in my mouth. Boom. My eyes widen, a large amount of flavors explode in my mouth, and I had to be careful not to swallow my tongue. Delicious. Just delicious. Maybe I should learn his cooking more seriously. Seeing their young master eating the food with pure happiness. The rest gathered their courage and gave it a taste. Amazing. What's this? How can it be so tasty? This is better than the chefs at our mansion. The maid and the guards were soon conquered by the food. After the scrumptious lunch, I stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Grandpa, were you the one who made this food? I stood in front of Richard and beamed with admiring eyes, my action catching the attention of few of the people. Richard turned towards me, his questing eyes looking down at me. Yes, I was the one. Why do you want to know, kid? His answer excited me, and I exclaimed then, can you teach me how to cook? Young master, what are you doing? You can't go around asking strangers to teach you. Mia arrived beside me and whispered, don't worry, Mia. I just want him to teach me cooking. His food is better than the ones the chef makes back home. While Mia and I was discussing, Richard spoke. Boy, why do you want to learn to cook? Because I want to make good food for my mother. For your mother? Richard raised an eyebrow, nodding. I continued, mother is now always working hard, and she is tired too. So I wanted to make tasty food for her. I innocently explained my ambition. Young master Yumiatiri, I'd looked at me, as if I couldn't get any cuter. My answer brought Richard to daze for a moment. Kid, don't you think that cooking and being a chef is not great? I shook my head. No, anything that can make my family happy and give them a smile is a great thing to me. My answer stumped him for a bit, but after that he laughed out loud. Good. I like your answer, kid. So sure, I will teach you some cooking. I happily smiled to that answer. You better be here at 8 a.m. every morning. If you want to learn, I nodded to his answer and happily started going home, without any worries, not knowing that the wheels of fate started to change. Chapter 16. I am not her opponent. Grace POV. Currently, I am going through the documents about the dukedom. Ever since the death of my husband, it's only been me holding the fort down. Thinking about my husband, Austin, comes to mind. That boy, he has grown a lot these days. Thinking about him, I remember the report given about his trip outside. To think Austin wanted to be a bow user, and to think that I didn't know it. To become a bow user to provide support and protection. He's just like his father. Unknowingly, a smile formed on my face. Sigh, they're growing up so fast, without me even knowing. I need to investigate that woman who owns the shop. Mia had said that her strength might be above origin level 8. And that idiot son of mine want to learn cooking to provide for me. I chuckle a little at this. That boy is too much of a softy. While I was in my thought, I suddenly felt a presence in my room. I jumped up from my seat and started creating a shield. A person capable of entering the room without my knowledge is not at all simple. Then I saw in front of me a woman in a one-piece dress and a veil covering her face, giving out a graceful aura. I suddenly felt a dreadful feeling, as if the world was pressing onto me. As a person who had been to the battlefield, I can at once say that I am not at all her match. An Imperial. Coming to my conclusion, I became more respectful. An Imperial, be it any, are people capable of affecting the world. What does an esteemed Imperial want from me? I asked in a respectful tone. She indifferently waved her hand. Don't be still. I am not here to kill you or anything. I came here to tell you one thing. I wish to take your son as my disciple. What? I exclaim in surprise. An Imperial wants to take my son as a disciple, no matter how much lack. She said it. The very possibility of someone becoming the disciple of an Imperial is a very huge thing. Being the disciple of an Imperial is basically a rise to the life of a king. It means that you have a chance of becoming an Imperial yourself while receiving the protection of an Imperial. I tried to control my emotions by taking deep breaths. After a few minutes, I controlled myself, but my heart was still beating in excitement. Why do you want to take my son as your disciple? Imperials don't just simply take disciples. There had to be something special about them. Just what is so special about her son? Instead of answering me, she looked me up and down with a questioning gaze. You don't know? Know what? That your son has finished his foundation, that he's reached tier 3, and that his plate is ranked 10. Silence, huh? Looks like I haven't been sleeping well. I am starting to hear things nowadays, too. I am not joking. I freeze and look directly in her eyes, as if asking her what I heard is true, and I receive a nod back. This time, I'm totally floored. Just when did her child become such a monster? I take a seat in my chair to get some support. I tried taking control of my emotions by taking deep breaths. After a few minutes, I got my bearing back to think my so was such a talent, and I didn't know about it. Am I such a bad mother? Pushing such thoughts away, I start to focus on the topic at hand. An Imperial wants to take my son as her disciple. It will grant him protection, and seeing who I am talking to her character is good to. So does the Bao Empress think. My son has the talent to inherit her Bao? Don't worry. Your son's talent in the Bao is great to hearing that I give out a sigh. I have no problem with you being Austin's teacher, but Austin has to agree to it. That's no problem with that she disappeared from in front of me. It's only then that I could take a deep breath to calm myself. And then I noticed that I was covered with sweat dealing with an Imperial note joke. I should take a bath with that I head toward the shower Austin POV. Say, 20 affection right now. I am feeding my little sister and filling in my daily dose of affection points while planning my next move. Suddenly I felt a pull on my shirt and looks down and saw my sister looking at me. What is it? You brother, can I sleep with you today? Sure, why not after sleeping with me for the first time? Elda sometimes comes and sleeps with me. It doesn't hurt to have a cute little girl laying on your embrace. So I always agree to it. It was during this time that I got a summons from my mother. So I head toward her. Entering the room, there was another person. Yup, it's Eleanor. It's time to begin the act. When I entered, two pair of eyes moves towards me. Smiling, I ran in my mother's embrace. Giving her a hug. What is it, mother? It's nothing. I just wanted you to meet someone, saying so. She pointed at Eleanor, who was seated in a chair. Surprised, I responded, what are you doing here, big sis? I am pretty sure that I saw my mother's lips twitch when I called her big sis. It's nothing. I just came to ask if you would be interested in learning to use the Bao from me. Use the Bao? I turned to my mother confused, as if couldn't understand what she was saying to me. Do you know who this big sister in front of you is? My mother asked. I shook my head. The person in front of you is the Bao Empress. An Imperial what? I shouted in surprise. I turned towards Eleanor, my eyes displaying admiration towards her. Seeing this grace felt a bit sour in her heart, as if her son's love is being slowly sipped away. Seeing my admiration, Eleanor smiles. Good. Looks like my disciple knows respect. Are you really the Bao Empress? Will you really teach me to be amazing as you? I asked in excitement. If you be my disciple, of course I will teach you. I nodded in excitement, as if I couldn't wait to take her as my teacher. Seeing me nodding so readily, Eleanor's smile widens. Good. Then from tomorrow onwards, I will be your teacher. Chapter 17. Going forward, the next morning after my meetup and cooking lessons with Richard, I left toward the shop of my current master. I am really excited about what she's going to teach me today. Reaching the shop, I saw that it was closed. Just as I was about to knock, I felt a sudden dizzy feeling, and the next moment, I know I am inside the shop, seated across my master. To think she can just pull me into the shop. Is this the power of an Imperial? This just makes me more excited to learn about the supernatural. Eleanor looked towards her current disciple, who was looking at her with excitement and eagerness. He looks just as excited as me when I stated, do you want to eat anything? No need, I ate and came in. Let's start. What do you know about the origin way? After that, I explained to her the basic idea. I know, and she nodded to it. That's pretty much it. Looks like you study well. I blushed to her words, as if happy and embarrassed about it. By the way, do you currently feel any connection with the atmosphere? Oh, you mean the little particles floating around? So you can feel it. After that, Eleanor sighed and looked at me like a rare specimen. Austin, do you know that you currently have a plate? It's tier 3 and rank 10 what? I shouted in surprise. Real this time. So wait, I am tier 3. No, wait, what's rank 10 plate? Master, is there a rank for plates? Oh, I forgot they didn't teach you about it. Yet the plates formed in your body also has ranks. It determines how much forward you can go in your path. It's normally from rank 1 to rank 10, with rank 1 being the lowest and rank 10 being the highest. The rank 7 and above plates are termed as genuous as damn. I didn't know about this. Looks like everything can't be found in the library, master. Does that mean I am strong? I reacted with excitement. No, it's the opposite. Your body is in danger. Your current body is like a glass overflowing with water, but the glass holding it isn't strong. If it goes like this, your body won't be able to handle it and explode. Silence. Damn, I didn't know that. System, you didn't tell me anything about it. System. Duties is only to support, not to warn and protect the host. You're heartless. Plus, what's wrong with this women? Is this something you say directly to an 8-year-old boy's face? If it was any other kid, he would be peeing his pants. What Austin didn't know was that it wasn't much of a problem, and it was easy to settle to, but Eleanor wanted to see how he would react to death. And seeing him so calm impressed and made her curious. Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid? Of course I am. Who wouldn't? It's just that my poker face is good. Wait, this could be an opportunity to score some points. Putting on my serious face, I directly looked into her eyes. Of course I am. But the fear of losing my family is more painful to me than fear of death. My father gave his life to protect mine. He only had one wish, that was for me to protect my family, and I plan to do that. So no matter what comes, I will survive it. In the end, my voice raised a high pitch for dramatic effect. Off. Thank you, wuxia novels, for your cliché lines. Looking at my master, I saw a deeply surprised face on hers, contradicting to her normal graceful self. Suddenly, I felt a pull on me, and the next moment, I was in her embrace. An unique orchid smell entered my nose. Oh, man, these pillows are huge, maybe even to my mother. Meanwhile, Eleanor, what a pitiful child. Don't worry, Master will protect you and make sure you're strong. Such a pitiful child, Master is there for you. Thinking of it, she ruffled the boy's hair, who was looking at her with absolute trust and admiration. If you look at trachea like that, then I can't help but pamper you. 3,000 affection. Wow. Looks like my words hit her pretty hard. Then suddenly I again felt the same pull, and when I opened my eyes, I was in a forest near a cliff. Eleanor then puts me down. From now, we're going to get your body accustomed to your power. So your first task is to run 5 kilometers here, then do 20 push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. After your warm-up, your task will be to climb the mountain after that. When you reach the top, we can start the real training. Looking at the tall cliff, as if touching the sky, my feet suddenly felt unsteady. Putting on my puppy eyes, I looked towards her, but all she gave me back was a look of disappointment. Seeing that I clutched my teeth, I will do it, but after that we'll teach her. Show me your face? After my question, she hesitated a bit, but then later she nodded. Seeing that I took action, the warm-ups, even though hard, was accomplishable. But when it came to the cliff, I climbed, scraped my knee, my hands turned red, my nails peeled, and I almost fell to my death. But Master saved me at each turn like this. It was only 2 months later that I reached the top. Standing above it and seeing the rising sun, I gave it out a huge scream of accomplishment. At that time, the thought that came to me was behind me stood my master, proud, without a veil covering her face. Her black hair swayed in the wind. Her looked beautiful, creating a beautiful picture. At first her beauty moved, but then later a more important thought came to me. When I'm strong enough, I must destroy this cliff. And like that, a few years later, this huge cliff disappeared from this world. No one knows how. Name: Eleanor Claus. Sex: female. Age: 140. Species: human. Talent: 10/10. Power: imperial. Rank: 3. Title: the Bao Empress. Cold beauty: the imperial, etc. Love: 90. A master's love. Description: happy she found a strong-willed disciple, awakening a certain dangerous tendency. Difficulty: S. She is a woman with powers you can't imagine, courted by several men. If you want to conquer her, you gotta work to the bone. Chapter 18. A party. Grace POV. Currently, a woman was walking throughout the corridors of the mansion. She had blonde hair and green eyes. Sigh. What could have happened? Mia had entered her room and said that Austin had something important to say, and I had to head there. She said that it was urgent. Thinking about her son, a smile naturally formed on her face. It's been 2.5 months since he had taken the Bao Empress as his teacher. In the beginning, he would return all hurt and dispirited. My heart had heart seeing him like this. He was just 8-year-old. I wanted to stop him from doing it, but each time he would show determination and move forward, I could see changes in him too. He had become a little taller, proactive, and more confident, plus his sisters are being more attached to him. He also now has 3 girls following him around too. Looks like my son is quite the player. I chucked a little. My mind goes back to half a month when he came to me saying that there was a salve trading going on in the dukedom. Naturally, I didn't believe him at first, but then he showed me all this proof, and I had to make a move. I quickly mobilized the soldiers and raided the area. When I saw the slave arena, I was so enraged that I had killed all the perpetrators and gave each people caught a heavy punishment. After that, 3 of the girls who were being sold got attached to Austin. It seemed that they were only saved because of him. and they had no family to return to and wanted to serve him. The human girl became his personal maid, and the other twin Fox tribe girls became his personal soldier attendant. While I was thinking, I reached the room. I could feel familiar oars from the room. Curious, I pushed it open and entered Happy Birthday. I could see my children in the room holding banners and tables filled with foods. I see it was my birthday today, and my children's remembered. I'll wise my face, what it was only then knew that I knew that there were tears flowing down my eyes. Seeing this, my children came out me, and we all hugged. I had regained myself. After 5 minutes, how did you all know? It was Austin. He was the one who said us. He said that we could give Mom a surprise. Nora answered in a slightly disappointed voice, as if she was sad that it wasn't her that could give the idea, but it was Big Sis who had arranged it all. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be able to do this. Also, Elda helped out a lot to hearing Austin's word. Both Nora and Elda looked a bit smug. I chuckled a bit at this. This boy really knows how to handle his sisters. I turned towards Austin, who had a smile on his face. Call it and help, but pull him to a tight hug. I won't let anything happen to my family again. Austin's POV. That went better than I thought. I was currently surrounded by my family, who were wolfing down the food I made and praising me about it. My cooking skills had really increased these days, though not at the level of 5-star, but I am near to it. Master, shall I serve more? During my inner monologue, a girlish voice enters my ears. Turning my head, I saw a girl of 8 years with brown hair and black eyes in a maid costume looking at me in utmost devotion. She had a cute nose and an average face name. Clara. Sex: female. Age: 8. Species: human. Demon talent: 810. Bloodline: unawakened power. Null title: None love. 94 description: completely devoted to you. She wants to be worthy of you, but thinks that her lowly self cannot be your lover, has an intense desire to make herself better. Difficulty: what difficulty? You already conquered her in a way. Clara, one of the girls I has managed to win over. She was not a capture target, but an important person in the story as a part of the villain faction, that if she had joined the Babylon School as part of a dark organization to be a spy in the school, the protagonist would later change her heart and bring her to the good side. She had an intense hatred to my dukedom, because she had been sold as a slave here and had suffered greatly. In the game, she tries a lot to kill me or my sisters. I had a good memory of her, because her special bloodline that provided her great aptitude with darkness and had the rare darkness healing magic and was a great support in battle once she awakens. Her demon bloodline. Her looks will completely change and her talent will rise. She had many suitors rushing to be her boyfriend, but leering about her past, they move away just as quick. The issue of the slavery had been found out later in the game, causing many reputation damage to the dukedom. So I nipped the problem in the bud and got myself 3 powerful followers. It wasn't hard, I just had to play the cards right. The perfect moment of entry, the perfect support, and the most important cliche line. And they're in the bag. I then looked toward the other 2 girls. One of them had a white fox ears and tail with a cute face, and the other had black ears and tail. Twins to be exact. They both looked same except for the white-haired fox girl being shy and the other one being extremely straightforward in the game. Both of them were known to hate boys and only supported each other. They were also part of the organization. They had suffered just like Clara. Name: Rika's. Sex: female. Age: 8. Species: white wolf. Beast woman talent: 810. Power. Null title: None love. 89 description: her feelings for you continue to rise. Her shy feeling causes her to be unable to convey it, but your words gave her confidence and a desire to stand together with you. Difficulty: no need, bro. She's yours. Name: Mika's. Sex: female. Age: 8. Species: black wolf. Beat women talent: 810. Power. Null title: None love. 83 description: as a person whose personality was falling, your words had rekindled her hope. Swears to protect you and be your sword. She deems her body and soul to be yours. Difficulty: dude, how much do you 2 want her to fall? It wasn't hard to raise their love. Give the inferiority complex Clara a but load of compliments, responsibilities, trust, and love. Then she's yours. As for the twins, they were made fun of by Thier clan when they were young due to not forming a plate. They were thought to be special cases where they had no talent for mana, but that was just a misconception. They had the rarer case of forming Thier plate all together at once. Rika will have great talent in water magic, and Mika will be a close combatant together. They were a very strong team, not to be pissed off, but right now they lack confidence and hope, so I just gave them that. And so I got them, though Mika was a bit suspicious in the beginning. I quickly won her over. And now I have 3 future stars under me. Chapter 19. Massage. A few days has passed since my mother's birthday. Currently I am with my master learning how to move my mana through my body. I am seated cross-legged on the ground with my master behind me, with her hands guiding the mana for me. I could feel certain power flowing through me. What you feel right now flowing through you is mana. Focus more into moving the mana into your fingertips. As a small flame, I did as she requested, and could feel small amount of mana forming in my fingertips, which formed into a small red flame. It did not burn my hand. Instead, it brought a feeling of warmth. I marveled at my first display of magic, that for the first time my expression was of pure excitement, just like a child's. I couldn't wait to do more. Seeing my excitement, Eleanor smiled. That's all it is there for today. Why don't you go home early today? To that I gave her a doubtful look, as if I couldn't believe her leaving me early. And yes, I couldn't. Don't look at me like that. I just have something to do, okay? That's why I am leaving you early no matter the reason. I still get an early day leave, so I packed my stuff up. And just as I was about to leave, I called her down to my level. Curious, she came down, and when she did, I gave her cheek to kiss, and I dashed out of the door screaming, that is thank for today. After a while, Eleanor recovered and smiled. That child, just kissing his master and running away. I will punish him later, but why is my heart feeling this? Shrugging it off, Eleanor walks back inside, not knowing that an unknown tendency within her was awakening. If only Austin knew otherwise, Austin would have thought twice about taking her as his master. After giving my teacher a goodbye kiss, I directly ran home, where I was greeted by Clara waiting for me. Welcome home, master. Should I prepare your food now, Clara? I said you're right that you can call me Austin when we are alone, but... I know, but come on, say it. AUS Austin. She had barely said the name out loud, but for her efforts, I patted her head as encouragement, which instantly brought a blush on her face. No fair. Even I want to pat to Master. Mika's voice came from back. Following behind her was the shy Rika. These two, after coming to the mansion, has been learning from the soldiers for Comact. They will even impress my mother. How's the training going for the both of you? We're doing our best, master. Uncle Clark even gave us praises that good. At the same time, I patted both of their heads, which they responded with wagging their tail and happy faces. Seeing their tail and ears, I really want to touch it, but I knew better that the Beast Tribe's women would only allow their married husbands to play with their tail. I know that if I asked, they would agree, but I don't want to push the relationship there yet. I plan to build a more solid relationship first. After that, I ordered Clara to prepare my bath. After that, I had my lunch and headed towards my mother's office. Knocking and entering, I saw that my mother was currently having her tea. She looked towards me and smiled. What is it, Austin? Do you need anything? No, Mom, I was free today, so I thought that I could give you a massage today. Oh, you're free today? Then why not a month ago? I started giving my mother massages in the name that she was working too much and that I wanted to give her some relief. My massages were normal, but nonetheless she enjoyed it. I came behind my mother to give her a shoulder massage. But this time, there is a difference as my eyes secretly started glowing bulk and gold mixing together. Yup, I brought the Eyes of Truth spell, the Eyes of Truth description. When the Light Priest and Dark Priest had once fought, they discovered their own hidden interest. Together, they made this divine spell of light and darkness that can be used to reveal hidden truths. Uses. The spell covers the eyes to perceive the unseen and concealed aspects of the world. Use it to make even the most cold-faced women respond intensely. Cost, 10,000. Suddenly, I started to see certain green spots on my mother's body. There were red spots near her chest area. So the red area is more sensitive and the green area is less. Looks like I will have some fun today. Mother, why don't I take a hot towel and place it on your face? Hot towel? Just so you could relax better. Mom didn't think much of it and just agreed to it. Now, she WSS laying in the chair with a towel covering her face. Mom, I learned a new technique, recently wanted to try it. Oh, why not? Don't you regret it later, Mom? Then I placed my hands near the shoulder where the spots of green is in much higher quantity and gave a nice press some. My mother suddenly let out a loud sound which spread through the room. Hearing it, my heart began to pound. The mother who always seemed composed, letting out a cry. Oh, God, oh. Mom, looks like my new technique is good. Without waiting for her to answer, I started to press my hands on her shoulder and started to move them. Austin, while wait him, without rest, my hands started to move through her shoulders, pressing each green point with pinpoint accuracy, and along with it increased my mother's moans. Doing it for 2 minutes, I felt my mother's body shudder, and along with a loud moan, so good. Damn, did she just finish? It looks like the tension in my mother's body was larger than I thought. Standing in front of her, I could see that the towel moved a bit, and I saw my mother breathing heavily with her eyes up and saliva dripping down her mouth. Then I looked toward her legs and saw some liquid falling down her legs. Damn, how I wish I could shut her up quickly. I moved towards my mother, worried. If anything happened, Mom, are you all right? Did my massage hurt? It's only when I asked her did she return to herself. Seeing my innocent eyes and caring look, she felt reassured by her son's touch. And no, Mother's fine. Just where did you learn such a massage? Oh, I looked through the library and learned more about the body. Hence I tried using it today. Why, Mom, did not feel good. No, it felt wonderful, sweetheart. Thank you. It's fine, just don't give massages to others now, okay? I nodded like a good child. Now, Austin, why don't you leave? Mother has to deal with something. Nodding, I left the room, and when I did, Grace fell back in her chair panting, overwhelmed by the strange feeling washing over her. My son's massage. Am I really so easily flustered? Sigh. How would I look at his face again with that? Grace closed her eyes, trying to forget what had just happened, while I smirked and walked away. Looks like it really works. Chapter 20. Massage too. A few days has passed since the day I had given my mother a massage, and she hasn't let me do it again. Though not a problem, I spend my time training with my master and playing with both my sisters. It was during this time that my mother told us in news a week from now we would be heading out to the capital for Princess Olivia's coming out ceremony. Hearing this, I went into my thoughts. Olivia, as you all guessed, is one of the capture targets. She would come among the top 5, bearing the bloodline of the first emperor. She is destined to succeed the throne. Having the bearing and beauty of a great leader, she always protects her people and is cruel towards her enemy. Well, this and something else made her in the top 5, that is, she was a macho sadist. In other words, she is a sets who like to give pain and at the same time desires someone to conquer her, to she has a secret desire to be used and to be looked down upon by someone, but that in itself is a huge task. As the princess with the first emperor's bloodline, her pride is drilled to her bones. If just anybody looks down on her, well, you better hope you have a life insurance even after you conquer her love. You would have to complete a certain hidden quest to be her master. The difficulty of bringing her Mac Hoyside outside is a huge task in the game. I just had to press some buttons, and it's done, but here I have to do it physically. A wrong move, and my head would fly away. Plus, right now, she's my cousin. I was only broffy out of my thoughts when my mother spoke again. So we will be leaving in a week from now. We'll take our flying ship this time. With that, she gave a few more instructions and gave us time to prepare. After that, each of us went to our room. Each with different thoughts. A coming out ceremony, huh? It's basically those idle declarations back on Earth where a person makes a debut in front of people. There would be many important people there too. Actually, our mansion and the palace has a teleportation circle connected with each other with enough magic crystals. We could get to the other side in seconds, but due to this being a formal invitation, we had to arrive by our floating ship. Looks like Olivia's plan moved up a bit. After that, I vised my master to explain about it, and to ask for her leave. Sure, it's no problem, but come here, saying so. I went near her. She placed her hands on my chest, and I could feel her energy flowing through me. I looked at her. It's just a seal, which will show that you haven. Yet awaken your plate, unless another Imperial forcefully checks through you. No one will know. Nodding to her, I gave a kiss on her cheeks, and went home not knowing that my departure just furthered Eleanor's awakening. So I won't see him for weeks. Why do I feel angry and loneliness for that? Oh, well, this must be love I have towards my disciple. Yep, that's all. With that, Grace returned to her shop, counting the time, till her disciple returns a week later. Currently, we were boarding our floating ship. It was just like those Ballon ships you on Earth, but just reinforced with magic and gives of a luxurious vibe. Inside, the insides looked just like a hotel with dining halls, several rooms, playing area, and space. The trip would be 2 days long. After boarding, we all started playing together as a family. Chess, jokes, games, and like that time, Went on the whole day, was filled with laughter and fun, and a rare occasion, our family slept together as one, and during the next day, I asked my mother if she wanted a massage, in which she flinched and denied no need, mother, is all better now. You don't need to do such a thing, but I learned a new massage for this. I thought that I could make you relax. I am sorry if it was bad. I dropped my head and became depressed and sad, like a hurt puppy. I turned to walk away, but my mother caught me and consoled me. No, it's mother's fault. Don't worry, your massage was good. You can give me a massage. Finally, my mother agreed. So I took her to a free room set up for massages. There a bed for her to lay down, and candles were the only thing giving light, creating a somewhat dark atmosphere. Seeing that the room had less light, my mother gave out a sigh. Even if something happened, her son won't be able to see it. Turning around, I gave a command. Mother, this time I want you to relax in the bed with a towel. I read that using oil will be better, so I want to try it. Looking into her son's innocent eyes, she hesitated at first, but then she later agreed. I stepped out for my mother to get ready while I took out my oil item. The seductive oil description. The oil made by the Caucasian tribe to provide relaxation uses. Increases the sensitivity of the body. Cost $2,000, a bit expensive, but useful nonetheless. After a few minutes, I entered the room and saw my mother laying on the bed downwards with her bubbly ass up. Her back was just covered by a towel, and her blonde hair was tied to a bun. Gulping, I went beside my mother. Mom, are you ready? I heard a quiet yes and began my game. I first lifted the towel from her back to just the ass, leaving it there. I got a nice view of her side breast, applying the oil on my hands. I activated the spell, and my eyes were golden black. Then I pressed my hands on her back, giving a small notion. The results were already showing. So I went for a slow massage, rubbing her back and gently soothing her tense muscles, her relaxing sounds increasing as I applied gentle pressure. At that time, I was accidentally touching her side and moving. I could feel her body heat up, knowing that she was slowly falling to lust. I activated a small spell, Arcana, which was just a spell for producing invisible things slowly. Without her noticing, I started to spread the spell toward her lower body. And suddenly she moved her body up. No, and with that she gasped and fell back. It was good, wasn't it, mother? I looked at her with a smug and anticipating gaze, awaiting her praise. She looked towards me, her expression changing. She was very relaxed from her son's massage again, while he was just innocently giving her a massage. Her feelings couldn't even be described right now, but it wasn't over yet. Okay, mother, we will start phase 2, and without waiting for her reply, I started my massage again while pressing with more strength. I then gently began massaging her legs, working slowly upward toward her thigh. That feels nice, she murmured. I then moved to her lower back, carefully adjusting the cover as I continued the soothing massage. I could see her and how affected she was. Thank God I can't react right now, or else I don't know what might happen. Slowly my hands fall onto her and begin to hold her. I slowly started to knead gently while my spell slowly activated and began to affect her. I am not scared, because the spell might play as her imagination, and due to her being lost in desire, she won't notice it. Slowly, I started caressing her with the invisible hand, and my hands nicely changed her shape. Her sounds of pleasure were increasing as she encouraged me to continue. Not caring about the setting, I increased my intensity while her body responded, trembling and reacting to the sensations, growing more intense as I continued. In a minute, her body shuddered again, and her body, along with her bottom with my hands, rose up and twitched and fell. Mom, you all right? Silence. Going at her front, I saw that she had fallen unconscious, so that's her limit, huh? I came above her bed, sat on her legs. I raised my hands, and then I hit her bottom. I saw it juggle nicely. I gave her ass a few more spank for my amusement, and then got off her. After that, I cleaned the room and left. Chapter 21. Arrival. After I left the room, my mother had come to see me after 2 hours. At first, she seemed hesitant and depressed, but then she had asked me what had happened, so I said her the truth, that I had only massaged her once, and she fainted after that. Hearing it, I could see that Mom let out a sigh. I even discreetly heard her muttering, "Yeah, that's right, it's a dream," and so on. I made it so that she had a dream about her son in an intimate situation. I am pretty sure that after this, she won't let me massage her, but it's no problem. I had already got my objective done. Currently making my mother think of me as a man is impossible, so if I want her to fall, I should take it slow. Right now, she already knows what I bring to the table, And over time, I could slowly work on getting closer to my mom. After that, there were no problems. It was awkward with my mom at first, but it later went away. Then the whole week was used by us to spend time as a family where we played, talked, and slept together. After a week, we finally arrived at the capital city. I looked out from the window. The city's size was huge. You could say the city itself was a small country. There were giant buildings, beautiful churches, and huge amusement parks. There was a huge castle the size of a city, its beauty breathtaking. There was an artificial waterfall, and the city itself was a great representation of strength and grandeur. Our flying ship slowly made way towards the castle's landing area. Me and my family gets ready to leave the ship. Once the ship landed, we got out, and the huge castle finally comes to vie. The flag containing a huge sun proudly floats above the castle. When we got out, there were some people waiting to receive us. An old man in butler's suit comes forward greeting Duchess. I hope your journey has been wonderful. Yes. The trip this time was especially fun, my mother replied in a stoic and graceful face, and we all got ourselves into our roles too. My elder sister stood beside her. As the eldest with a proud front, my sister stood behind me, and me in the middle. After greeting us, the butler led us inside the castle. The castle itself was amazing. The insides was completely decorated with gold and silver. The castle itself is thousands of years old and represents this empire's great history. While looking around the castle, we were led to a room. The butler stopped, turned around, and gave us indication to enter. After that, all of us entered the room. Once inside, we saw a 30-year-old man and a 30-year-old woman. Within it, the man looked handsome and had the bearing of a king, his blonde hair and green eyes, giving him the perfect look of an emperor. The woman next to him was beautiful beyond belief. She had a cold face, blue hair to her shoulder, and blue eyes that seemed to contain the world. Her face was the perfect definition of beauty. She wore a red dress over her body, but it was unable to hide her seductive body. Her breast rose proudly, and her ass stood tall. She had an S-type body. Any man who looked upon her would be in lust, but none dared to, as her status, strength, and power were not something anyone could deal with. Arriving, I directly used the read function. Name, clause Israel, sex, male, age, 46, species, human talent, 910, power, origin level 9, title, the emperor, the lover, crown prince, cruel monarch, etc. Love, 78, description, currently happy about his daughter's matter, feeling a bit dispirited because his wife refuses to have sex with him for some unknown reason. So, this is the emperor. Hull looks like his strength is nothing to scoff at. After that, I looked towards the empress. Her beauty is indeed something, but thinking about the things in the game, she is indeed crazy right now. She won't have any feelings towards me, right? Name, Laura, Israel, sex, female, age, 40, species, human talent, 910, power, origin level 8, title, the empress, ice queen, beauty, etc. Love, 120, feelings still unidentified, description. Her feelings for you keeps fluctuating. She's unsure of what's happening. Her body completely desires you. Her rationality about you disappears with time. Difficulty. Difficulty? Bro, open your eyes. You just need to give a sign and enjoy cucking your Uncle Austin. The hell? What's happening? Why is her feeling like this? System, I think you're broken. There's nothing wrong with the system, nothing wrong. Then what's with this score? Love and hate don't just pop out of nowhere. She's basically screaming for me. Why? If the host wants to know the information, he can buy it from the system. Buy. I will buy fast. Give it to me. The information costs 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to buy? Yes. How can money compare to my life? Ding. Points extracted. The reason for her increasing feelings for you is due to your bloodline. My bloodline. Are you saying that my bloodline affects her? How? Host bloodline and the targets have a certain connection. Hence, the feelings started to form due to your bloodline being unawakened. The target's interaction is going wrong right now. In the target's eyes, you're the most perfect being. The only person fit for her is you, and only her for you. Once the host awakens his bloodline, she will be submissive to you, making her existence only for you. Austin. Shit. My bloodline is that powerful? Just what type of bloodline do I carry? What connection do I have with the Empress bloodline? System, can you tell me it is advised not to learn about your bloodline before awakening it, as it may lead to you not at all awakening it? I have countless questions to ask, but no answer. It really feels suffocating. While I was going through several plans in my mind, my family and the others already started interacting with each other. Little sis, you look better now. The emperor said, yeah, I've been recovering recently, and I feel much better now. Looks like my nephew and nieces are all doing fine with that. The emperor walks up to us and gives each of us pats on our heads. Nora smiles. Elda shyly nodded, and when he reached me, I looked up to him and smiled. It surprised him a bit. As always, when he came near me, I would always lower my head and act all scared, but right now, he could see a difference in my eyes. As if the boy had become a different person. Looks like little Austin has changed a lot. Hearing the emperor's words, Gray smiles. Yes, he has changed a lot. Somehow the emperor was feeling a bit of danger from the boy, as if the boy would take something important from. His instincts has always been his lifeblood. What am I thinking, Sai? That looks like I need to get some sleep with that. The others started talking with each other. The empress came and talked with all of us while displaying normal reactions and actions. In front of me, we all talked for a while before each of us were led to our own room. It was only tomorrow that the ceremony will start, and it seems Olivia and the others are busy with it. I enter my room and directly fell onto my bed. The things that happened till now had drained my energy, and I need some rest. Chapter 22. The party the next day, I was standing in front of the mirror looking at my current appearance. I was wearing a black suit which contradicted with my hair. My face had a touch of makeup. My current appearance was a package of cuteness and a hint of handsome. I was dressed up for the event coming up right now. After dressing me up the palace, maids led me to my family. Getting there, I saw my family standing together. My mother was dressed in a conservative green dress with her hair tied to a bun with a hairpin. She appeared graceful and beautiful. Next to her stood my elder sister Nora, who was similarly wearing a one-piece green dress with her shoulder exposed. Her hair was left to her back, giving a beautiful vibe. She stood tall and proud. Next to her stood my little sister Elda, wearing a black one-piece dress. Her blob of short silver hair and her shy expression giving her a cute and adorable appearance. When I arrived, they looked towards me. My mother smiled at me, while both of my sisters had a small blush on seeing me. Well, my appearance is a plus point in my current life. After all, you look handsome, little Austin, my mother said with a teasing smile, to which I responded with a smile, bye, big brother looks handsome. Elda replied with a blush, you don't look bad right now. My sister responded, thanks. You all look beautiful too, I replied with a smile, to which they all gave a smile back. After this, we headed toward the hall where the event will take place. The hall was extremely huge, with several important guests being within it. There was a huge table with food that cost beyond a normal noble house's yearly earning. When we entered, several eyes turned towards us. After all, we are a dukedom, and my mother is the emperor's sister. So many paid attention to us. All of us walked in with a proud and dignified aura. Even the usually shy Elda was walking with seriousness. After all, as a dukedom, we need to show the bearing of one. The eyes of several older and younger men lit up. My mother's and sister's status and appearance are something that attracted several of them. Even though my mother was married, her beauty still hasn't left her. So she was a fatal attraction to many. Even just getting together with my elder sister too was very tempting. But not only the guys, but several little girls also had fear eyes scanning me up and down. My serious face attracted the little girls' heartstrings, and my adorable appearance brought a twink to the older ones. We entered inside and waited for the event to begin, during which several people come towards us to strike a conversation. My mother was surrounded by several men, and we went to interact with the children's. I walked along with my little sister, and we went around talking to several others. Networking is important for a noble. But all the people I talked to were girls. Several of them came toward me to strike a conversation. I maintained a smile and conversed with them. In a matter of few minutes, they were laughing and happily chatting with me. As the atmosphere was getting lively, there was an announcement that the princess would be arriving. Soon the doors opened as the emperor and the empress entered together. Unlike when we met them before, right now, they were giving the pressure and standing of a ruler. Following behind them were the princes. There were 3 of them, and a little girl of 6-year-old along with them. They came and stood behind the emperor waiting for the star's arrival. If I remember correctly, wasn't there a fighting arc with the other princes in the game? Looks like I must stay away from these cousins of mine. Suddenly, there was a ringing of bells, and a girl of 10-year-old enters. She was wearing a golden princess-style gown. She had blonde hair and blue eyes aligning with a beautiful face. She gave the feeling of authority and magnanimity. giving the feeling that people could not help but follow her appearance, taking in the attention of every person in the hall. Name: Olivia Israel. Sex: female. Age: 10. Species: human. Talent: 10 power. Origin: level 0. Tier 2. Title: princess, the inheritor. Love: 11. Familial love. Description: she is proud to be born as the princess, currently a bit confused about her unique traits. Difficulty: SS. Work hard. That's all, as expected, of one of the top 5 capture targets. Her difficulty is indeed off the charts. While I was thinking, the ceremony started. Many procedures were done, and in the end the princess gave a speech. After that, many people moved to meet and talk with her. It's not a secret that Olivia was born with founding emperor's bloodline, so she was given a lot of respect by the people. After some time, my family moved forward to give congrats. My mother moving forward to give some pleasantries while we congratulated Olivia. Congrats, cousin. You were really great up there. I moved to speak completely different from how I do it normally. My way of speaking caught her by surprise, and she stared at me as some stranger. What happened, princess? Can't remember your cousin after not meeting him for a while. It's only when I spoke again did she respond. With a smile, she said, No, it's just that you changed a lot, Austin. I puffed you on my chest like I did something great. After that, we did some talk and moved on. Telling that I wanted to explore alone, I left my family to look around the castle. While I was walking through the garden, I heard a crying sound, so I moved towards it. Reaching and hiding, I saw a group of boys surrounding and bullying a little girl, little sister. I don't even understand why you are even part of the family. With your face, it's disgrace, yeah. You should just leave. That's right, no one wants to see you. Following the first boy's words, several others started shaming her. As a princess, instead of living a happy life, she's going through a lot secretly. She's planning her revenge. Difficulty: she's smart, so you should make sure you move with caution. Seeing the information, I smiled. Looks like I am lucky tonight. Chapter 23. Taking action to think I would meet her here. Emily Hoffman. As you guessed, she is indeed a capture target. A smart one, to say the least. Her life itself could be said to be a tragedy. She was the princess of a small kingdom. Compared to the empire, the kingdom was nothing, though. Her mother was an elf who fell in love with the king of that kingdom. The king had highly regarded her mother, but tragedy struck as her mother passed away when she was born. Unlike the normal fantasy world where there are half-elves, there is no born half-elf or something like that. You're either born as a human or elf, but there's a chance for you to awaken your other half. If you're born human, there might be a chance to awaken your elf side, and then be a half-elf from there. You could increase your strength or power and become full, or stay half, taking the advantages of both the species. In the world of ether, half species are highly regarded. Rather than being looking down on having the advantages of both their species, they would be recruited by everyone. But it had become a small problem when it came to Emily. The king loved her mother, but because of her birth, she died. Plus, when she was born, there was a red scar-like stuff on her face, giving people a repulsive feeling to look away. Many healers had tried to heal the scar, but none worked, with no one to protect her, and with her looks caused her to have a tough life of bullying and loneliness, but none knew that the girl was just bidding her time. While she looked normal, her intelligence was off the charts. She was waiting for the moment to strike, and strike she did. She had awakened her elf side, becoming a half-elf. After that, she was taken in by the elf empire, becoming a direct attendant of the elf princess. Also, due to her awakening, her scar had dispersed. She had turned from the ugly duckling to a beautiful swan. But it was only on the exterior. In the inside, she had already turned dark. After she was taken in by the elf empire, she slowly started controlling the market of her kingdom. She had single-handedly plotted and brought down her kingdom and given her previous family a terrifying death. After that, she stayed in the elf empire. Just like a good girl, she had become a person who only moved for profit. If there was no profit, then she would rather die than act. Her real character and ruthlessness was hidden from the world. Conquering her was a huge undertaking. You must first bring out her real character. Then you must work hard to change her, and then make her good, and then conquer her. Easy to say, but hard to accomplish. But right now, I'm dealing with a child, and I am sure that it's going to be much easier to deal with. I hope. While I was thinking to myself, the bullying continued, and just as things were going to escalate, I made my move. Moving from my hiding spot, I came behind them. Stop. I screamed loudly. My voice got their attention. All of them turned towards me, and them seeing me, all of them paled. After all, I am the son of a duke, and their status could not be compared to mine. Having me see them bully someone could be dangerous. At that time, a 12-year-old brown-haired, black-eyed boy moved forward to talk. Yes, young Master Austin, what do we all have the pleasure of meeting you playing dumb, huh? Don't try to act ignorant. I clearly saw what you did. Bullying a girl, and not only your sister, what kind of brother are you? My words caused his face to contract, and anger came rising up. No matter what, he was still a prince, and the blatant disrespect from Austin caused his anger to rise. But before he could say anything, I took action. I don't want to hear anything from you. Leaving the fact you're doing something as bullying in the Princess Olivia's party is enough to backlist your family. As long as you get out of my face, I can let it go, and if you have any problems, I don't. Do you mind talking about it to my uncle? The more I spoke, the more fearful they became, and when I said about talking to the emperor, they lost their confidence, and just like scared chickens, they ran away. After seeing all of them going away, I moved towards Emily. I gave a hand towards her. Are you all right? But instead of answering, she hid her face and moved away. So I looked more clearly at her. She was wearing a blue one-piece dress, green hair that slid to her shoulders, and a green gem-like eyes right now. She was sitting on the floor, hiding her face with her hands while only peeking a look at me with her eyes. Don't worry, I am not going to hurt you. I already sent them away. Even then, she just hid her face. You why will hate me after seeing my face? Just like everyone else. Just then a small reply came from her in a low whisper. She looked towards with her gem-like eyes. Seeing this, my heart felt a bit uncomfortable. No matter what, she was just an 8-year-old going through a tough time in her life, while I was just using her weakness for my benefit. Sigh. I can at least try to be a bit better thinking. So I came closer to her. Why would I hate you if I see your face? Everybody says I am ugly, so no one will like me. Them try me. My answer surprised her, and she looked at me, not knowing what I meant. Show me your face, and let me see if I would hate you or not. My words caused her to hesitate a bit, but then she took a deep breath and removed her hands. A childish face came to my view. She could have said to be cute, if not for the ugly scar that ran on her right side. Giving a repulsive feeling, Emily looked directly into the eyes of the boy that had just saved her. She wanted to know how he would react to her face. Will he be just like the others, repulsed by her? But to her surprise, the boy didn't know any reaction. He just looked directly into her face, causing to turn it away, as it was the first time that someone looked at her so directly. You have beautiful eyes. His gentle and magnetic words came to her ears, causing her to flinch. She looked into the boy's eyes, and she saw pity, happiness, and warmth. What? Why aren't you repulsed? Don't you think that I am ugly? Why are you ugly? All I see is a girl who has a small scar on her face, dressed in a blue dress, who looks pretty. His words caused her heart to beat faster. Pretty? Me? Emily had always been good at deadening emotions from others, and she could tell that what the boy said was the truth. She looked towards the boy, who had a gentle smile on his face and was offering her his hand. For the first time, a genuine smile came on her face. Mother, looks like I found it. My Prince Charming, 50,000 Affection, Chapter 24. The game. While Austin was trying his hardest to win over a capture target, within the depths of the Israel Palace, there were a few girls grouped together, sitting surrounding a table. If Austin was here, then he would definitely identify all of them. Among them on one side sat Olivia, and behind her stood 3 girls, and one of them was Nora. On the other side sat a girl, 10-year-old, wearing a dark black and blue gown. Her dark black hair fell to her back. Her black eyes seemed like the void with no end. Her beauty comparable to the moon. If Olivia was a shining sun that attracted others to follow her, then this girl was the moon shining up in the sky, causing others to come under her light. Looks like your party is going well. I presume it was the girl who spoke first. Yeah, it's going well, but dealing with all those nobles is just so boring, unlike how she was acting in the banquet. The Olivia right now was relaxed and carefree. After all, she didn't need to act so high in front of her friends. Yep. Friends, a person in front of her was the princess of the Twilight Empire. Just like Nora, she had also inherited her founding emperor's bloodline. What's happening right now was just the meeting between different friends, where each of the gathered girls' status could shake the world. The Carmel in front of her was just a projection after all. This was an organization formed by all the girls of the Sylvia realm. Yup. Girls being of a high standing, they are the friends they could openly talk with are limited, so all of them came together to talk and spend time as friends. I don't understand why you all have to go through all this for a bet. Why don't all of you fight it out? A girly voice was then heard. It was heard from one of the screen-like projection on the room. Oh, right, there were a few screens being projected on the room. These are just magical communication tools used to chat with each other. Using magic, it was possible, but the cost was high, but it was nothing to the girls gathered here. Well, this is important. We must decide the next leader amongst us today. For their organization, the position of leader was always a 2-year period, and it was always passed amongst each other. Right now, they're here to decide the leader amongst both the princess of the empire. So they came together to decide it through a game of chess. The rules were simple. Both the princess would bring their subordinate who would play a match, and the best of 3 would win. So, Olivia, I hope you're ready to lose hump. You have no idea what I can do, Olivia snorted to Carmel's words. Thus, both sides brought out theater players. From Olivia's side came a 10-year-old red-haired and red-eyed girl. She looked cute and gave a feeling of an intellectual. From Carmel's side came an 11-year-old girl. She had a blob-like orange hair, mesmerizing brown eyes, which seemed to contain some spark in them. Both of them moved forward and began their game. Pieces started moving and falling. Finally, after 10 minutes, the orange-haired girl declared checkmate, her voice breaking the solemn atmosphere within the room. The red-haired girl had a disbelieving face. She couldn't understand how she lost. It was as if she played for her opponent to win. Nora had a frown on her face. She could see that the orange-haired girl has some ability that let her win, but she couldn't complain, as it was just part of her power calculations. The orange-haired girl spoke, her eyes shining. I am able to predict and move before my opponents. Makes one, her words answering the doubts of the people gathered there. That's basically an ability to cheat in a chess game, Nora thought. She couldn't help in any way right now. Suddenly she thought a certain silver-haired boy, maybe Austin can. While Nora was thinking, the second person moved to play, who also lost much earlier than the first one, bringing a heavy atmosphere to the room. Looks like this is what you all have. The orange-haired girl smiled with a smug face, her arrogance sliping out of her. The words she spoke brought a frown on both Olivia and Carmel. Before they could speak, someone else made a move. Don't be so arrogant. You won't be able to win against the person. I will bring. Nora's voice echoed in the room, bringing all the attention to her. Oh, then I could like to see this person you speak of. The orange-haired girl spoke. Your Highness, give me a chance. I will bring you a champion. Olivia looked into Nora's eyes for a few minutes before nodding. 15 minutes later, Austin was now currently looking at the surrounding in which he was brought. Wait, what happened? Why am I here? What kind of heaven is this? A few moments ago, he was spending time with Clara, racking in a lot of affection. Playing and teasing her brought a lot of points, though not love. He had at least got her to have a crush on him and was sure that it could later develop to love. So before leaving her, he had given her a communication tool, connecting to him. Just as he was happily humming and going back, he was caught by his sister Nora, who had pulled him without any words and brought him to this room. No correction, heaven. Currently, he was seated in front of an orange-haired girl while surrounding him were different girls, all of them being capture targets. Holy moly. Did I win a lottery today? At first, I looked towards the black-haired girl name. Carmel. Twilight. Sex: female. Age: 10. Species: human. Talent: 10 power. Origin: level 0. Tier 2. Title: Princess Twilight. The foodie. Love: 0. Description: currently hoping to win the seat of the leader. She loves sweets. Difficulty: SS. Try your best. Yep, just as I thought. Another major capture target. Another one which comes under the top 5 in the capture target list. Conquering her is difficult. After that, I looked towards a girl in front of me. Name: Ella Croftman. Sex: female. Age: 10. Species: human. Talent: 10 power. Origin: level 0. Tier 1. Title: The Intellectual. Smartass. Love: 0. Description: due to her high intelligence, she looks down on others, wants to win this match no matter what difficulty. Sigh. Another one who would have thought that there was such a place in the game. If the players knew, they would have done everything to get in here. Chapter 25. The game, 2. Ella was another capture target. She might not have much when it came to strength, but her innate ability gave her a high intelligence. She was the right-hand girl of Carmel. When it came to planning, organization, and everything else, there was none that could beat her. After entering the room, I was starred on by countless eyes. It was as if I was a rare specimen. I got goosebumps on my body. Looking at my front, I could see the girls behind Carmel. If my guess was right, then they would be using projection magic to display themselves here. The chessboard in front of me might be using some magical connection to the chessboard in front of them. When I make a move, the move would be done on their side, so it's just like playing chess on the computer with your friend. Except that this being on a higher level, while I was running the magical theories in my head, a voice was heard. Nora, don't you know the rules? No boys allowed. A voice was heard from one of the screens. I couldn't see the figure, but I could guess that she was an important person I know, but I'm not inviting him to join, plus he is my brother. Nora replied defiantly. Nora, are you sure he can help us win? Olivia asked her doubt. After all, she didn't know that this cousin of hers was such a talent in chess. Affirmative. I am sure. Olivia then looked towards me, who was looking around as if I had no idea what's going on, but I did get the gist of what's happening. Looks like this is the perfect opportunity to show off what's happening here, big sis. I raised my doubt. After that, Nora explained to me what happened and what I had to do, so I should defeat this big sis in chess, I said, looking towards Ella. That's right, Nora nodded, but instead of her expectation of me agreeing, I did something else. But why should I help? My question brought about a silence to the room. The previously uninterested girls started paying attention. After all, this was the first time that they heard someone say no to them, Mom. So you're saying you won't help me? Olivia asked, intrigued, instead of angry. Well, I can help. But sis, you know what? You might have to give me. Hearing my word, my sister went silent. But then she spoke. 1 week's worth, 2 weeks worth. Then we are done. I directly said my price, causing her to flinch. But after thinking about it a bit, she finally agreed. Fine, you can have my 2 weeks worth of sweet. Hearing that I gave a pose of success and moved to play the game. But then Olivia spoke. So you're saying that you want to do what I want for free? Why should I? Hearing the same answer, it should have made Olivia angry. But somehow, instead, she was feeling happy. It really is a different experience to be rejected. 35 Affection Humph. Girl, I know you inside out. Instead of focusing more on Nora, I moved to Ella sitting in front of me, whose expression had turned for the worst. Kid, do you really think that you could beat me? I shrugged my shoulders and gave her a smile. Who knows? After that, we sat to play the game. She made the first move. Like this, we continued to move our pieces. Several of the girls had their concentration on the game. It continued for 15 minutes before I placed the final piece. Checkmate. Silence. Everybody had a disbelieving face on them, especially Ella. She couldn't understand where she went wrong. Ho, how? You're too perfect. My reply caught her off guard. Everyone looked towards me, waiting for me to continue. Each of your moves are strict or rule following, as if it's predetermined. There's no uniqueness within it, hence they create cracks in your plan. Because you're too perfect, there is no flexibility, hence you lose. It was silent for a moment before a slapping sound came. Everyone turned towards Carmel, who was clapping with a smile on her face. Amazing. It really was an amazing game, Nora. I lost this one. After she said that, others also started clapping along with her, who marveled at my performance. My sister came to me and ruffled my hair. I knew you would win. My sweets are not wasted. After all, that was amazing, Austin. I owe you one. Olivia interjected at that moment. Ella stood up and came to me. She was just a projection and couldn't do anything to me. She came in front of me and pointed her finger. Your name is Austin, right? I will remember you. The next time we have a match, I will win for sure. After that, she disappeared. Don't take her word to heart. She's just competitive. Carmel spoke up. I am really surprised that there is such a chess genius here. I hope to meet personally in the future. After that, she went in to speak with the others while I was quickly thrown out of the room. Shaking my head, I walked back to my assigned room. Fight Ella in chess the next time. I'd probably lose. The only reason won against her this time was because of my information from the game. In fact, it was one of the prerequisites to win her affection. There was personally a flaw in her gaming style, which the players Mut used to win against her. I had just used that. Though it will only work once tired, I entered my room and fell asleep. The next day, after the party, me and my family set out to return to our home. I received a gift from both the Emperor and Olivia. Currently, we were standing near our ship, getting ready to leave. The Emperor and Empress had come to leave us off. Have a safe trip, sis. If you have any problem, just inform me, okay? Sure. You don't have to worry about me. I stood there looking at them, and I directly looked into the Empress's eyes. I felt my body go cold for a moment. Say my goodbye, we boarded the ship. I didn't even want to go stay close to that woman. At all, the Empress felt like a storm, which was only calm for now. Why, you ask? I had found over 5 recording devices in my room. It was hidden in different angles. Normally, a child who hadn't awakened won't be able to feel it, but looking through it, I could feel mana similar to the Empress. I should be an idiot if I couldn't understand it till now. As much as I want to deal with her currently, I can't. Well, the thought of cucking an emperor does sound exiting. I must live after all that. So I couldn't move against her until I awakened my bloodline. So like a nice boy, I kept it all back, as if nothing had been changed. Taking a deep breath and confirming my goals, I entered the ship knowing not what the future held for me. Chapter 26. Time skip 3 years later. It's been 3 years since I came to this world. Currently, I am 11 years old, and am going through the files about the dukedom. Yup, you heard right. I am dealing with the affairs of the dukedom. A year ago, I asked my mother if I could help her with her work. At first she didn't agree, but later on she gave in. After all, I had earned the title of a genius in studies. My teachers couldn't stop praising how smart I was. Leaving the boasting aside, after I took part in her work, the time she spent on her work decreased. We got to spend more time as a family, and all of us became closer. These few years have been a crazy year, and a lot had happened. First of all, Clara had awakened her bloodline, shocking the people of the house. Taking my eyes of the document, I looked towards a girl standing beside me. She looked 11-year-old. She had black hair tied in a ponytail and brown eyes. What was different about her was the 2 small horns poking in her head. Instead of looking bad, it gave her a cute look. Her face, though still immature and cute. No one could deny that she would be a beauty in the future. Unlike how she was a few years ago, the girl right now stood both proud and elegant. She wore a maid uniform. The chest, which was flat, had a small sign of protrusion. Her eyes, whenever she looked at me, was full of love and subservience. Overall, she had changed name. Clara. Sex: female. Age: 11. Species: human. Partial demon. Talent: 810. Bold line awakened. Demonic darkness power. Origin level 1 title. The awakened: stalker. Madly in love. Love demon love. 140 description. Completely devoted to you, she wants to nothing more than to spend eternity with you. Trains harder than anyone to be worthy of you. Remark. What have you done? Yup, I went a bit overboard with her. During her awakening of her bloodline, her chances of survival itself was small, so I had to buy something called the Pearl of Darkness to help her succeed. Also, due to her awakening a demonic bloodline, there were a lot of problems too. So at that time I stood beside her. The act of me using a priceless treasure to help her and standing beside her gave me a lot of affection, but I might have gone a bit overboard. Her love for me increases no matter what I do. As for her titles, I pretend as if I don't see it. Suddenly the door to the room opens and 2 girls enter, one having black hair and the other white. It's the Fox girls that have changed during this time. Both of them had grown taller. The aura of depression they had is completely gone. What replaced it was a fierce aura covering them both. Master, you're always in the room. Why don't you come and play with us? Yes. We would like it if you could take some rest. Mika, who entered first, spoke, supported by Rika. Name: Mika's. Sex: female. Age: 11. Species: black wolf. Beast women. Talent: 810. Power. Origin level 1 title. Crazy fighter. Comac addict love. 100 description. You are her light. Your words and support brought her confidence back. Swears to protect you and be your sword. She deems her body and soul to be yours. Remark. Impressive name. Rika's. Sex: female. Age: 11. Species: white wolf. Beast women. Talent: 810. Power. Origin level 1 title. Water mage. Loved mage love. 100 description. In her heart your position is unshakable. Her shy character over the years has disappeared. She strives to express her feelings for you. Remark. Both the sisters? Enjoy, bro. Both Rika's and Mika's feeling had grown a large margin. This is mainly because of the support I had given them a year ago. When they saw that their plate was still not forming, they had gone to despair, but I was there and completely supported them at that time. So I was able to rack in more affection. My mother actually was very surprised, to say the least. Having one person with talent such as theirs would be a blessing, but there were 3 of them. She couldn't stop smiling for some time. Leaving my documents, I looked for the time. Seeing that it's late, I stood up and stretched. Seeing that it's late, I don't mind taking a break. Saying so, I began to walk, but suddenly both Mika and Rika came to my side and took my shoulders. Mika on my right and Rika on the left, their still developing breasts pressed against my hands. Girls, what are you doing? We're just giving you a support to walk. Yup. That's right, just a support. Mika spoke, and Rika assured girls, do you think I'm an old man that I need your support to walk? We're just protecting you. Yup, that's right, protect me. Girls, who's gonna harm me inside my own dukedom, surrounding by an army? Can't you girls make a better excuse? Suddenly I felt a hug on my back, and a voice is heard. Oh, come on, don't you all just hug Austin. You might make him irritated. Clara, you don't have the right to speak here. You're always with him while we were training. Yeah, that's right. You're always hoarding him. Give us some time with him like this Thier conversation goes on, girls. Am I not still here? Sai, this is one of the problem that arose with their affection. They publicly started to display their affection for me, not hiding it. There were countless times when my mother made fun of me about it. Plus, there was a small rumor going around that I am a playboy, till I haven't responded to their feeling yet. But they're adamant on being with me. Of course I won't reject them, but the time is not right. But the biggest problem right now are my sisters. Their love towards had reached 100, but the problem is that the love still remains sibling love. I had tried many things, but it still remains the same. But my instincts tell me that it was just the calm before the storm. I get the feeling that once it changes, the points would flow, and I could at least proudly say that I had turned them into bro-cons. While they were still bickering, I got tired and made my move. I took my hand from the Mikas and Rika's grip. My hand them held Thier waist. My sudden movements surprised them. Austin? They both asked without answering them. I gave a mysterious smile, and then suddenly gave both Mikas and Rika's cheeks a kiss, which stunned them both. Austin, both the girls looked at me surprised. This was the first time that I had responded to their advances. But then they suddenly blushed from the kiss while I was enjoying their shy look. I felt a huge aura of jealousy coming from behind me. I looked back to see a pouting Clara. Smiling Riley, I let both the girls go from my arms and turn around without giving her any time to react. I pulled her and gave a kiss on her cheeks too. Now I had 3 cute girls blushing and surrounding me. When I felt that I needed to do some more, a maid suddenly dashes into the room. Yo, young master. The eldest Miss as if she, before the maid could finish, I had already dashed towards my sister's room. Entering it, I was greeted with the sight of both my sisters laying on the bed in pain. Mom, what happened? I directly asked about the situation to my mother. There were a bunch of healers in the room dealing with the situation. Sai, it's nothing severe. It's just that both of your sisters are awakening Thier bloodline. But when Grace said this, there was no happiness in her expression. Only fear and helplessness, both of them at the same time. How is that possible? Chapter 27. The crisis. I had actually known about both of my sisters having hidden bloodline, but they were not supposed to awaken it together, unlike Clara, whose bloodline, though rare, has methods to awaken. It's different for other. As we have no idea what bloodline the person might awaken. Being a house of long history, there might be several bloodline that we could awaken. Some might even require certain conditions in the game. Nora would awaken their family's commander bloodline, where she would have special abilities that will cause fear on a battlefield. Plus, she would also awaken their special sword moves too, but it wasn't all that easy to awaken it, as she had to get a special permission and an item from the historic world. What are historic worlds, you ask? Some extremely powerful people might not be able to pass on their legacy, hence they make a certain subspace, which can be entered. The person would have to pass the test designed, and he would be able to earn that person's power. There might be countless historical worlds spread around the world, that is especially after the Great War thousands of years ago. If you're lucky and stumble into it and gain the owner's recognition, you might go from a small chicken to a phoenix for the Israel Empire. They themselves own a historic world, where a person can enter once in the game. Didn't Nora's mother almost sacrifice herself to gain recognition? If my memory was right, then in the game, Nora's mother had to sacrifice her power to let Nora gain recognition. As Nora was unable to move, entering inside the room, I came toward the Nora laying on the bed. She had changed a lot within these 3 years. Her face, which looked cute, was slowly changing into a beauty. I could see that she was in pain. Her eyes were deeply closed, and she kept wriggling on the bed. Then I looked towards Elda. She had grown up a bit over the years too, losing a bit of her cubby cheeks, becoming to look more cute. Right now, she laying on the bed, her silver hair spread on the bed, looking just like a sleeping fairy. According to my memories, Elda had seemed to awaken a special bloodline relating to fairies itself, causing her to be extremely good at elemental control. In the game, the protagonist had to help her survive the bloodline while fighting in the historic world. It's how you earn both Norris and Elda's love. But Elda only had awakened her bloodline at 15 years of age. Did my actions cause a change? I couldn't help but think that this was my fault, but it's no problem. Mom will just have to sacrifice herself more. But suddenly thinking of a pale-faced and hurt Grace, my heart contracts. My heart started to beat fast, and pain seemed to cover me. What's going on? Why do I feel sad? Then I looked towards both the girls laying on the bed who seemed to be in pain, and then memories started to flow inside me, the memories of a blonde-haired elder sister who was acting tough on the outside, but was gentle on the inside. Her smug face and her childish expression seemed to flow. Before me, suddenly a small silver-haired girl enters my mind. The girl who always stuck to me, the one who had just desired warmth in her life. All of it just seemed to flow through my mind. I laugh out loudly in my head. Of course, how could I be so stupid? While I was earning theater affection, they were earning mine too. Unknowingly, I had come to accept this family of mine. They had come to earn a position in my heart. I closed my eyes and takes a deep breath. Suddenly my hand was held. I opened my eyes and looked towards my mother. She still had her gentle smile. Don't worry, little Osti. Your mother is here. Nothing will happen to them. But the trembling of her eyes and the look of fear were not easy to be hidden from me. Going closer, I gave her a hug. Right now, I could only reach up to her breast. But still I conveyed my feeling to her. She had responded back by hugging me tighter, perhaps looking for support. Leaving the hug, I looked towards my sleeping sisters, and slowly determination starts to flow within me. Nora, Elda, no matter what happens, I will protect you. No matter the cost. After I took my oath, I suddenly felt my blood boil, as if something that was hidden was awakening. Ding. During the times of difficulty, you still choose to accept your true self and choose to move according to your justice. The bloodline laying dormant within, and you respond to your actions. They urge you to move forward and fulfill your desires. Spicale, quest activated. Bloodline. The hidden hero difficulty. SSS description. Heroes aren't born, but they are made. You choosing to step up to save your family has been felt by your bloodline. So follow your will to the end. Help and save your sisters in awakening fear. Bloodline reward. The awakening of your hidden bloodline. Reading through the information, I was dumbfounded. I knew that helping my sister was difficult, but difficulty SSS? Do you guys think I'm going to war or something? But the awakening of my bloodline is indeed something I require. Over the 3 years, I had tried countless ways to awaken it, but with no luck. Even the system's awakening serum's price was over the top. Even when Richard taught me cooking and left, all he gave me was a badge which had the picture of a trident and the sea. The only thing I could understand from it was that it belonged to the Sea tribe, all things considered. The awakening of my bloodline is indeed a huge plus, but it seemed that it won't be easy. I take a look into my system shop function. Looks like I need to start spending a lot of points. It was at this time 3 girls who I had left at my room arrived. Entering the room, they quickly found about the situation. Knowing what was happening, they quickly moved to comfort me. They themselves had a good impression of my sisters, as they don't put up any arrogant faces. Mom, why don't we use the teleportation room to travel to the palace? The people there might know more about the bloodline awakening. I already contacted your uncle. They are prepping the transportation. We will leave in 5 minutes. After that, we had moved my sister to a stretcher-like bed and was brought to the teleportation room. I let the girls stay back standing in the teleportation circle. After a few seconds, it started to lit up, so I had to close my eyes. When I opened them again, we were in a much larger room. There were several mages standing around us as we had landed. Several of the people who were on standby quickly started to move. They started checking upon Nora and Elda. Chapter 28. The Crisis 2. Currently within the Israel Palace, the Emperor, Empress Grace, several people, and me were gathered within a room. Can you tell us about the situation, Grandpa? Bruce the Emperor spoke respectfully to an old man at his side. The old man had white hair, green eyes, and a white beard. The ravages of time had left a few wrinkles on his face. Bruce Israel, the grandfather of my mother and the Emperor, which means he's my great-grandpa. Oh, one more thing, he's an Imperial. This really is incredible. To think both the girls would awaken their bloodline. One leading to great military might, and the other leading to elemental strength. This generation of kids are really amazing. Bruce sighed with both happiness and regret. Happiness because of theater talent, regret because they might not live up to it. Looking at Grace, his granddaughter, who had gone through a lot, he hesitated if he should speak, but in the end decided to be truthful. Grace, for them to fully awaken, they must go through the trail of our historic world, but with their current situation, there's zero chance of them succeeding. The words Bruce spoke brought the room to silence. Even the usually cold-faced Empress frowned. Grace paled completely, almost falling to the ground, but I was there, and I caught her, giving her support. After that I spoke, can't they choose not to awaken it? No. If they choose not to then, they would be crippling themselves. Bruce then sighed. He looked towards the boy holding his mother. He still couldn't believe that the timid boy from before had completely changed. He always had a nagging feeling that something was up with this boy, but he never felt any threat from him. So he let him be. Is there any other methods? It was the Emperor who spoke this time. Bruce hesitated a bit, but he still spoke. There is a method, but the price to pay for it won't be small. He then spoke about a method of using Grace's life force to support the bloodline, to which I instantly exploded and refused. No way would I agree to it. If you want, you can use my life force, not Mom's. My determined words caused a wave of surprise among the people gathered, who instantly gave off some affection points. When I was to argue more, Grace placed her hands on me. No need, Austin. Mother will do it. You don't have to worry about. I can't have anyone leaving me aging and angry. I pushed her and left the room. Once I made sure I was far away, my angry expression faded away, and only calmness remained. Looks like I will have to use that method. Actually, there was a simple method to solve this. That was to have a single person carry Nora and Elda and take the test for them. The historical world that the Israel Empire possessed was what basically contained the powers of all the past bloodline holders. It contains their treasure, weapons, and inheritance, but the problem is that a person is only allowed to enter it once, and the others had already done it. Plus, the historical world was real. In a sense, it means that if you die in it, you die. Even if you're an Imperial, the test would automatically adjust to your strength. So, taking Nora, Elda along with you, you'd basically doing the test for 3 people, which basically is a death sentence who would jump into something when the end is basically death. Controlling myself, I moved towards the room containing my sisters. Entering there were several maids doing their best to look after them, and there was also Olivia sitting in there, looking worried. She too had changed. Not only did she become more beautiful, the whole aura around her had changed, giving out a strong, confident woman. After entering, I spoke. All the servants within the room has to leave. I need to speak privately to Her Highness Olivia. After I spoke, all the people within the room moved out. What is it, Austin? Before I speak, could we move to a more private space? Saying so, I pointed to a room connecting to the current one we are in. She looked at me for a bit, but nodded in the end. Entering the room, I spoke. Olivia, remember what you said 3 years ago, that you owe me? Yes, I do. Then I need you to pay it back to me today. What do you want? She asked me back, her eyes scrunched. I want you to secretly get me and my sisters inside the historic world. What? Are you Carsey? Being a smart person, Olivia instantly understood my intentions, which she strictly disagreed. No way you would die. I am not as weak as you think, Olivia's saying. So I reels my sealed cultivation for her to sense why you. How? Even though she couldn't tell my exact cultivation, she knew that I was above her, someone who was an origin level 2. One must know that she had awakened her founder's bloodline and had extensive resources, which gave in her current power, but I was above her. This had dealt her pride a huge blow, but she pulled herself back quickly. No matter how strong you are, it's too dangerous. I won't allow it. Oh, is the famed princess going back on her word? My words angered her. She brought out her mana to mobilize her spell, but before her, I moved faster. In the blink of an eye, I reached in front of her. I tripped her leg, brought her hand to the back, and forced her to kneel, immobilizing her. Currently, she was forced to kneel with her mana restricted. You, do you know the outcome of what you are doing? Olivia roared with anger and shame. She, the esteemed princess, was forced to kneel. Just this was enough to have Austin's head rolling. Having her kneel, I was just accurately at her height. I don't care if I could save my sisters, then death would be a happy, and I roared back at her, increasing my strength on her. My words caused her heart to beat faster. My domineering presence, bringing her hidden desires to the light. I don't care, and I won't allow it, Olivia stubbornly replied. Oh, I see. So that's how you want to play a huss. Seeing how stubborn she was, I didn't get angry. Once Olivia decided on something, it's almost impossible to change her mind on it. Almost impossible. So, you won't listen to me, huh? Austin? Seeing the sadistic smile on my face, Olivia felt as if something bad was going to happen. She could feel that Austin was different. What are you going to do? Nothing. I'm just going to punish you. Hearing my words, Olivia's eyes opened wide. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was this the same Austin she knew? Teach me a lesson? Yes, someone needs a lesson after all Chapter 29. The lesson currently within a room of the Israel Empire, an eye-dropping scene was taking place. Princess Olivia, the star and love princess of all the dream girl of thousands of boys, was currently being forced to kneel on the ground. If anybody else saw this, they would have hacked Austin to death. You know that I'm a princess, right? Olivia asked with anger and shame in her voice. Yeah. So what? Saying so, I placed a seal on her body, stopping her from using her mana. Then I searched my spatial ring and brought out a recording device. Seeing it, Olivia paled. What are you going to do? Without replying to her, I activated the device and let it float on the air, recording what was going to happen soon. With that, I tied her hand with a cloth. I could feel Olivia's body trembling. Why you are mad? Without giving her a reply, I caught her hair and pulled back with some foursome. Oh, was that a moan I hear? Could it be you felt good from being abused? I could see Olivia's body trembling with pain, shame, and excitement. Smiling, I went close to her ears. I know about it, Olivia. Can know what? That you enjoy the thrill of being pushed away. I felt her eyes widen and her body tremble at me. Words, you think I don't see the expressions you make when I reject you? You think I don't see what a stubborn, difficult woman you are? The more I spoke, the more Olivia's body trembled. I went close to her ear and whispered, what would the people think when they find out that their dear princess has a cruel streak? I could feel her body tremble even more as I spoke, her dignified expression crumbling to pieces. So will you do what I said, or do you want the world to know of your true color? You're bluffing, oh, so you still stick to your stubbornness. Without giving her a chance, I pressed her head to the ground, causing her ass to raise to the sky. I could feel her trying to resist harder. What are you going to do to me? Just what I said earlier, punish a bad girl. Putting her in place, I lifted her skirt up, revealing what was underneath. Looking closely, I could see she was becoming aroused despite her resistance, making her tense up. Look at what we have here. You were already shaken just from a little roughing up? Bastard. Let me go, TSK. Looks like you need more discipline. Saying so, I grabbed her, though not developed much. She was still struggling. Placing both my hands, I started getting a nice feel of it while my eyes started shining gold and black. STOM. What is it, princess? Do you like my massage? While I was playing with her ass, I went close to her ears and gave it a bite. Olivia's body trembled as I held her close, my hands resting gently against her skin. She allowed a soft breath and shifted against me, her body warm and responsive. After a quiet moment, she pulled back slightly and composed herself. Much to Olivia's disappointment, it's time to start your real punishment, princess. Raising my hands and using some force, I directly spanked her ass. Paka. Olivia moaned out in pain and pleasure. I pulled her hair up and spoke to her ear. I guess to a bitch like you, this is more likely a gift than a punishment. Then I pushed her back, took my arm up, and spanked her hard. Pocked out. Pock. I gave both her ass cheeks slaps continuously, giving each side a good amount of spanks. Just when I reached the 10th spank, Olivia twitched and exclaimed, ah, that hurt. Olivia raised her head up high, her tongue out and eyes wide in a shocked expression. Her body trembled and she fell to the floor again. Currently, the esteemed princess was laying on the floor, her back arched, taking deep breaths as she struggled to regain her composure. Just when she had almost regained her clarity, I went close to her and pulled her body up by the hair. Her blue eyes right now was hazy and unclear. I could also feel her hatred towards me, too. Smirking, I reached close to her face, taking the recording device in my hands. Listen to me now, you slut. From now onwards, you are my slave, my property, which means that you would do what I say. Otherwise, I don't mind spreading this video through the world. I could see many emotions going through her mind right now. Hate, uncertainty, sadness, and many more. Sigh to think I had to take this path. I was planning on first raising her affection and then begin to bring out Mac Hoyside and play with her, but now I have to go with the hate to love plan. Well, I don't have a choice. She's the only one who can help me right now. I just have to gamble with it right now. Standing up, I gave her freedom, letting her loose. I'm not scared that she would do something not when she's this drained anyway. I quickly removed the noise-canceling barrier I'd set up. I quickly moved toward my sister's room, leaving Olivia to clean up the mess. Once outside, I quickly placed my hands on my beating chest. Oh, that was scary. I could feel the sweat on my back. Will you think that all this time I was cool? Nope. Not at all. While everything might seem that it went well, there were many ways it could have messed up. While I am stronger than Olivia, it does not mean that she could not fight me back. If we really fought, I would have needed to pay some price to bring her down. She doesn't have a bloodline for nothing. The only reason I could bring her down is due to 3 reasons: the information I knew about her, her pride and last, but not the least luck. As for the blackmail material I have, if she really wanted, she could just tell her father. Then I and the material would leave this world without causing any ripples, but she won't do it due to her pride and her sadistic side. I had taken her down fair and square, so she would do her best to bring me down all by herself. Due to her pride, she would want to trample and humiliate me by her own power. So from now onwards, I must keep my dome nearing side of her at all times. Oh, yeah, before that. System, what's Olivia's current love towards me? Her current love towards you is 3, but it had changed from familial love to that of undefined for now. Oh, that's good news. After that, I walked toward my sisters who were laying on the bed. Reaching there, I could still see the frowns on their faces. Taking out 2 containers, I brought it to their face and made them drink it in their sleep. After a few minutes, I could see that their frowns eased and they were feeling much better. It's at that time that Olivia entered the room. Her face was flushed, and I could see that the stains on her dress had disappeared. When she looked at me, her expression turned cold. So, this is your real character? Huh, I gotta say, I am really impressed by her. I was someone who made her submit by spanking her, and here she stood without any fear facing me. Yeah, this is me, so what? My slave princess. My words instantly caused her anger to rise, but she controlled it. You do know, after all this is over, I will kill you. Sure, I would die happily knowing that I was the first to spank a princess. You. This time, instead of exploding, Olivia took a deep breath to control herself again. I don't know how you got this strong, but I will kill you one day with my own hands. Smirking, I went in front of her. She didn't even flinch, but looked straight into me. I was shorter than her currently, so I had to look up to her. Princess, right now you belong to me, so don't act arrogant. As much as I want to deal more with her, my sister's problem has more priority now. I took Elda in a princess carry and used bit of float magic to float Nora. I then turned to the now cold-faced Olivia. Lead the way. My dear machoist princess. Chapter 30. Chaos. Currently, I was walking carrying Elda and Nora behind Olivia, who was leading the way. On the way, several people questioned us, but Olivia dealt with it perfectly. Walking for a few minutes, we reached a huge door without any guards or protection, which made me confused, and seeing my puzzled look, Olivia responded coldly, "There are no guards because there is no need of it. The room can only be opened by someone with the Emperor's token or a special bloodline like mine." After saying that, she made a small wound on her hand and placed it on the door, which trembled a bit at first, and then it opened. Once the door opened, all I could see inside, it was just darkness, plain darkness. After opening the door, Olivia turned to me. After entering the door, you would be transported inside. After entering the door, I don't care about what happens to you, but no harm should come to Nora. And Elda's saying, so she released her mana for intimidation. I scoffed at her and turned to enter without any fear, but while entering it, I gave the now dressed Olivia one more spank pock. Her flustered expression was indeed quite the sight, and before she exploded, I entered the room. Once I entered it, I felt as if I was falling through a void. I felt something scanning through my body, seeing through my secrets. After a while, I was brought into a white room. Entering it, I could see both Elda and Nora on the floor. I rushed up to check them. What's happening? Bye, big brother, where am I? Coming close, I saw that both Elda and Nora had woken up, but their bodies were totally stiff and their minds in chaos. Checking them and seeing they're all right, I let out a sigh. It's nothing, you girls don't need to worry. But then suddenly a voice was heard. Wrong, young man. They do need to worry. Suddenly the space fluctuated and a figure was created in front of us. The person who appeared was a blonde-haired, green-eyed, handsome, middle-aged man. When he appeared, I felt as if the world was pressed into me and felt it quite difficult to breathe. Seeing the person in front of me, I was surprised. After all, I had seen him in some portraits of the palace. Luke Israel, the founder of the Israel Empire. A legendary man, to say the least. Seeing the person appear, both Elda and Nora was surprised. After all, they could to identify the person. Austin, what's going on? Big brother, what's happening? Both Nora and Elda questioned at the same time before I could, and were someone else. Did you both are here due to awakening your bloodline and our endanger Luke's word brought silence to both the girls as they turned quiet. They were smart people themselves. So they could figure some things on their own. Normally when groups enter, according to the program, each of you would be separate and given individual tasks, but seeing two descendant girls of my bloodline and a freakishly talented boy, for once I stepped in to intervene, saying that he looked towards me. Boy, do you know how surprised I was when I found out you were Origin Level 3 at just the age of 11? What? Both Nora and Elda reacted at the same time. According to them, their brother should just be Origin Level 1. After all, I never said them about my teacher or my true strength, even back in my time of talent, was rare. That's why I want to ask you, boy, do you really want to undergo the trail for all three of you? Trail. Austin, what's going on here? This time Nora inquired, and her expression while asking so didn't look good to. I went closer to both of them and explained the situation. I could see both Nora and Elda go pale when they heard about their situation. Elda slowly started crying while Nora was still acting tough. I pulled Elda into my embrace, who started crying both in fear and sadness. I sat there patting her back to give her some comfort. Austin, I won't let you do this. Nora was the first to break the silence. She wore a serious expression, completely conveying her conviction, but too bad her conviction meant nothing to me right now. I looked directly into her eyes as if trying to scare her, but she just looked straight back at me, not even flinching. This went on for a while before I smiled. Big sister, do you remember what I said to you 3 years ago in our first chess match? My abrupt question got her off guard. Instead of clarifying, I stood up and slowly kept the now pacified Elda down. Then I walked towards the ancestor. Luke, ancestor, I want to take the test for both of them. Austin, big brother. Neglecting my shouting sisters, I looked towards the ancestor. Are you sure? I certainly don't want to see such a talent wasted, I am sure. Plus, can you do me a favor? What is it if I fail and die? Could you send my sisters away? Since I am taking the test, I should be the only one affected by it. As failure, there was silence for a bit before Luke responded, I can do that, but during the period of the test, you must protect both of them, and if they die under your protection, then it's on you. After saying that, his body started to turn illusionary and disappears. You have 5 minutes to get ready. After that, he completely disappeared. I turned toward my sisters, one looking at me with worry and the other with sadness. Nora, I said that I would take care of you, be there for you. Hence, that's what I'm going to do. While Austin was inside bullshitting to his sisters, outside the historic world, things were less than peaceful. Chapter 31. Chaos. 2. While Austin was trying to earn affections from his sisters, things were not good outside the historic world. A few minutes earlier, within the room Austin had left earlier, the people inside still continued to argue. Grandpa Bruce, is there no other way? If there was, wouldn't I say it? While they were arguing, suddenly they stopped. Seeing this, everyone in the room looked towards them, and before they could question, Bruce disappeared from the room, and the Emperor ran out of the room. Seeing this, everybody followed the Emperor out. They kept moving until they reached a room, and saw Bruce talking to Olivia, who stood beside the now open historic world. Coming closer, they could see that Bruce had a very tense face. What happened? Olivia, why did you open the historic world? It was the Emperor who asked the question first. Seeing all the people surrounding her, Olivia hesitated at first, but in the end she answered honestly, I opened the door for Austin to take Nora and Elda inside. At what? Hearing this, Grace moved towards Olivia and caught her shoulders. What did you do, Olivia? The normally graceful Grace was completely out of it. She couldn't believe that Austin would do something like this. Feeling the pressure on her shoulder, Olivia grimaced. Grace, stop it, you are hurting her. The Emperor quickly moved and interfered to move Olivia away from Grace. Grace, calm down. Olivia won't do something without any reason. Let's first ask her why she did it. Being pulled by the Emperor, Grace tried to pull herself back. She knew right now what her priorities were. Olivia, why did you do this? The Emperor asked. I owed Austin a favor, and when he asked me to help him into the historic world, he used the favor. Olivia answered, shamelessly hiding the fact that she was spanked into submission. Olivia's answer stumped everyone there, especially the Emperor, as he knew that his daughter was the foolish type to make any moves without thinking about the outcome. Alas, he would never know that his beloved daughter was blackmailed into doing it. Stop fighting, all of you. The main thing to do now is to move towards the main viewing hall and see what's happening. At this time that the silent Bruce intervened. If Austin did this, then he must have his reason. Since he already entered, all we can do is see how it's going, saying, so he pulled the assembled people towards the viewing room. Olivia, who was following them, suddenly felt a chilling aura. She then looked toward her mother. The Empress, seeing her for a moment, she felt anger and killing intent from her mother. Olivia shook her head. No, I must be dreaming. Maybe the stress got to me? While she was thinking, the Empress came close to her. What is it, Olivia? Is anything wrong? It's nothing, Mother. If you are feeling guilty about anything, then don't. None of the people here blames you, the Empress said with a mild tone. Hearing her mother's tone, Olivia smiled. Sigh. How could I think such things about my mother? Looks like the stress is getting to me, yo. If only Olivia knew the thoughts going on in her mother's head and see the hand placed near her neck, just enough to do a smooth kill. Meanwhile, back at the historic world, the time given had ended and the test was about to begin. Austin stood up and drew his bow. The bow appeared to be correct his size. The whole bow was blue in color and had several designs on it. The string itself was purple. This was a top-quality bow made of waterless wood, a rare tree that grows without water, making it very hard and flexible. This bow was a gift given to me by my master. Thinking of my master, a small chill goes down my spine. After all, recently I had found about my master's unique character. An overprotective Yander teacher. There were signs before, but I had refused to believe it until one day after my bow trainings, where I was asked to fight beasts. To improve my ability during the training, I had gotten hit a few times and had a few scratches, so after the training I had started to go home. But on the way I had forgotten something and had returned to the shop to get it. When I had reached the shop, I didn't see my teacher, so I headed to the training woods to see if she was there. Going there, I used a special device I had gotten from the shop item. The hidden description. An item made by the great device creator Zuka. He had used this device to observe many legendary maidens from afar without their knowledge. By supplying your mana into it, your body will exist in another dimension, so no one will be able to sense you while you are near them. It works as long as you supply mana to it. Cost 150,000. This indeed was a great item for staying hidden, or well, you know, peeping perverts. It was a band which you put in your hand. Once activated, you would become a ghost. It's like you exist in this world, but no one can know you're there. You could move through walls, and such an extremely useful treasure to save your life. The only downside is that you can't battle in that form. You are literally non-existent. So once I had activated it, I had gone back to the woods to test it. What better way to test it than on an Imperial? Once there, the sight that I saw almost scared me shitless. My graceful teacher stood there torturing the very species of animal that had harmed me. Her expression and the words coming out of her almost formed an idea in my mind to run away from this continent. You dare to harm the skin on my disciple? His pure skin and his life cannot be harmed by you trashes. Ah, the look of his innocent and loving eyes towards me. I can't get enough of it. Looks like I got a bit wet thinking about him. And before I could hear anything more, I ran away from there, not being able to handle the cruel sight of torture that I was witnessing. I had Nymar as the day. After a quick research and information buying from the system, I came to the answer for her twisted and overprotective love, and the answer I came to stump me. From a young age, Eleanor never really received love. Due to her low talent in the sword, there was not much support from her family, and even during the time of her adventures, she faced many setbacks. Only when she was famous did she receive any attention. So according to her, that's not love, and she never accepted it. Hence, she never had a chance to give her love to anybody, and it bottled up. And when I, who dearly and completely loved and admired her, appeared, she couldn't hold her so-called love inside of her. This is not bad in a way, as it allows me to better control and make her mine. The only problem is she willing to share me? If not, then I would have to deal with a lot of shit in the future. It was during this time that the warning for the battle began. Chapter 32. Chaos 3. Just as Austin had readied his bow, a voice was heard. Test requirements shall be said from now on. Please focus. The voice was unemotional, as if it was a programmed I sense the contestant desires to challenge for the other two participants. The program has selected a matching test to be conducted. The said contestant is to survive the coming onslaught till the last enemies drop. Each enemy called upon will be within the participant's cultivation. In this case, all the enemies will be origin level 3. The amount of enemies will increase in each round. There would be a 5 minutes break between each round. In case of failure, the test would be deemed as fail according to the calculations of this program. Your current survival rate is 0.0001. Knowing this, do you still wish to proceed? Hearing all the information, my resolve shook a bit, but thinking of all my plans and the new family I received, I tuned my stance yes. Then I hope you the best. After that, the location I stood started to change, and I ended up in a barren land. There was no end to it. Turning around, I saw my sisters on the floor, and then I looked to my status name. Austin Lionheart. Sex. Male. Age. 11. Species. Human. Looks. 9-10. Not bad, you can live with just your looks. Talent. 9-10. Not bad, you are improving. Note. Hidden bloodline. Locked. Titles. The Manipulator. Lattice Man. Peeping Tom. Yandra Collector. Young Master. Spank Master Power. Origin level 3 total points. 250,000 partners conquered. None. Well, looks like I got a new title. Spank Master. Looks like playing with Olivia does have its merits. I chuckled a bit at it. Then I searched my spatial ring and took out the quiver containing my arrows. Actually, I can produce mana-based arrows on the bow, but the mana consumption would be more. While I placed the quiver on my back, I went toward my sisters, who were now looking at like I was some kind of alien coming close to them. I placed a small barrier device given to me by Eleanor. Keeping it close to them, I activated it, and an invisible barrier surrounded them. This should stop an attack from even an Origin level 10. Seeing that they were safe within it, I decided the test would begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Hearing that, I readied my post-ion by standing in front of them, and then taking out a pill, I swallowed it. Item. No pain, and only gain description. An item made by the tribe of Marcos for helping their younger generations go through their brutal training uses. By ingesting it, your pain receiving node would be switched off for about 2 hours. You can get beaten up as much as you like. Cost 1,000. What? You're gonna look down on me for avoiding pain? Well, I ain't no masochist. Why would I like to feel pain? Seeing that this being an SSS level difficulty, I am pretty sure that I would be beaten up a lot. I am not like those protagonists who yell in a battle without thinking. Why feel the pain when you can avoid it? It's not like I'm going to win an award for it or anything. While I was simply wasting time while thinking, the bell for the test rang. As soon as it did, 2 figures started to form in front of me. Both of them looked like human, but the facial feature was non-existent. Both of them radiated the aura of an Origin level 3. As soon as they arrived, they started to run towards me. Both of them seemed to be unarmed, but I didn't let my guard down because of it. Taking an arrow out of my quiver, I quickly placed in my bow, passing a bit of my mana into it. I fired the first arrow, full wed by 2 others behind it. The humanoid in the front dodged the first arrow, but the first arrow turned direction, aiming for the second humanoid. The second humanoid barely avoided it, but by dodging, it ended up covering the blind spot of the first humanoid and vice versa, without the both of them being able to respond. The second and the third arrow silently hit their heart, killing them. After that, both of them started to disintegrate, leaving 3 arrows. I quickly pulled the 3 arrows back into the quiver and turned around. AMD gave my now stunned sisters a huge smile. While put side on the viewing room, there was pin-drop silence after watching the first battle. The moment all of them had entered the room, a screen had appeared, showing what was happening inside the historic world. They had seen the scene of Austin placing the barrier and taking down 2 Origin level 3 warriors with ease. Seeing this, everyone except for Grace was stunned. Oh, Austin is an Origin level 3 bowman. It was the Emperor who spoke first, breaking the silence in the room. After that, heated discussion broke among the people gathered here. Did you know about this? Bruce spoke to Grace with a solemn tone. Grace sighed and responded, I did. Austin had actually formed his plate at the age of 8. Along with it, he was taken as the personal disciple of the Bao Empress. Each word spoken by Grace brought a huge shock to the people in the room. While Grace spoke, the Emperor turned silent, as if in deep thought. I see. That's why I always felt a different feeling from him. To think we had such a monstrous talent in our empire. Bruce spoke with happiness, jealousy, and sadness. Happy that the empire had such a talent. Jealous that the Bao Empress found him first, and sad that the talent might not live to its end. While they were speaking, 5 minutes passed, and the second round began. Austin looked towards the 4 new humanoids forming in front of him. Among them, 2 of them looked same as the first one, but the other 2 had swords in their hand. Yes, weapons. Looks like each round will only get harder. I took a deep breath to bring down my raging heart. Then I took 3 arrows directly from my quiver and placed it on the bow. As soon as the bell rang for the match, each of the figures started to move towards me. I raised the bow and fired all the 3 arrows at once, as if determined. Each of the arrows knocked against each other, changing directions. The first arrow flew toward the first humanoid who raised it. S soared to deflect it, but before it could, the first arrow changed its direction, heading to the 4th unarmed humanoid, and before the 4th humanoid could react, the arrow exploded, causing the gathered rest to split up. But at that time, the 2nd arrow arrived in front of the 2nd armed humanoid, who slotted its sword at the arrow, but the arrow passed through it, hitting the 3rd unarmed humanoid, killing it with 1 strike. Now only 2 of the sword-wielding humanoid remained. Just when the piece was about to come, the 3rd arrow arrived in between, that which blasted, causing smoke, as the 2 humanoid were within the smoke. I moved directly towards them and threw a small mana bomb within it, which exploded, killing both of them. But I had no happiness, only extreme seriousness. The fight must have seemed easy, but only I knew the planning required for each. If the 2nd round is like this, then how would the rest be? Chapter 33. Chaos 4. Damn it, looks like I have to start using mana spells. The time all 8 of them appeared, they started running towards me. Taking 2 arrows, I placed them on the bow and applied 2 spells to it, haste and bravado. After that, I fired both the arrows. The first one traveled so fast that it pierced both the unarmed humanoids in a blink, while the 2nd arrow traveled to the armed swordsman's, where the first one got pierced and the 2nd swordsman lost an arm. Just as I finished firing the arrows, one of the spear holder then threw a spear at me, dodging it. I was greeted with the sight of a humanoid waving another spear at me, dodging it also. I put a bit of distance between me and them. At the same time, I took out a small throwing knife from my pocket, imbued a bit of mana into it, and threw it at the now armless humanoid, who directly lost its life. Now I was surrounded with 2 sword and 2 spear-wielding humanoids who had started to surround me. And before they could do anything, I blasted a smoke bomb in my place, covering everything with smoke. As I was covered with smoke, I activated my eyes of truth. As my eyes was covering with gold and black, I could see the small green and red dots on 4 humanoids. Surrounding this was something which I found out recently. Not only can I use the eyes of truth, not only to see sensitive spots, but also their weaknesses. As soon as I activated it, I took out an arrow and fired it at a spear-holding humanoid who died directly, while I got hurt by one of the swordsmen who just slashed at random bastard. Directly taking out 3 arrows, I added haste and blast to it, which directly blasted the other 3 humanes. The spectators watched as the smoke subsided, showing a mildly hurt Austin. Big brother. Hearing my sister's call, I looked towards them and saw their worrying face, but I just gave them a reassuring smile, while I hid my nervousness inside. Unlike that, the next 5 minutes passed fast as the bell rang for the 4th round. This time, 12 figures appeared, 4 swordsmen, 4 spearmen, 2 unarmed, and 2 bowmans. Damn it, long range was my speciality. Looks like it's compromised. Looks like it's time to get serious thinking. So I took out an arrow. I then gathered most of my mana into it. Looking, I could see the bowmans arranging their arrow, and the rest running towards me. Take this, you bastards, arrows fall. Saying so, I fired the arrow with all my mana. The arrow flew out of the bow. At the same time, it divided into thousands of arrows raining upon them. Within minutes, all of them were killed. After that, I sat on the floor. Wow, it really is a crazy move. Most of my mana and strength was taken away with that move, but it's not much of a problem. Smiling, I brought a container from the system, and quickly it was delivered to my hands. Item: the rejuvenation description. A potion made by the Portion Master Marca's uses. By ingesting it, all your mana and injuries will be healed. Cost 3,000. This is one of the reasons for my confidence. As long as I fire the spell continuously like this and drink this portion, I might pass this trail without any delay. I quickly drank it. Suddenly, I felt all the stress and pain leave me, and my lost mana filling me up. After that, I sat up in meditation to regain my focus. And like that, 5 minutes went just like that jut as the bell rang. Figures started to appear, and this time there was 20 figures, 4 swordsmen, 4 spearmen, 4 bowmans, 4 of them unarmed, and 4 mages. The hell? Did I miss a level or what? While I was in my own world, all the 20 heads was turned towards me. Their eyes, which was their only distinct feature, was shining, looking at me. Seeing their eyes, I got goosebumps on my body, just as I was planning to continue my same tactics. The 4 mages raised their hands and started chanting. Just as I was about to disrupt them, several arrows fell from the sky. Seeing it, I quickly created barriers while dodging the arriving arrows at the same time. Just at that time, the castings by the mages were done. As it finished, huge fireballs and other elements started to fall shit. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, I quickly created a barrier and hardened my body. Several of the spells fell on the barrier while the rest scratched my body. Just as the spells finished, arrows, swords, and spears greeted me. I could hear my sisters shouting, "Fuck, so you want to play dirty?" System, buy me 5 of the frost, flame, chaos, and void arrows now. Request heard, processing, requesting. Items brought, 100,000 points withdrawn. Hearing this, my heart bled. So many points gone just like that. As I was inwardly crying, different arrows started to show up on my quiver. Without hesitation, I pulled the frost arrow item. Frost arrow description. An arrow made by the great blacksmith Loki uses. It's an AoE-based arrow, which when once fired blocks your enemies and eyes for 10 seconds cost. 5,000. Distancing myself from the attacks, I drew 2 frost arrows, added multiply to them, and fired. The 2 arrows were quickly divided into 6 arrows landing in different areas. In a second, the battlefield became a frozen land in which all of them were frozen. Wasting no time, I quickly brought in my remaining mana, brought out a normal arrow, and quickly fired. Arrows fall instantly, breaking the ice and killing all the enemies. After that, I sat onto the floor. Currently, I have some broken ribs and am bleeding from several areas. I can still hear my sisters shouting from behind me. Quickly, I brought portion and quickly drank it. This time, the healing and mana recovery process was much slower. Touring around, I saw Elda crying her heart out, and the usually non-expressive Nora had tears rolling down her eyes. To them, I just gave a small smile. While in the viewing room, it was unusually quiet. We were bow users normally this strong. One of the people in the room finally spoke, breaking the eerie silence. It's not just him. The arrows and products he used are extraordinary. Bruce, who had seen much of the world, was the first to clarify the situation. Maybe he had got it from the Bow Empress, but each item he used is very rare and powerful. Not only that, but Austin himself is dealing with the problem impeccably. Each move of his is coordinated and planned, making even the simplest of moves deadly. Bruce was extremely impressed, to say the least. Austin could said to be a born warrior. While others were praising him, Grace was tearfully and worriedly looking at her son, who was hurt and bleeding, without knowing that the fight was just beginning. Chapter 34. Chaos 5. Just as the next 5 minutes passed, new 30 humanoids started to appear. Even though I drank the potion, my body still feels sluggish. Even though I don't feel pain, my body still reacts like a normal hurt body. Seeing the new lineup, I can see all the other humanoids, and even new added assassins with daggers within the new group. There were even shield wielders too. Now I can understand why I only had a 0. 0.001 success rate. The 6th round itself is very hard. How will the other be? Know how many rounds are there? This time I didn't want to take any risk. I quickly pulled out a flame, void, and chaos arrow and placed it in the bow item. Flame arrow description. An arrow made by the great blacksmith Loki uses. It's an AoE-based arrow, which when once fired covers the whole area with an undying flames. Cost 5,000. Item. Void arrow description. An arrow made by the great blacksmith Loki uses. It's an AoE-based arrow, which completely defies defense and wipes the enemy off the map. Cost 5,000. Item. Chaos arrow description. An arrow made by the great blacksmith Loki uses. It's an AoE-based arrow, which creates chaos. Once fired, all the enemy will be confused and might attack their own allies. Cost 5,000. Just when I was to fire at them, I felt some danger from my back. The senses which I developed from battling several beasts came in handy. I directly ducked and rolled. Just as I stood up, several dagger-wielding humanoids appeared. I quickly raised the bow to defend myself and block some of the attacks, but at the same time the void and chaos arrow broke. I quickly blasted some smoke bombs to cover myself. I quickly activated the band on my hand, causing me to completely disappear. Within the smoke at the same time, I heard screams from my sisters. I quickly leave the smoke to see several of the humanoids attacking the barrier swords. Spears and several spells were being forced into the barrier. Oh, it's no problem the barrier can take hits from Origin level 10 warriors. Just as I was relaxing my body, I saw some cracks appearing on the barrier. How the hell? Didn't Eleanor say that it could hold on for at least 2 hours? Why the hell is it breaking? Wait a minute, could it be? System, is everything within this area suppressed to Origin level 3? Affirmative, hearing it, I was almost tempted to curse the ancestors complete past generations. So without any delay, I quickly take up some distance from the battlefield and remove the effects on the band. Quickly the rest take note of me appearing somewhere else and move towards me. So I quickly take another choice. Void and fire arrow and fire them. While multiplying them, the chaos arrow hit to the mages and the swordsmans, causing them to quickly turn against each other, while the flame arrow created a wall of flames among the archers. The void arrow quickly took out some of the shield-carrying humanoids. I couldn't use arrows fall as I might hit the barrier and affect my sister. This, in a way, right now, is affecting part of my power. Quickly, I take out my normal arrows at haste. Just as I was taking my breath, several daggers arrived at my location. Seeing that I could not dodge it, I quickly moved my body to avoid the fatal points. Few daggers launched onto my arms, thighs, and shoulders. Quickly, I activated a spell discharge, and before these humanoids could react, several stone spikes appeared from the ground, impaling those close to me. While at the time Austin was attacked with several daggers, Grace almost fainted from it. Just as I killed all of them, I forced myself to take an arrow and fired it directly at the reaming 3 humanoids, killing them. Finally, it's over. Just as I was going to rest, a dagger quickly appeared and moved toward my chest. As I was too tired and couldn't move, I was unable to dodge it. I could only helplessly watch as the dagger plunged into my heart, scaring all those who was watching. Just as the dagger was about to move closer towards my heart, some runes quickly activated on my body, causing intense light, forcing me to close my eyes. After a few minutes, I opened them and saw a tall woman with black hair standing in front of me. Master? Before I could ask, I saw the humanoid in front left me explode and die. After that, she turned to me. I quickly moved to talk to her, but one look at her eyes, and I shut up. I could see in her now cold eyes rage. An extremely highly burning rage, just as she was about to talk to me. Space wrapped around her, causing her to be thrown out in the viewing room. Everyone was holding their breaths as they saw a dagger being plunged into Austin's heart. Grace almost had her heart leap out of her chest. It's at this heart-wrenching moment that a twist happened. A bright light appeared around Austin, and when it resides, a woman was standing in front of him. She had black hair and a veil on her face. She was holding the humanoid's face, which exploded shortly after. Just as she turned towards Austin, she was suddenly wrapped and disappeared, and moments later she appeared in the viewing room. The people in the room tensed up, but before they could move, Grace did stop. She's the Bow Empress, not an enemy. Hearing what Grace said, all of them calmed themselves down and started looking Eleanor up and down with interest. Even Olivia was interested, as a rare female Imperial. Eleanor was indeed the goal of several young, aspiring girls, not to forget that Eleanor herself created the path for the Bow users. As everyone was looking up Eleanor, the said person was looking at the screen. To be more precise, the image of Austin currently bleeding. Seeing it, the hidden bloodlust in her almost started to spread, causing everyone in the room to stiffen up. That's enough, Bow Empress. You're not the only Imperial here. Bruce interfered to stop Eleanor from rampaging anymore. The bloodlust went away as quickly as it came. There was silence for a minute before she spoke. What happened? 2 words were said, but each word was cold, without any emotions. At this time, Grace took up her confidence and came forward to explain the situation. The more Grace spoke, the more she felt that the anger in Eleanor was increasing. When the story was finished, Eleanor was in the room, taking deep breaths to control herself. You people, let this happen. The moment Eleanor spoke, she realized her power, causing many people to step back. That's enough, Bruce shouted and released his power to counter Eleanor. Continue this, and you shall be making an enemy of the Israel Empire. Right now, a tense situation was taking place. But a fight did not take place. Instead, Eleanor reeled in her power and switched her focus onto the screen. As of right now, the 7th round had begun and Austin does not seem to be ready. Chapter 35. Chaos 6. After Eleanor had disappeared, I directly slumped into the floor. I was bleeding from several areas, and I almost died. If I don't treat myself now, I'm sure that I'm going to die from bleeding. My ears are buzzing from the screams of my sisters, and my head is filled with many useless thoughts. SY system, chew quickly, get me the potion for me to drink, and fast product purchased. Delivering suddenly, the container quickly appears in front of me. I was laying on the floor, helplessly looking at it. Pushing myself, I use my only one good hand to lift it. Using all my effort, I quickly pushed it into my mouth, drinking it at one gulp, falling back in the ground again. The mysterious healing quickly started to flow through me, bringing myself back to shape, though it was slower than before. The current healing rate is at least 10 times slower than the before ones. I am so glad that I can't feel pain right now, or else I might be crying on the floor, no matter how tough it is. I don't think that being stabbed by different daggers is a pleasant feeling. Well, that is one of the main reasons that all the people in the viewing room was impressed to see an 11-year-old boy with such pain tolerance or bravery. There are many talented people, but to go on fighting even when you are in pain, now that's impressive sight. If only they could know the truth while I was going into different fantasies to somehow forget my current situation. A voice was heard, the very same emotionless I voice from the beginning. An unknown individual has entered the trail. Tampering is said to be done. Calculating countermeasures. Wait, what? Countermeasures calculated. The next round shall be combined with the last round, increasing the difficulty. The last round shall take place from the next 10 minutes. Best of luck. What the fuck? You're increasing the difficulty because of this? Even if Eleanor hadn't interfered, I would still be fine. That's not a lie after having died unknowingly in a shootout after coming to this world and knowing that it's more dangerous than my old world. I had already set up many life-saving measures on myself throughout the last years. Even if the blade had gone through my skin, many hidden items and spells on my body would have killed that dagger-waving bastard away. So, I am to suffer for this? Wait, all of them will come together as one? Then I should just buy a huge bomb and blast them all together. Suddenly the stress on me was gone, and I started to relax. Hey system, buy me a huge bomb and give it to me. It is advised that the host do not do it. Why? Currently the space has been restricted. If the item, even I brought it, cannot be delivered, plus it's better for the host to win this with just your strength if you want to awaken your bloodline. I raised an eyebrow to the last sentence. This was the first time that this stingy system had said anything valuable without me paying for it. Looks like I can only depend on myself at the end. Even with the potion I drank, it would be impossible to completely recover. It would only help me to maintain my life for the time being. Signed to myself, I quickly searched my body and took out a container. Unlike the other ones, this gave a mystical feeling, and an abundant amount of life force can be felt from an item. The Holy Tree's nectar description. A nectar derived from the holy tree of life, said to bring even the dead back to life. Uses. Drinking this completely heals any injuries, diseases, and cures all ailments, bringing you back to tip-top condition. Cost 300,000, an extremely expensive item. I had luckily found it in an offer and brought some. My heart pains about drinking it, knowing that a few minutes later I would end up in the same situation again. I had kept it in my inner pockets just as a safeguard, and it looks like it came in handy. Without wasting any time, I quickly opened it. An extremely sweet and relaxing scent was realized. Without any delay, I quickly drank it. While the taste was just too sweet. It was like something I couldn't describe. I felt as if I was melting. All the injuries quickly healed, and the mana which I'd spent also recovered, much to the surprise of the onlookers. I stood up and felt the power in my body. There was no injuries on me currently, but my body was covered with blood from head to toe, and I looked completely like a beggar. Seeing that I only had 5 minutes left, I quickly began to prepare. Looking at my bow, I could see some starches and cracks. It looks like the bow could not last much longer. Looking at my sisters, I could see their worried faces, so I went to them to talk. Currently, they were laying inside the barrier, not being able to move. Their eyes completely trailing my now bloodied body. They knew that the next round would be the end, but they didn't know that if I would survive it or not. I could see it in their eyes, the pain Elda feels upon my hurt body. The unwillingness flowing through Nora at the current situation. Standing in front of them, I didn't say much, only 3 words I will win, saying. So I stood in front of them waiting for the next wave, and 5 minutes flowed quickly as the bell rang. Several figures quickly began to form. This time, 60 humanes appeared. And there was a difference too, as in the middle of the group stood a humanoid completely different from the rest. He stood there like a commander ready to lead his army, and all those that appeared stood in discipline, as if trained this time. I wasn't facing a bunch of headless chicken, but a group of trained soldiers who had someone leading them. Looks like shit finally hit the fan. Without any delay, I quickly pulled the arrow. To kill a herd, kill its leader first, and then the rest would follow. As soon as the test began, archers drew their bow. Assassins disappeared from view. Mages began their spell, and the warriors held up their shield to protect their own. Looks like I need to go all out on this one. Without any delay, I quickly activated my defense mechanisms. The mana ring I wore started supplying me with great amount of mana. My protective barrier quickly covered all my vital zones, making them impenetrable. Using the excess mana flowing through me, I quickly activated a powerful spell. I got buffed up, increasing my speed, strength, and power. After that, the war began. Or in this case, a one-way bullying under the command of the commander. All the humanoids quickly started to move. I wasn't still as I drew several arrows, multiplied them, and fired them at the weak links I had identified. Just like before, several dagger-wielding humanoids appeared to cut at me. But this time I quickly held the bow at one hand and took out a small knife, which I used to deflect and kill 2 of the dagger-wielding humanoids. While my eyes glowed black and gold at the same time, several arrows flew towards me and the barrier protecting my sisters. Without delay, I cast a small spell, Whirlwind, causing them to change directions. While I fired 2 chaos arrows at the other humanoids who were closing in, but the moment it got close, it was deflected by the other mages, causing its direction to change, leaving no effects at all. Just as I had fired, the dagger-wielding humanoids appeared, cutting at me. I quickly changed my weapon to the knife and started fighting them. With my increased strength, I could push them back in a one-on-one fight, but as I was fighting them, the mages and the archers quickly started firing at the barrier my sister was at. The barrier quickly started to have more cracks on it. Seeing this, I quickly pushed and killed one of the dagger-wielding humanoids and tried to create some space with them. But that's when I realized that I was surrounded. As I was fighting them, the others quickly formed a circle and began to surround me. Currently, there were some sword and spear-wielding humanoids coming upon my back, cutting my exit route. Seeing that there was no other way, I quickly started to fight back more, but it was getting more difficult as attacks began to come from my back. Even when I fired arrows, they were being stopped by the shields. I quickly threw a smoke bomb to cover myself, but it was quickly pushed away by some wind spells. I couldn't go invisible too, due to the fact that all the attacks will then be forced on the barriers protecting my sisters. I quickly started to build up more injuries. Seeing this, I quickly brought my Kinfi to the chest, gathered a large amount of mana, and made a slash, causing those close to me to be cut, and the approaching ones to move back. I needed to move fast, as the barrier was breaking. Chapter 36. Awakening. Just as the slash was finished, I gained a quick breathing space. I used it to draw my bow, to fire 2 flame arrows. I quickly fired 2 of the arrows of the humanoids attacking the barrier, creating a wall of flames blocking them. I quickly activated the band to move through the encirclement. I quickly phased throughout the humanoids who were confused after their target disappeared. I moved among them, arriving in front of the barrier where the now undying flame was being put out. Standing within the space created, I deactivated the band and quickly drew the void arrow and fired at the commander. As the arrow flew towards it, a shield user quickly stood in front to block the arrow, but the arrow passed through the shield user and flew towards the commander, but instead of hitting the commander, the arrow was dodged and broken by the commander. Looks like it's not all talk. I stood back straight and looked at my current circumstances. I had different types of these humanoids attacking me from all around me, and all I had was a bow and some arrows. With a smile, I gathered all my mana and took out 3 arrows to frost, flames, and void arrows, and then I added a spell combine. All of a sudden, all the 3 arrows gathered together. As they combined to one, an extremely eye-catching arrow was created. Without any hesitation, I quickly gathered my momentum and started spinning and fired the arrow. While multiplying it, I focused more the humanoids on my back to get rid of the danger they pose. After half a minute, I stopped spinning. I could see that all of those that cover my back disappeared, but there still remained at least 30 left. It's at this time I heard a cracking sound and saw that the barrier protecting my sisters break. At the same time, arrows rained from the sky. Turning around, I saw the commander protected by its soldiers, standing strong. Elda and Nora looked at the rain of arrows quickly arriving at them. They closed their accepting their fate. Perhaps this is better. As after they died, maybe their brother would survive, but even after closing their eyes for a few seconds, nothing happened. Opening their eyes, they were greeted with the sight of Austin towering over them, with arrows plunged into him. Blood flowed from his body, but he still stood tall, protecting them. Austin, big brother. Nora and Elda called out in despair, but I didn't respond. I only gave them a feeble smile, which caused their falling tears to increase, while at the same time, in the viewing room, Eleanor broke the tiles under her, releasing all of her power in rage. Grace broke down completely in tears while her heart broke. The pressure from Eleanor caused others to be quickly pushed back. Where is your historic world connected? Eleanor's voice was soft, but the power in each of her words weren't. Claus the Emperor eyes flashed with anger. Bow, Empress, I put up with you till now on the fact that you were Austin's teacher, but the things you have done now has gone too far. Instead of answering, Eleanor started laughing out loud. After laughing for a bit, she spoke. What great-grandfather are you? Eleanor's voice was filled with sarcasm. What do you mean? There you see one of your descendant fighting for his life. No, an 11-year-old child is risking his life, doing something which none of you had the backbone to do, and here you are watching it like it's some sort of show. You are not fit to be related to Austin. He has twice the bravery than you, who has lived for hundreds of years. Each of Eleanor's words hit directly into Bruce's heart, raising his anger, but he still controlled himself. He didn't live all this life not knowing how to control his anger. Then what should I have done? You know very well that nothing could be done. Eleanor bit her lips at his words. She knew that although she was strong, she didn't have the ability to break into the historic world created by the founding ancestor, much less after it was strengthened by the past figures who left their legacies in it. But I will still try. Eleanor didn't want to back up. No, she didn't want to lose Austin, and she will do anything to get him back. She wouldn't be able to handle losing him then. I will stop you. Bruce didn't back down either. They both quickly vanished, bringing their fight somewhere else. At this time, Olivia was looking at the screen. Right now, her emotions were on a mess. She thought that she would be happy with seeing Austin being beaten up, but she didn't. She knew her sadistic side wanted to trample on him after he had dealt a blow to her pride, but she just couldn't be happy seeing him now. Everything that Austin did was to protect his sisters. Even antagonizing her was for them. For a moment, she was jealous. Should she be happy or sad? But she knew one thing right now, that the hate she gathered for him before had decreased a bit. You better not die, Austin. While Olivia was going through her thoughts, there was someone else going through the same too. The Empress Laura was having suicidal tendencies. Watching Austin get beaten up, her anger and bloodlust flared up. She was even thinking of taking her life if Austin died. Every time Austin was hurt, it was like her flesh was being ripped. She couldn't handle it. She knew her thoughts were not healthy, but she couldn't stop. While all these people were having different thoughts, the situation inside the historic world was changing. Damn, I must look like a porcupine right now. The moment I saw those arrows flying towards them, I knew that with my limited mana, I couldn't do much, so I had to move. Even though I got hit, my vitals were still protected. Coughing a bit of blood, I looked towards my sisters who were stunned, not completely processing what happened. I weakly gave them a smile and slowly turned my body. With all the arrows on my body, it was not easy. When I turned around, I saw the remaining humanoids looking at me. They were getting ready to make their next move, but suddenly they stopped. All of them froze up above in the sky. A figure started to form. It was Luke, the founding emperor. He stood there in the sky, floating and looking at me. The previous impassive eyes had a bit of respect in it. After him, several other figures quickly started to form in the sky, all of them famous and powerful individuals. It was Luke who spoke. I have seen several kids enter this world and exit, all of them having different talent and abilities. I have seen them live and die, but I nor any of these consciousness within this world has never interfered in the trials. But for once we choose to interfere. Boy, no, Austin, I am giving you a chance right now to leave this trail with your life. Take it, do you really have to go through all this pain and suffering? I can see that you are using some kind of forbidden technique to draw power from your potential. I don't want to see such a talented and willed child die. So take the offer. The more Luke spoke, the more dazed I became. Pain? Suffering? Bro, I don't feel any pain right now. Sure, I look all beaten up, but I am not even in a bit of pain, and as for forbidden technique, I'm just drawing large amount of mana from the ring I wear. What the hell are you saying? Wait, this could be the perfect show-off moment. I quickly activated my bullshit speaking mode. While Auden was thinking about heart-moving words to say, the girls who he thought was stunned quickly regained their focus. They looked towards Austin standing in front of them. He was standing in front of them filled with arrows yet. Even after that, he stood in front of them to protect them, the image of him standing in front of them. Protecting them while being filled with arrows and blood was engraved into both Norris and Elda's heart, never to be forgotten in their life. At the same time, small changes occurred. Ding. Name, Nora Lionheart Love. 100, Sibling Love. 100, Forbidden Love, recalculating. Name, Nora Lionheart Love. 100, Forbidden Love. Remark, why is it you? Name, Elda Lionheart Love. 100, Sibling Love. 100, Forbidden Love, recalculating. Name, Elda Lionheart Love. 100, Forbidden Love. Remark, Big Brother is all I need. Chapter 37. Awakening 2. While I was thinking of a heart-moving speech, I received some notification, but I put it away for now as I had more important things to deal with. Currently looking up at the ancestor and putting on a pained expression as if I was on my last stand. What happens to my sister if I give up? Instead of answering, the ancestor looked me up and down for a moment. You would survive. That's right, the ancestor Luke didn't. Give me a direct answer, but it could still be derived. So I started giving him my protagonist bullshit. Then, I reject your offer. Why go to such lengths? Why go through a situation you know that you would not win? The hell, how would you know that I won't win? I haven't even used my last trump cards yet. While cursing my ancestor, I outwardly put on a poker face of a child enduring the pain on his body, because I don't care what happens to me as long as I can protect my family. Then in the end, it's worth it, yup. Plus, if I die, I am surely going to be tortured in hell. So it's better to have my bloodline. My father sacrificed his life to protect mine. In the end, his only wish was for me to protect my family, yup. I don't know the guy, but I sure as hell going to take good care of his wife and daughters. Back then, when my father fought for my life and died, I blamed myself for being weak and useless, but this time I'll protect my family with my strength. Damn, that felt good. No wonder those MCs from the novel always said such words. It feels so damn cool. While hiding my real thoughts, I put on a serious expression outside, not knowing that my words deeply hit the hearts of all the girls watching. Elda and Nora completely fell for Austin giving him his heart. Grace, seeing her child standing so tall to protect her family, had tears fall which she thought had extinguished. Along with it, a small forbidden seed was planted. Olivia, seeing Austin even standing to fight after all this, felt both respect and a small foreign emotion. A very minuscule one started to form. As her, the Empress Laura, she needed to change her panties after it became drenched. All the figures floating above the sky now had some form of respect for him. All the divine weapons who were secretly watching quickly took their stance. Luke looked at his descendant one last time before he gave a nod. Then do what you must. After that, all of them disappeared. And the fight continues. Just as I was about to pull out my last trump card, a message appeared. Ding. Quest criteria completed. Even in the face of despair and failure, you stood to your ideals. The temptation of freedom didn't sway you. Hence your bloodline roars with approval. Special quest completed. Bloodline. The hidden hero difficulty. SSS description. Heroes aren't born, but they are made. You choosing to step up to save your family has been felt by your bloodline. So follow your will to the end. Help and save your sisters in awakening. Their bloodline reward. The awakening of your hidden bloodline awakened suddenly. I felt my blood boil. My body started to heat up. Purple and crimson mana started to surround me. All the arrows on my body flew away, and blood flowed. My consciousness started to fade. Suddenly, different scenes and information started to flow through me. I saw a black-haired, purple-eyed man stranding and fighting. I saw him firing an arrow, ripping the world. I saw several women accompanying him to fight the world, and many more at the same time on the outside. Everybody saw Austin making his choice and getting ready to battle, but then suddenly purple and crimson mana started to surround him, and the humanoids going to attack him stopped in fear, yes, fear. Those energy-based, unemotional dolls felt fear, they felt dread, while those watching in the viewing room almost had their eyes pop out what's happening to him. Grace asked, although she had a rough idea of bloodline. Awakening Bruce spoke. At some point, both Eleanor and Bruce had returned to the room. Both looked normal, not giving any information about their fight, but if someone was to look closely, they would be able to see the small amount of blood left in his lips. And the fear he showed when he looked at Eleanor, 3 people belonging to the same family, that 2 siblings, all of them awakening their bloodline. That's unprecedented. You should be proud of giving birth to such extraordinary children. Eleanor spoke to Grace, bringing a small smile at her face. While the Emperor, though silent, had many dangerous thoughts running in his mind at the same time, no one noticed the Empress, who freezed up just as Austin had began to activate his bloodline. The Empress felt her bloodline boil, and something within her became active. The strong obsession, she had become more stronger. The hesitation, she had vanished. Something within her bloodline pumped more feelings into her. At the same time, across the world, some women who had awakened their bloodline felt their bloodline roar. As if something that had belonged to awakened. At the same time, the mana covering Austin rose up to the sky under the watchful eyes of others. It formed an image of a man above Austin. He had black hair reaching his back and purple eyes like Austin's. As soon as the man's form was completed, he waved his hand, causing all the enemies to be blasted off. After that, I fell directly with my face facing the ground, not being able to move shit. What an anticlimactic ending. Just as I was about to relax myself and let myself fall unconscious, I heard some movement from my front. At the same time, I heard some indescribable screaming from my sisters. I didn't know it, but at this time, the so-called commander, who should have been defeated, stood up. Unlike its previous form, it looked ragged and hurt. It was barely surviving. Slowly, but surely, it began to walk towards me. Its each step causing the onlooker's heart to clench, but just as it was about to walk to me and kill me, something made a move among the divine weapons who were watching and itching to run to Austin's arms. A small, rusted and dirty harp was slowly laying there. It saw everything that happened. Austin's pain, suffering, and determination, and when he awakened his bloodline, it finally made its move before the commander could do anything. It flew directly to its barrier, the so-called A.I system that controls the historic world. Tried to stop it, as within its world, everything is equal, but even with its power over the dimension, the harp ripped through the barrier like knife through butter, and under everyone's astonished eyes, a small dirty harp arrived in front of the commander before the commander could do anything. The harp produced a small sound that directly ripped the commander to pieces. After that, it moved towards me, while I had no idea about. While all this happened, I was in the ground eating dirt. Just as I was about to fall unconscious, I felt my bloodline attracted, as if something that was very dear to me was coming closer. And before I knew it, I was floating above the ground, now face up, and saw a brown and rusty harp without my own. While a small drop of my blood left my body and flew towards the harp. And as soon as it combined with the harp, a bright light suddenly came from it under everyone's eyes. The rusty aura surrounding the harp began to lose, and a bright blue color began to surround it. A blue, beautiful harp came into everyone's view. It had several patterns around it, giving it a beautiful look. Even an idiot who couldn't appreciate beauty will be moved by it. While everyone was enjoying its beauty, several other things were happening along with it. Just as the harp had regained its look and aura thousands of miles away in an underground area, there slept a dragon. It was completely black in color, and it lay there without any movement. There was no aura from it. As if it was dead, the dragon slowly opened its eyes, which wasn't opened in many years. Feeling the harp's familiar aura, a tinge of fear passed through its prideful eyes far away from the dragon. In a mansion within the olive forest, there sat an elf. It looked old and skinny, as if the elf was closing death, but the aura around him would say something else. Feeling a familiar aura, he opened his eyes. The elf's memory seemed to have traveled way into the past, remembering something, but feeling the harp's aura again. A great feeling of danger filled him within the Sylvie realm. In a small mansion, a girl was walking. She looked to be about 16, and the word petite was best to describe her. If those people saw her, they would pick her up and run. She had sky blue hair with some pink on it. Her face was extremely cute, and she had heterochromia. One of her eyes was blue and the other pink, but that was not the weirdest thing about her. The aura around her seemed to change. Sometimes it was of a cheerful girl, and the other time a mature aura of a person who had lived for more than a millennium came from her feeling something. She moved her gaze to a certain direction. Her eyes pierced through space and arrived at Austin's location. Seeing him and the harp, she smiled. Looks like the future won't be very boring after that. She skipped and moved away within the god's realm in its highest location, surrounded by fog, a location where even the three supreme goddesses won't enter without permission. Within the fog, there was a throne and a woman sat on it. She could only be described as the very definition of beauty. Her face could cause the world to go to war for it. Any man looking at her would lose his control. Pink hair that fell beyond her shoulder, a body with the perfect balance of ass and breast, a slim weight to hold her perfectly. Suddenly the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes was the color of a ruby, making it the perfect piece to her already perfect face. It would have been completely perfect if her eyes wasn't cold or emotionless. It wasn't formed from experience or life, it just is. To her, the rock on a road and a person on a road was no different. The world itself was boring and uninteresting to her. Her eyes tore through the world, arriving at Austin's location. She saw throughout his past, present, and alternatives of his future, and for the first time in her life, a tinge of interest glowed in her eyes. For the first time, something caught her interest. After that, she closed her eyes. What's to come will come. Chapter 38. Problems. After the women closed her eyes, three women quickly appeared before her. One of them was a tall, beautiful woman with purple hair and eyes. She had an athletic body with a small breast and a nice ass. Surrounding her both time and space trembled. The other woman in the middle was a short woman with white hair as snow and deep yellow eyes. Even though she was short, her breasts were nothing like it. Her breast was huge, tightly held within her dress. Unlike the other girl, she was not standing, but sitting, floating in a cloud. Fate blended to her, while the other was a green-haired and green-eyed beauty who radiated an immense amount of life. Unlike the other two women, her ass and breast both were huge, along with long legs. She had what others would call a sinful body. Just as they appeared and was about to speak, the pink-haired woman on the throne spoke first. There is nothing to worry about. Even if that weapon is awake, it won't be able to unleash even 1/10 of that power from the past. It has only returned to its place. Nothing more and nothing less. After the women spoke, the other three women nodded to her words and disappeared while back in the imperial palace. Right after the harp had taken in Austin as its owner, it quickly flew into his body and disappeared. After that, Austin fell to the ground unconscious, with blood leaking out of him. After that, both Nora and Elda was quickly pulled in by a mysterious force to awaken their bloodline, and Austin was quickly thrown out of the historic world. Eleanor quickly reached his location and directly applied her mana to stop the bleeding. Following after her, others quickly arrived. Seeing his bloodied appearance, Eleanor's heart pained. Grace saw her bloodied and near-death child. She quickly hugged him, while the emperor called for all the greatest healers within the empire to quickly come to the palace. The other surrounding empire and kingdoms noticed the strange influence of healers gathering. Into the capital, more and more healers were called in without stop. Even the saintess of the supreme goddess of life was called in as emergency, which caused all the other powers to speculate the reason. In the Ezreal Empire, within a military post, sat an old man. Even though his hair was white and he had a few wrinkles in his face, his body was still in tip-top condition, with a huge gym-built body and with an aura of bloodlust surrounding him. Anyone close to the man would think in fear of how many this man should have killed to gain such a bloodlust. He had a white beard and a military setup. The stars and medals on his dress indicate that he was a high-level general. It was during the time the man was resting that a person ran into his room. His hand was holding a communication orb, and his face was filled with fear. as he brought a certain news to the old man. As soon as the man had entered the room, the old man had opened his eyes. His eyes looked spirited and energetic and a bit melancholy. General, we received a news from the palace. Something has happened to you, grandson. Before the man can finish, he was quickly pushed away by the aura released by the old man. Intense bloodlust and anger came out of the old man's body, and without saying anything, the old man disappeared from the room, while millions of miles away within a huge floating city, whose size knew no end, there existed a huge tower. Countless mages entered and left, and each of them had a huge respect for the tower whenever they walked within it. The one and only holy land of all mages, the magical tower. Currently on its topmost floor, a woman could be seen. She looked to be in her 20s. She sat on a desk and was quickly going through some documents. She had violet hair that reached her shoulders, which was braided, and her eyes was silver in color, as if glowing. Her beauty was beyond description. If the Empress was a cold beauty, then she was one that men dreamed to conquer but didn't have the confidence to. She was surrounded with a powerful aura, and the natural deposition of a successful woman was around. The air from the open window caused her hair to flutter, making her more mysterious. Her body proportions couldn't accurately be said due to her mage getup. But even with that, one could see faint outlines in her body and say that she was well endowed. It was when she was deep in her work that her room was opened and a woman in her 30s entered. She could said to be beautiful with her brown hair and eyes. As soon as she entered, she saw the violet-haired women in her work. For a moment she was in daze, seeing her beauty, but she quickly shook her head and entered Jut. As the women had entered, the violet-haired women raised her head. Miss, we got a message from your family. Something had happened to your nephew. As soon as the brown-haired women's word were heard, the calm silver eyes of the violet-haired women trembled. Without any words, she disappeared from her room, ripping through space to a certain destination. While back in the palace, several healers were around Austin, healing him and providing him more life force. Slowly but surely, he was getting better. This news had comforted the people waiting outside, especially Grace, whose heart was never at rest. While Eleanor stood close to Austin, protecting him like this, a few hours went by before the same old man from before had appeared in the palace. His previous burst of bloodlust was taken aback. When he arrived, he was greeted with a red-eyed Grace and several other people. Seeing Grace, the look on the old man's eyes softened a bit. Arriving close, he asked what happened. His voice was rough, but it still carried his concern. Seeing the old man, Grace muttered, "Grandpa Max." The old man in front of her was Max Lionheart. That's right, he was Austin's father's father, or in other words, Austin's grandfather, a terrifying military man who brought fear to the other kingdoms. He was a legend in the military that many aspire to be. Seeing the Emperor coming, Max gave a low bow. Hiding his rising anger, he again inquired about his grandson, to which the Emperor showed him the recoding of what happened from the beginning. Max's expression changed a lot from the beginning till the end, but in the end he had a small smile on his face when he saw his grandson's talent and determination. He had a proud feeling seeing his grandson, but at the same time the small grudge on the sloppy reaction of the Emperor and his daughter was completely formed on his mind. He might not do anything about it now, but in the future he would definitely pay it back. If anyone messes with his family, then they better be ready to face the consequences of it. At the same time, the arrival of a violet-haired woman was announced. Seeing the violet-haired women, now covered with a veil, walking towards them, the expression on Max eased up, seeing his daughter walking towards him. While the Emperor's eyes glowed with strong obsession, love and desire for the violet-haired women, which he quickly hid. Chapter 39. Problems 2. As the violet-haired women walked, there was a pressurizing aura around her. She didn't do it on purpose, but was unconsciously released. She walked and reached in front of Max, smiling behind her veil. She gave Max a small hug. "It's nice to see you, Dad." "Ho ho, looks like you still remember your old man." Max laughed and relaxed, completely opposite to his normal character. "I didn't think you would arrive so fast. Looks like you were very worried." "I was, but after seeing how calm you are right now, I can tell that the problem is not much." After that, she turned her head to the Emperor. "You look healthy, Claus." "Haha, I'm fine. But how are you, Mira?" "I am doing well." Mira Lionheart, the second child and daughter of Max Lionheart, a world-class beauty who was once courted by many men. At a young age itself, she had displayed a terrifying amount of talent and magic. Just in her 30s, she had reached Origin Level 10, being in the peak, a once-in-a-1,000-year scene, genius taken in, as the disciple of the current leader of the magical tower. An Imperial who had reached the top in power with both beauty, strength, and background. Many men had tried to court her only to end in refusal. Even the emperors of both the Israel and Moonlight had tried to court her, but to only end up rejected enough with the pleasantries. What happened to Austin? Mira spoke with a slightly cold voice. The Emperor sighed and started showing Mira the same recording. Unlike Max, there was no change in her expression as she watched the video, but the small flickering of emotions deep in her eyes said something else. The more she watched, the more surprised and pleased she became. Unlike others, she could clearly define Austin's potential and future from this video. From it, she could proudly proclaim that his potential might be higher than hers. Not only that, her nieces too awakened certain bloodlines, which would mean that their potential was not low too. Brother would be proud. After seeing it, she walked towards Grace to comfort her. While she was comforting Grace, the door of the room in which Austin was currently getting treatment from opened, and an old woman walked out from it. Seeing her come out, everyone waiting outside quickly moved towards her, who spoke, "Don't worry, he's fine. He might wake up in an hour or two." After hearing the old woman's word, all of them let out a sigh. After that, they moved on to talk among themselves. A few hours later, Austin, who was laying on the bed, opened his eyes. "Damn. My head hurts walking up. I could feel my body was sore and a bit uncomfortable. The last thing I remember was the harp flying towards me sitting up straight. I checked my body and didn't see any permanent defect. Seeing that I was fine, I let out a sigh. Looks like it all worked out fine. And I even awakened my bloodline." Thinking of my bloodline, a weird smile formed on my face. After I received the information about my bloodline, I was left a bit speechless at first. Instead of the hidden hero, it should have been the hidden pervert. This ancestor of mine was really quite the man. My bloodline belonged to a certain human that used to live in the era of wars thousands of years ago. It seemed that he traveled around the world making a harem and saving damsels in distress. His abilities and powers were leaning to that direction. To bloodline. The hidden hero description. The bloodline belonging to a man who had done so much for the world, but was forgotten. He hid in the dark and protected the weak. Several women had fell in his arms due to his lethal charms. At a certain point of time, his harem was a force to reckon with. Due to despair, he almost once destroyed the world. First ability. The adapter rank. FSSS description. You are able to adapt to anything. From the pressure of a dragon to even a goddess, be it to anything, to everything, your body will adapt to it. From curses to charms, nothing will affect you as you will adapt to its second ability. The innocent charm rank. S description. You will be more charming, or to be said innocent, to people around you. When you meet a person, as long as that person's not an enemy, that person will be more receptive of you. You will be more pleasing to a person's eyes. Even for a person without senses, you will be more pleasing to them. Third ability. The contract rank. Godly description. You can put a certain contract on women who are bound to you. Once the contract is bound, they are loyal and affectionate to you, even after death. Once bound, their feelings and desires are passed throughout their bloodline. Fourth ability. Borrow rank. SSS description. As long as you have obtained a woman's consent through a ritual bond, you can replicate a certain power of theirs for yourself. There are some more special abilities too, but what had really scared me was the third ability. That was brutal. The third ability was basically a binding spell placed on those women. It means that no matter what, as long as a woman was involved with my ancestors and has that contact, if in the future her descendants who awaken their bloodline came close to me, as long as they awaken their bloodline, it's a guaranteed love. This contract spell is taking away the choice for any women. With the bloodline contact on them. What's more terrifying was that among my ancestors' women's, almost all of them agreed to it. How much did they love him? Well, that explains Loras' behavior. Shaking my head, I looked towards my arm, which had a small tattoo of a harp, focusing while I brought it out. Then suddenly the beautiful harp appears in front of me. The harp was sky blue in color, which had purple strings in it. The bow itself had many designs on it. 2 item. The musical bow. Sphinx rank. Godly supreme. Broken. Description. An item which was made possible by the combined will and sacrifice of a man. A bow which fired an arrow that almost ripped the world apart. A weapon that even caused fear to gods. Looking at the harp's description, I had some complicated emotions. Actually, this bow was the second reason why I choose to be an archer. Even if you were strong, having a weapon that was powerful was still a bonus. There are several weapons who became divine weapons after having been used by several powerful figures, but since the usage of bow as a personal weapon was new, there were not many powerful bows. Even Eleanor's bow was something that grew along with her when the main protagonist had saved Elda and won over Nora by fighting for Elda in the historic world. He also had received something good from it, but at the end there would always be a sentence. It's too bad that he was a swordsman and not an archer. Otherwise, he might had a chance with the bow that the gods fear. I was actually planning on entering the historic world once to look for it, but who would have thought that the bow had a relationship with my bloodline? The bow was used by my ancestor, and the harp was one of his women's, or to be more exact, it belonged to the women whom he loved the most. Chapter 40. Trouble still finds a way. Well, if you want me to go more into the truth, it seemed that during the creation of this world by both the goddesses Sylvia and Sylvie, a small part of both their power fell from them into the world. One of it grew into a tree, while the other into a jade. As you can guess, the tree was once made into a bow, and the jade to a harp, even though the bow was only used by the hunters at that time to hunt some food. My ancestor chose it as his future path, and he ended up using the same bow made out of one of the goddess's power, while his lover coincidentally happened to play the harp as her weapon. In normal cases, no one should have been able to draw out even a bit of their powers, but there's always exceptions. During the war, thousands of years ago, my ancestor had to watch his most beloved women die due to the war. He then, in anger and despair, sacrificed his soul and did something unbelievable. People might be surprised when they know how much power a human could bring out of him in times of despair. My ancestor combined both the bow and the harp and fired a single arrow to destroy the world. That single arrow's power was greater than both the goddesses combined. It had almost tore the world apart. But looking at the current harp, it won't be able to produce that same power. Still, it's more powerful than any other weapons out there, and that's the problem. I am 100% sure that I've caught the eye of several powerful figures. It's no doubt that a weapon like this will not just be left for waste. Nothing I can do about it now. Throwing the problems at the back of my head, I focused on the current issue. Looking at the harp, I gave it a mental command, and I saw the two edges of the harp quickly expanding and the several purple stings joined together, making a single one. The harp changed into a very beautiful bow. But suddenly, I felt a small headache, and the Sphinx disappeared. Looks like my current mana was not enough to keep it active for a long time. It was at this time that I noticed an anomaly. I was hurt and just woke up. Then why aren't there any people coming to see me? There are also no maid around me too. So my expression hardened. Something's wrong. As soon as I though that the space in front of me twisted and a woman came in front of my bed, red hair that fell down her ass, an extremely sexy body and burning red eyes with slits. She had a beautiful face with an arched eyebrow and a small black near her right eye. That small, instead of looking bad, gave her a different seductive charm. Her whole body carried absolute confidence, pride, and arrogance that was naturally displayed. All this wasn't developed, but something she was naturally born with. Name: Vina Dragoner. Sex: female. Age: 400. Species: dragon. Talent: 910. Power: Dragonoid. Level 3. Title: the Dragon Empress, Magical Queen, the Never-Ending, etc. Love: 0. 40-60.1. Love level: unidentifiable. Description: ever since she had her dragon bloodline activated, she anyways felt that there was something she was missing. She felt that something was preventing her from completely falling in love with her husband. Today, she came to completely get rid of that feeling. Difficulty: first you survive this, then we can talk about tricking the Dragon Emperor. Fuck. I am dead. Looking at the women in front of me, I felt my body go cold. I knew that my ancestor had managed to seduce a dragon, but who would have thought that the dragon's descendant would be the Dragon Empress? Seeing the women who clearly came here to kill me, my brain quickly started to calculate a way out. I started to quickly gather the information I can. Looking at the women, I could see that unlike the Empress Laura, the feeling being provided by her bloodline has not taken complete control of her. She seemed to be fighting it also. The fact that up until these 11 years, she hasn't found to kill me means that the changes only happened after I awakened my bloodline. My brain started working overtime to find a way out, as I didn't want to end up in hell. Then I saw the flashing of complicated emotions in the women, and a plan slowly formed in my mind. I sighed and put on a deadpan expression. So you came to kill me, huh? As I spoke my words, I could see her emotions going more out of control. I was right. It seems that Vina didn't really want to kill me. Dragons are beings who believe in actions. If someone didn't disrespect them, then they won't do anything. Due to their extreme strength, pride, and arrogance, they see other species as something to protect, like when adults look at children. So unless you tick them off, they're mostly mild. She knew that her problem was due to her bloodline, and I just ended up with a bloodline controlling her, which was not really my fault, but her ancestors. She can't just kill me for that, can she? But she is to do it no matter the cost. After I spoke, Vina responded, child, I do not know your name. I know that what's happening right now is not your problem, but still I have to get rid of you. Do you have anything to say? The more I heard Vina speak, the more my plans seemed plausible. Suppressing my excitement, I spoke. I also do not know who you are, but I know that you must be related to my bloodline. You don't have to kill me to get rid of the feeling you have right now. I can do it myself. Hearing my words, Vina went into deep thought. Naturally, she was an idiot to trust my words. Seeing that she was in deep thought, I quickly pulled out my main trick, raising my hand and placing on my chest. I made a vow. I vow in the name of the creator goddess Sylvia that I have a way to solve the issue, and I will do it for you. Hearing my vow, Vina became a bit surprised, but then she nodded. Swearing on the goddess Sylvia was a huge promise. If you broke it, your soul would be destroyed completely. Seeing that Vina agreed, I let out a sigh. Looking at me, she asked, what do I have to do? Nothing much. Your problem is due to a contract kept on your bloodline. I just have to touch your forehead and remove it from you. Hearing my reply, she nodded and came close to me. The moment she came close to me, a heavy, suffocating feeling came upon me, but that went away quickly. Seeing that I am fine, even under her pressure, Vina was surprised. No human should be able to move freely within a dragon's domain, but she put the matter back at her mind and focused on the current issue. When Vina had reached close to me, I lifted my hand and placed it in her forehead. I could feel the contract on her bloodline now being suppressed by Vina. As for if I could remove it, of course I can, but why should I? Slowly, I activated my bloodline and sent a small bit of my mana into it. The suppressed contract suddenly gained more strength and started fighting against Vina. As soon as I had done, I activated my band and disappeared at the same time. The hand waved by Vina to kill me missed. Sitting on my bed, I saw Vina falling to her knees, trying to fight it to no avail. Seeing a dragon on her knees in front of me felt a bit good, and knowing that she's the wife of one of the strongest men in the world further bloated my ego. After rolling on the floor a bit, she finally stopped and stood up. The eyes, which were previously confused, was now clear. Name: Vina Dragon Love. 135, Chapter 41. A dragon acquired. It looks like it's a success. Seeing her status after the process ended, I quickly removed my invisibility. Seeing me appear, Vina's calm eyes lit up. Her eyes were literally having stars in them. I suddenly felt a pull, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting in her lap, relaxing myself. I turned my head and looked in her eyes. The eyes which should have hated me currently only has immense amount of love for me. Curious, I asked, how do you feel right now? Do you hate me? My question seemed to her confused her a bit, so she thought a bit and spoke. Are you asking what happened after my love really bloomed? It's simple, actually. You see, it's just that my ego had just replaced the previous one, your ego. It's like this: since I had awakened my bloodline, I always had a feeling that there was a soulmate for me, but my other personality refused to fall in love due to a bloodline attraction, so two personalities were formed. Due to us dragons being more prideful, the ego, which wanted to fall in love, naturally took more control. I was locked. It was only when you awakened your bloodline, I gained the strength to fight back. Listening to Vina talk, I got the general gist of the stuff. It seems that the bloodline basically supplies the feeling and characters of the previous ancestor. While I was thinking, I could see Vina hesitating to speak about something. If you want to ask me something, just ask, why are you alive even after breaking your vow? Vina was really curious. No being was capable of using Goddess Sylvia's name as a vow and live. How did her beloved do it? Instead of answering her, I just gave her a mysterious smile. Placing a finger on my lips, I said, the secret hearing my reply, Vina pouted. And as for how I am alive, it's simple actually. All creations of the Sylvia realm belong to Goddess Sylvia, so making a vow on her means that their soul is bound to her and responds to her, but I am different. My soul technically doesn't belong to this world nor Sylvia's. Hence, using her name doesn't really affect me, since I don't belong to her creations. While I was thinking, I felt a small bite on my ear. My body shivered at that touch. Ha. You know how long I was waiting to meet you? I was dying to just get my hands on you. As Vina spoke, I felt her hands traveling into my shirt while her kisses went to my neck. She slowly started sucking on my neck. My body shivered in pleasure. While wait, control yourself. Turning around, I could see that Vina's eyes was glazed and her face a bit red. As soon as I turned around, she pulled me in and kissed my lips. At first, she was just passive, but then she quickly started to get wilder. Our lips stuck to each other, and she stayed sucking on my lips. She bit my lips and started ravaging it in the middle. She brought her tongue into mine. Without rejecting her, I opened my mouth and let her tongue in. While we were kissing, our tongues began a battle. Saliva fell from our mouths. Saliva was exchanged between both of us. She pulled me close for a passionate kiss while her hands explored my body, and my hands weren't resting either as I held her close. Slowly, I leaned in closer, my hands finding her waist as I pulled her toward me. She let out a soft sound against my lips, and then she gently pulled back from the kiss. Just as we pulled back from the kiss, both of us were breathing loudly. As she leaned in closer, I caught her hand. No, we can't go any further than this. Why? What's the problem? Her tone was clearly annoyed. She was just getting into the mood to. Due to certain reasons, I can't lose my virginity till I'm 17. My tone was serious. Damn it, I really lost myself back then. This woman is a vixen. I can't let my guard down around her. I can't really touch her too. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose to activate the contract on her, but I had to. The reason? Hey, Vina, even if I had removed the contract, the other Vina would have still killed me, right? My question stumped her. Her rising lust stopped. She hesitated at first, but still in the end, she nodded. I knew it. Dragons themselves are proud and arrogant. So how was she to leave a person who could control her, especially her feelings? She would have killed me no matter what I had done. That's why I took that risk. As for asking the other Vina to take a vow, the moment I said that she would have killed me, controlling myself, I asked, where am I actually? What did you do? Nothing much. I just created a fake reality in front of the people looking after you. While I created this fake dimension to bring you here. Hearing her reply, I was in awe for a moment. She entered the palace without nobody knowing and tricked an Imperial into imagining something else. No wonder they say dragons are gods on land. Wait, we forgot to even introduce ourselves. It's only then that I pointed out that I didn't know her identity. Hearing my question, she made a small smile and said, my name's Vina Dragoner, the current Dragon Empress and the ex-wife of the current Dragon Emperor. Hearing her answer, I reacted surprised. Seeing my reaction, she smiled. Why, you scared? Holding her hands in an affectionate tone, I said, why should I? You choose me. So you will be mine no matter what. Hearing my reply, Vina was dazed for a bit before she again gave me a kiss on my lips. Wait, your ex-husband? Yeah, ex. After all, from now onwards, you are my hubby. With that, she hugged me tight, and I relaxed myself on her breast. What do you plan to do from now? What are you going to do about that husband of yours? Nothing much. The person who I love completely is you, hubby. Saying so, she slid my dress a bit and started nibbling on my shoulder, trying to leave a hickey there. After doing so, and being satisfied, only did she stop. I know your worries. That man won't suspect a thing. I will just wait till you get strong. Then at the same time, she took out a small badge and gave it to me. I can't be around you all the time. So when you need me, just pass your mana into it, and I will appear. I will be waiting for you to contact me, hubby. After that, she gave me a small peck on my lips and disappeared. At the same time, the space around me cracked. And when I opened my eyes again, I was in the same room, but my mother was sitting close to me, and I could see Eleanor too. As soon as I moved, I could see my mother. Looking at me, she quickly pulled me into a hug and started crying. Seeing that, I hugged her back and started consoling. You are not allowed to do something like that ever again. With a bit of tears in her eyes, my mother looked at me seriously and started scolding me. After that, I had a few rounds of shouting from Eleanor, after all of that, I asked how my sisters were, and Grace said that they were fine and resting. It's at this time the door opened, and a veiled violet-hair woman entered. Seeing her, I went into daze for a moment, but I quickly recovered and looked at her. Mira Lionheart. In this life of mine, she's my aunt. In my memories till I have chatted with her, but in the game she's a capture target too. In the coming years, she would be appointed as the Babylon School's principal. So who doesn't like a sweet principal-student romance? But the problem was that during the game, no one had conquered her. Chapter 42. A sneaky empress looking at the violet-haired women walking towards me. My mind quickly searched about all the information I knew about her in the game. There were several players who had tried their best to conquer this woman, but none had succeeded. Even I had tried, only to end up in disappointment. The thing was that this woman only had two things she cared and thought about: one, her family, and two, magic. If you're not either of these, then you're not her concern. It seemed that the game producers had created her so that she couldn't be conquered. Hence her name was etched into the chart for the unconquered. While I was at it, I activated the read function name. Mira Lionheart. Sex: female. Age: 35. Species: human. Talent: 10 power. Half-step imperial title: the magic addict, magic freak, talent of a century. Etc. Love: 93. Familial love. Description: ever since she could understand about the world, she had deeply fell in love with magic. She desires to reach the peak of magic, even though she desires to only focus on her magic deep within her heart. She desires for love. She has a small disappointment due to not being able to find someone she could fall in love with. Difficulty: SSS. Bro, she sees you as her little nephew, plus adding the normal difficulty of conquering. You better buckle up. Seeing her information, my eyes almost bulged out, leaving aside the fact she's already a half-step imperial. What's with this level of difficulty? It's not like she's the dragon princess or something. Hey system, why is her difficulty so high? Host should take into account that the difficulty of each target is tailor-made for the host. If it was some else, it might be SS or SS. Because of your family ties, the difficulty rose. The system calculates all probabilities, and then only would it give out an answer. Hearing the system's reply, I got the gist of what's happening. Basically, because it's me, the difficulty rose while I was thinking. Mira came closer. So I threw all my distracting thoughts aside and quickly ran up to Mira. Putting on a happy and excited expression, I ran into her embrace. Looking at her, I asked, Aunt Mira, when did you arrive? Mira then looked at me. She happily hugged me back, but at the same time, she felt that Austin was a bit different, as if he was more innocent or charming. Well, she was not the only one. Even Grace and Eleanor felt it, but they attributed it to the fact that since he almost died, they must have felt that he was more precious now. Shaking her thoughts away, Mira spoke. Of course I would come. How could I stay still knowing that my little nephew is in trouble? Hearing her call me little, I really wanted to scream back, how do you know I'm little? But I held myself back and smiled at her sheepishly, as if I was a kid caught doing something wrong. According to my memories, Austin really did have good relationship with this aunt of his. Seeing me smile, Mira held my cheeks and twisted them, and I cried out indignantly. After taking a good look at me and seeing that I was all right, Mira smiled. She then looked towards Eleanor and gave a nod. It's nice to meet you again. Bow. Empress Eleanor smiled and responded back curtly. It's good to see you too, Mira. Looks like you're getting stronger too. Yes, I am. As they were talking among themselves, some more people entered the room. It was the Emperor, Empress, and Olivia. They came up to me for a small chat. Taking with them, I noticed that the Empress behaving a bit abnormally. I could understand the reason. So looking at her, I discreetly gave her a small wink. As for Olivia, I just put on a small domineering attitude. I pulled her close and said slowly to her ears, Olivia, you better remember what I said to you earlier, and if you ever want a video back, just fight me for it. But if you lose the punishment one. TB small. After I said those words, I felt her body tremble a bit. After that, they all had some talk with me and left. After all, I am in recovery right now, and I need rest. I lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. It was night, and I was sleeping when I felt somebody touching my body. I got startled and woke up. Sitting up, a mind-blowing scenery appears in front of me. In front of me sat Laura. If that was all, it was not a problem. But right now, sitting in front of me, she only had lingerie on. Her huge breast was being held by a black sexy bra, which seemed to push her breast higher, while downward she was wearing a black laced panty. Her blue yes was completely on me. Overall, she gave off a huge amount of sex appeal. Seeing me wake up, her eyes lit up. Instead of her usually cold eyes, it was currently filled with immense love and desire. As soon as I sat up, I put a stupefied expression. Unconsciously, I muttered, "Beautiful." Hearing my reply, a small blush formed on her face, which furthered her beauty in a way. Seeing her like this, I felt my body get hotter. Oh God, give me control. "WH, what are you doing here?" Hearing my question, she frowned, but in the end she came close to me and spoke, "Do you not feel it, honey?" At the same time, her hand held my chest, tracing over it. When I heard her words, I felt my body go soft. I quickly started thinking about some other shit to distract myself, but at the same time a plan to make best out of the situation to formed. I quickly held her hand and put on a very gentle expression. "Sigh, you felt it too, Laura?" Hearing me call her name directly, Laura trembled. Along with my gentle expression, she felt her heart beat faster. "Felt it? I always felt it. I was always in love with you, Austin." Feeling touched, I went closer to her face and held at me too. "I too always felt my heart beat for you, but you were already uncle, so I had to let you go." Hearing my reply, Laura's face brightened, as if the fear she had vanished. She quickly held my face and brought it in for a kiss. Slowly but surely our lips meet. At first it was a small touch, but later it quickly got heated up. Our lips battled for dominance. I bit on her lips to open her mouth and inserted my tongue into hers. I found her tongue, and we started to exchange saliva. At the same time, my hand found themselves on her breasts. I took that huge mass of flesh and gave it a squeeze. Laura moaned, leaving the kiss with a bridge of saliva between us. I unhooked her bra, and two glorious tits appeared on my vi. She was drawn close to me without hesitation. I held her gently and pressed my lips softly against her skin while my other hand rested on her side. She gave a small, quiet sigh at the touch. Laura breathed out softly. I brushed my thumb across her hand while my other hand held her wrist gently. After a moment, I let go. She placed her hand against my cheek and held me close. While I held her close, after a moment, I felt her body tremble. She let out a deep breath and then fell back onto the bed. Catching her breath, drawing closer to her, I gave a gentle peck on her lips, to which she pulled me closer for another deep kiss. Quickly, we started sucking on each other's lips. Just when I felt her body heat up, I stopped. Puzzled, she looked at me. "We have to stop now, Laura," I said to her with a sad and disappointed expression. "Why? What happened?" Laura asked. She had a frown on her face. "Laura, you should now use status. You're married to the Emperor. If you did this, your life might be destroyed." I said those words with a pained expression, as if letting her go was very painful for me. Seeing my expression, Laura's eyes got a bit wet. "Don't worry, my body only belongs to you. I know that I might not be a virgin and all, but believe me, I haven't let the Emperor touch me in a long time." Taking one of my hand, she led it towards her. "My body only belongs to you for now and forever." But before my hands reached her, I withdrew it back, holding her face. I explained to her about my situation and promised her that I would be with her when I turned 17. It's only after a bit of taking and persuading her that Laura finally smiled. After promising her again that I would make her mine, she dressed up and left. After she left, I fell onto my bed exhausted. I might only be the person who must have cucked two emperors on the same day. 2 months later, Grace was in her office doing her work when a maid ran up to the room with a letter. "Miss, the young master, he." While in her house, Eleanor held a letter written by her beloved disciple. At the same time, I was in a carriage heading towards another kingdom. And as for why, there are 3 main reasons for it. The first one, it was to meet some of the capture targets who haven't become powerful or, popular yet. Second reason was to use the information part of the system and find some of the forgotten historic worlds and earn their power. And for the third, it was to find myself powerful subordinates. According to my memories, there were some main key characters that had yet to awaken or find a treasure, some in great despair too. At that time, I would be their beacon, giving them hope, earning their loyalty. Sigh, there's a lot to do. Chapter 43. The girls view Empress Laura's POV. Laura was currently walking through the corridors of the palace. As she was walking, her mind was occupied with the thought of a certain silver-haired boy. If one was to view in her brain, one would doubt how she could put such a cold face outside. Is Austin eating fine? When will I meet him again? Last time it took 156 days. 48 hours and 12 minutes before I last saw him. When can I leave this place and give myself to him? Laura sighed and thought back to her past. She was the daughter of the powerful ducal family, the Greedius family. Born with both beauty and power, she had a smooth sailing in life ever since she had awakened her bloodline. She had become a fierce ice mage too, but along with it began her difficulties. Even before awakening her bloodline, she always felt that there was something missing in her life, as if a part was missing. This had only worsened after she awakened her bloodline. She was also the fiancée of the future emperor at that time too, but even during that time the current Emperor Claus only had eyes on one woman, Mira. To say she was not jealous and envious would be false. Even then, she never really loved the emperor. Her family had raised her and provided for her, so she had taken it up on herself to repay them. Maybe we will fall in love after we are married? With such thoughts, Laura had bottled up her emotions, always going at her family's whims. But she never felt happiness after her marriage. Sure, the emperor was kind and caring, but she always keenly knew that his heart was never with her. She was an empress, one of the most powerful individuals of the empire. She should be happy and contented. Yet she never felt true happiness. Even after her marriage, her parents wanted to support the emperor, always be a good girl, always move for the profit of the family. Even during all this time, she had that nagging feeling of something missing. Her whole life, she could never make her own decisions, but even then she never complained. She bottled up her feeling and continued to live her monotonous life until she met him. Grace had visited the palace with her child, a boy about 6-year-old. The moment Laura had gazed upon him, her life brightened, her blood started boiling. And for the first time, the heart she thought was dead started beating faster. It's as if she had found the missing part of herself. Her body, too, had heated up after that. She tried everything to find more about the boy, his hobbies, his like and dislike, everything about him. She wanted to know, for the first time, she did something for herself, not for her family. She knew that this was not normal, that she was not being normal, but she couldn't stop. Her body, her mind, her soul wanted to know more about him. For the first time, she felt truly alive. Yet fear still followed her. She was an older woman, married to the emperor. Could she have her own love? Would the boy grow up and even like her? As many questions rose, she tried to curb herself, but she couldn't. The more she tried to stop, the more her desires grew. She was in despair of what to do until the very fateful day that boy awakened his bloodline. She knew at that time the boy won't reject her, that they were meant to be together even in death. She went up to him at the night without anyone knowing, and to her utter delight, he accepted her. That night was the most happiest day of her life. She couldn't be one with him yet, but she could wait. She had completely stopped the emperor from touching her body since the day she met Austin. Her body was only for him. Coming out of my deep thoughts, I reached a door. It had many barriers and magical items protecting it. Opening them, I entered this secret room. I only know of if Austin was to see this room, he might have tightened up due to goosebumps. The entire room was covered with the images of Austin. There lies several recording devices containing him. Seeing this room, I felt relaxed and happy. Running, I jumped into the bed, covered with my darling's images. Hugging the pillow containing his image, I let out a smile. Darling only belongs to me, and me to darling. Laura's quiet murmur filled the room. Clara's POV. Clara was currently wearing a training suit. Surrounding her was darkness. Utter darkness, which she was trying to control. Ever since the day she had found out about what had happened to Austin, she had increased her training, trying to get better at controlling her healing. Whenever she got teared, she would think of Austin, her light, her path, and the reason for her existence. Thinking of him, her past quickly flashed through her mind. Her life wasn't all that great. She had came from a normal commoner family, a father who was a drunkard, a mother who only cared about her looks and herself. She was born to them. But she didn't complain. Clara herself had normal looks, nothing that stood out. Even though she had difficulties, she tried to survive, and she thought that if she showed love, she would receive it. But she got nothing. Her life at her slum-like house, and uncaring parents, their constant abuse led her to have a huge inferiority complex. She would never be anything, but she still lived on, until her father's debt grew so big that her parents sold her to the other side for money. Back then, her whole life fell apart. The small hope within her shattered. Even to the slave traders, she wasn't of value. Nothing she could be used for. Back then, Clara hated the world. She hated herself for being nobody. She was nothing. It was during this life of hers that she was living helplessly through when an ugly, fat person took liking to her and wanted to use her, even if she wanted to be valued. She felt disgusted at such a situation and planned to bite her tongue to kill herself, but it's at that time that I meet him. Like a knight in shining armor, he arrived. He had saved her from my despair. Even when he had looked at her, there was no disdain nor dislike, just kindness. He talked to me as an equal and treated me with care. It's later that I discovered his identity. I felt fear then, thinking that I was not worthy to stand with him, but he took care of me gently. He asked about my situation and even made me his personal maid. I knew that he didn't have any intention on my body or other motives. He took me an unworthy person in his life and gave me warmth. He made me confident. At first, I was afraid that I was unworthy of him, but after awakening my bloodline, I gained some confidence. I worked hard to be by his side. As long as he was happy, I would be satisfied after my workout. I was slowly heading to my room. Due to my status as Austin's personal maid, I had my own room. Opening my door, I enter my room. Entering inside, the sight that greeted me made me smile. If Loras' room was something that would bring goosebumps to Austin, then this was one that would cause his blood to freeze. In this room, too, there was images of Austin, some on the wall, others on the roof, but that was not all. On the table sat some hair of Austin that Clara had taken. His old dresses that should have been thrown away. The blanket Clara used was stitched from the old ones Austin used. Smiling, I jumped into my bed, took the pillow that contained an image of Austin and hugged it tight and covered myself with the pillow Austin used. I will do anything for you. Love, Chapter 44. The girl's view, 2. Emily's POV. Within a mansion of the Penzer's kingdom, a green-haired and green-eyes 11-year-old girl could be seen. Emily was currently walking through the kingdom's palace. But unlike normal princess, she didn't walk with her back straight. While she was walking, the servants who saw her would move aside and talk with hushed voices. Just like every day of her life today was not different to her father not paying attention to her, her brothers bullying her, and the constant disregard from the servants. In other people's eyes, she is a weak, powerless, and dispirited girl. After all, disregarding others, I quickly entered my room. Entering it, my usual scared face faded away, and a scornful look appeared. Reaching my bed, I gave it a kick hump. That fuckers, who do they think they are? That fucking useless brother. Fuck, let me get my hands on him. I will fucking kill him and that whore of his sisters. All dressed up and acting pretty. Fuck, imagining makes me want to puke. And that fucking useless father. Just you all wait. One day, I will make all of you pay. After venting my anger, I let out a deep sigh. Walking, I reach in front of my mirror, looking at that awful scar on my face. My fading anger raised again. I gave the mirror a punch. It broke and its pieces punctured my arm. Blood started to flow through my arms. I felt was nothing. Feeling tried, I walked up to my bed and took out a recording device. The only one I had. Playing it, an image of silver-haired, pupil-eyed boy began to appear. Seeing him, a small smile came upon my lips. Austin, the only one person who never looked at me differently. My memory quickly began to move towards the past. It was on the birthday of the princess of the Israel Empire. Imagining the figure of that beautiful and proud princess, jealousy and envy had filled my heart. I had left the room while accidentally being seen by that dipshit brother of mine. It was in the past that once someone saw me being bullied and had helped me. That person was a powerful figure, and I had got some benefits from him too. Ever since then, I always was accidentally. Began being bullied by my brother, but no matter how many times someone saves me thinking about that they were saving a beauty by to only seeing half my face the moment they saw the whole. Though they pretend to be nice, I could always see the disgust they had for me. During that princess birthday, it was no different. I was waiting for that pants and shining armor to appear, but who would have thought that this time it would be different? A boy who was from a powerful family saved me, but this time there was a difference. The silver-haired boy, when he saw my face, he wasn't disgusted, no, he looked directly at my face with a smile. For the first time, someone called me cute. At first, I was wary of him, but the more time I spent with him, the more I felt attracted to him. During that night, for the first time, I was able to speak freely. For the first time, I met someone who treated me equally. After that night, I kept on talking with him. He gave me his communication device, and we always kept in touch. In this broken world, he became my light. Seeing my situation, he was even ready to cause an international related issue to help me too. He was the only person after Mother that I felt attached to. I knew that I had fallen in love with him, but would he love someone like me? Once indirectly, I asked him once, and his reply only furthered my love for him. Laying on the bed, I touched the necklace on my chest. It was something given to me by Mother before she passed away. I always kept it close to me, not letting it even catch dust. Unknowingly, my blood fell on the necklace, and it got absorbed. Suddenly, a bright light came from my necklace, and an immense pain filled me before I could scream. I had already fainted a few hours later. Well, what happened? Walking up, I could feel a splitting headache. My eyes felt weak, and my body was heavy. Raising my body and checking it, I saw that my necklace was missing. I jumped from my bed to check my surroundings, and just as I did, I felt myself fly and hit the wall. What the hell? Standing up, I felt that my body was stronger. My hearing, too, improved. I felt as if my senses were on overdrive. I tried to cover my ears, but felt that it was different. My ears felt pointy. I quickly moved around my room and found some broken pieces of glass to take a look, and when I did, I was dumbfounded. Where is my scar? That's right, my scar disappeared. The once ugly scar was gone. Instead, a beautiful face was revealed. Seeing it, tears started to flow down my eyes. Finally, I am free from that curse. Feeling overwhelmed, tears kept flowing down my eyes. Moving towards my bed, I saw the recording device still playing. Seeing the boy in it, my eyes twinkled. I picked it up gently. Touching the screen, I will find you soon, my Austin. Just wait for me, Mika. Enrica's POV. Mika. Enrica was currently in the training area within the mansion. Mika was training her close combat skills, while Rika was training with her water magic. Both of them were giving it their all. After the incident with Austin, they were more motivated to work hard. After training, both of them took rest. Mika, I already miss Austin a lot. Rika held on to Mika's hand, complained. Among the twins, Mika was always the mature or serious type. Smiling, Mika responded, we just have to wait till Austin returns. After all, we promised him he would be surprised after retuning, I know. But we were just warming up to him, just a little more push, and we might have got him. Rika replied with a cute pout. She really wanted to make Austin accept both of them as his lovers. Her sister and her had made a small plan to seduce him too. I know it's a pity, but we still got to know his feelings towards us, didn't it? Otherwise, that Clara would have stolen him. Yeah, you're right. Rika went silent after that. After maintaining her silence for a bit, she replied, sister, would things end up bad in the future? What do you mean? Mika was confused. I am happy to share Austin with you, sis, because you two are the only things I love the most in the world, but I don't want to share him with someone else. Then we should make sure that he would only stick to us, Mika replied with a smile. Didn't you notice how hard he was trying to stop himself from touching our ears and tail? When he returns, we just got to use that to our advantage. Hearing Mika's words, a smile formed on Rika's face. They themselves had decided to have Austin only for themselves. While they were discussing their memories, traveled to the past. They were from a warrior family of the Wolf tribe. Their parents were warriors too. When they had found out that they could not form their own plates when they were young, they were devastated, but their parents didn't complain. Their parents had still looked after them with love. Even among their fellow peers' ridicule, they still supported each other, but disaster after disaster followed. Once their parents went out for something, but they never came back. The twins were quickly placed under their uncle's care, who didn't look after them in the slightest. They faced depression, humiliation, and sadness there until they were sold by their uncle for some favor to somebody. From there, they were shipped off and maltreated. Even among those times, they had each other to rely on. Despair had clouded their life until they were rescued by a silver-haired boy who had appeared on the most despairing moment of their lives. He took them in and gave them love and care. At first, Mika was suspicious that he had some other motive towards them, but he didn't even assign both of them as his kite, intends to show his support towards them. For the first time, someone appreciated them. For the first time, they felt valued, even when they had given upon themselves. He didn't. He was always there to support them. Slowly but surely, their life started to revolve around him without knowing about it. They had fell in love with him. Both Rika and Mika were first conflicted, but in the end they decided to share him among themselves, making sure to always have his front. Chapter 45. New target. A small carriage arrived in the city of Rosa of the Peddler Kingdom. Once it stopped, a short person with a clock and a mask on his face got down from it. Yup, that was me, all right. It's been a week since I left my home. The journey on this carriage was not great. In the Sylvia realm, there were three main ways of travel. One, you could use the teleportation portals connecting different cities, but that was only applicable to higher nobles. Due to its high cost, second way was to use the Fletcher Company. It was mostly based on the more well-to-do family, where the company provides flight-based travel, and the third was using the road. I could have used the first or second option, but then that would mean drawing attention from my family, and that, as something which I wanted to avoid at all costs. For now, getting out and stretching my body, I looked around this not-so-great average city. The Peddler Kingdom isn't anything special. An average kingdom. Thay was barely holding on. In a few years, maybe a stronger kingdom might take control of them. Well, that ain't my problem. Getting better, I took a look around and started moving to a certain place. The slum. That was my location for now. As I kept walking, the surroundings started to change. The clean roads vanished, and more dirt and poor people started to be seen. With my current looks, I didn't draw much attention. After all, in the slum, shady things always happen. As I was walking through the place, I accidentally got lost. I ended up walking into an abandoned alleyway where a person, or to be exact, a boy, stood in front of me. His clothes was ragged, with many dirt and scar on his body. Nobody would give him a second look. He had brown hair and golden eyes, which, even though had seen many cruelties, still had a fighting spirit. He looked to be about 12. Name, Scarlet. Sex, female. Age, 12. Species, human. Dragon talent, 9/10 power. Null title, The Little Thief, The Lost Pride. Love, 0. Description, a girl who had no choice but to dress up as a boy. Even though she had been through a lot of tough shit, she still believes in her own self, always self-conscious about her body. Thinks that she would never be beautiful. Difficulty, hey, be careful with this one, or you might not know what hit you. Yup, as you guys thought she another capture target. Well, not yet, though. Her story, in a way, can be pitiful. She's a half-dragon, the only one of her kind to be exact. Actually, there cannot exist a half-dragon anything. Dragons are powerful and prideful, but what they have the most is loyalty. If a dragon, male or female, chooses a mate, then they would only have that person as their partner for life. Even the most stubborn of people would lay down when the dragon falls in love. It's also the reason why Vina wanted to kill me. No matter what, this in a way was also their curse, making it so that they could only fall in love with other dragons. I mean, who could watch their loved ones turn old and die? Dragons have a huge lifespan that others could not match. Not only that, due to their high power, they couldn't impregnate other species too. If they tried, the fetus would just die. That's why even if a dragon fell out of love with another species, they would restrain from anything. Scarlet's father was a dragon who had fought with another dragon, earned severe injuries, and fainted. He was found out by Scarlet's mother, who took him in and took care of him. With time, both of them fell in love. But to protect Scarlet's mother, he had to cut his feeling and disappear, not knowing that his love had bared fruit. The game designers had given some bullshit reason that Scarlet's mother had some draconic origin, hence a child was born. As for the truth, how would I know? Anyway, according to her backstory, she grew up with a mother who was bedridden, sick, and poor. Hence Scarlet grew taking care of her mother, but she still needed to live. The only good thing was that even though she didn't awaken her dragon powers, she was at least 5 times stronger than a normal person to protect herself and her mother. She dressed up as a boy and started stealing to survive. If it goes according to the plot, her mother would soon die. In despair, she would run away. Accidentally, she will find a historic world left behind by a dragon who had died. Seeing that she was half-dragon, it gave her a chance to pass its test, in which she did. After she had awakened, her father would feel it and arrive. After that, she will grow up among the dragons, becoming good friends with the dragons. Princess Scarlet was a key piece in winning the dragon princess heart too. But right now, she's just a weak girl dressed up as a boy without anyone to support her, and I plan to be that support. Standing in front of me, she held a knife. Her eyes strong and determined. Even with the dirt and the bangs surrounding her face, her small femininity can still be identified. What are you doing? My rough voice sounded out. Hearing it, she flinched. In a neutral voice that hid her gender, she spoke, "Give me every valuable you have if you want to live." Even though Scarlet's instinct screamed that the person in front of her was dangerous, she still did it, because she had no choice. Her mother's situation was getting worse, and she needed more money fast. I chuckled a bit at her threat. In the game, she was a very straightforward person. Due to living in a slum like this, she had no manners to be a scat. She was never afraid, and she had the strength to back it too, but the person in front of me right now is weak and powerless. I could kill her with a thought. This really is quite a funny situation. What's so funny? My chuckle was quickly drowned by Scarlett's shout. Nothing much. It's just that it's funny that someone as weak as you is trying to rob me. And before she could respond, I disappeared and appeared before her. I took away the knife in her hand, twisted her hand behind her back, and pushed her towards the wall. All Scarlett saw was that I disappeared, and the next moment, she knew she was pressed against the wall. Bastard, let me go. Is that how you respond to someone who had you life in his hand? My cold voice stopped her from moving, and the reality of the situation quickly fell in her mind. She who always got away was caught. What are you going to do with me? Even though she was in a bad situation, she still didn't have any fear. I was a bit impressed. Nothing much. I just came to get something. Chapter 46. A slow progress. After making sure that she could not move, I spoke. What's your name? Why do you want to know? Even though she was in a bad situation, Scarlett still did not yield, giving out a sigh. I opened my hands and let her go after being freed. She looked at me warily. What do you want? I don't care that you try to rob me, but I can help you make some money. What do you mean? Scarlett raised her vigilance and looked at me. Which person would help a person who tried to rob him? Without replying, I took 2 small gold coins in my hand. The coin was this kingdom's currency. Seeing the gold coins, Scarlett's eyes twinkled. The money in my hand was enough to treat her mother for a year. If you help me, these 2 coins are yours. What do you need? Nothing much. I just need you to guide me through the city. Hearing my request, she looked at me like some sort of fool, but I paid no heed to it. What do you say? How would I know that you won't go back on your word? I can swear on the goddess's name. Is that enough? Scarlett hesitated a bit, but in the end she nodded. Good. My name's Austin. What's yours? Kane. Scarlett replied in a deadpan tone, to which I mentally retorted to her. Going closer to her, I gave her my hand for a shake. Seeing my WHT and smooth hand, Scarlett looked towards her dirty hands. She was hesitating, but I ignored her and took her hand and gave it a firm shake. Pleasure working with you, Kane. After that, we both began to walk. She walked in front of me while she explained about some of the areas and their uses. We toured around for an hour before she said that she wanted to leave. Before that, I tossed her a gold coin and set her to meet me at mine the next day. After that, she left while I went to the inn I mentioned. Booking a room, I entered in and fell to the bed. Looks like part 1 went well. I knew that I couldn't just enter in her life and become a part of it. I just have to take my time and slowly get her to accept. Opening up her heart to me won't be easy. A week later, currently, I am sitting at a small hill close to the city, while next to me sat Scarlett. Through the week, I slowly started to gain her trust. Right now, we could be considered acquaintances. Hey, who are you really? During this calm moment, Scarlett questioned me. What do you mean? I am certain that you are a noble. No matter how you hide it, I could see that you had a very high upbringing, and yet you do not care about my status or dirty appearance. Why do you help me this much? Scarlett turned towards me, her golden eyes filled with questions. I was silent for a moment before I responded. You are right, I am a noble. The reason I came here was because I had something I had to do. As for why I paid you that much, it's because I like your eyes, huh? Scarlett let out a dumbfounded voice. I didn't let her think more when I first saw you. I could see it in your eyes, pride, strength, and a strong belief in yourself. I like that gaze. Hence, I thought I might take you as my friend. Of course, whatever I am saying is total bullshit. You don't care about my status? Why should I? Saying so, I removed the mask on my face and brought my hoodie down. My silver hair followed with the wind, and my face shined from the light. Seeing my face for the first time, I could see a small blush on her face, which quickly disappeared. In this life, my looks is a huge plus. This is the first time that I have a guy as my friend. I am so happy saying. So, I went close to her and put my shoulder around her, acting completely oblivious to her true gender. Just as I put my hand on her shoulder, she pushed. Well, what are you doing? She screamed with her face flushed. I looked at her innocently. What do you mean? We are both guys. Why are you screaming like a girl? It's no nothing. Saying so, she ran away from me. Looking at her running back, I shook my head. Standing up, I stretched my body, and it disappeared. Scarlett POV. Damn, why did he do that? I was currently running back to my house. That stupid Austin. How dense can he be? Can't he even tell that I'm a girl? After running a bit, I stopped myself. Turning around, I couldn't see him anymore. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed him. After all, it's not completely his fault. Thinking about Austin, I sighed to myself. A week ago, when I had found someone short walking through the slums, I thought that maybe I could mug him, but who would have thought that I ended up being caught? At that moment, I thought that my life was over. I got scared thinking that my mother would be left alone, but then again, life had a twist for me. The guy who caught me just let me go. Not only that he even paid gold coins, just toured the city. At first, I thought that he had some uses with me, but during the 2 weeks, I found two things about him. One, that the person was my age, and the other, that he was a noble. He tried to hide it, but I could still see his mannerism that differed. The thing was that he was different from the nobles I knew. He didn't put on any airs, and he called me friend. He didn't even care about his status, too. Walking through the streets again, I remember his face that he showed now. Imagining his handsome face, my heartbeat fastened a little, but he's so dense. He didn't even realize that I was a girl. I looked towards my hand and my dress. I guessed that I have no feminine beauty. How could someone see me as a girl? Signed myself, I walked towards me home. When I reached my run-down small home, I could see some people outside. Seeing it, I ran towards them. Coming close, I could see 5 men, and one who was dressed like a noble. They were holding my mother by her hair. Mother! Screaming, I run towards them. Just as I took my knife from my dress, I felt a hit at my stomach. Before I could react, I flew and fell on the floor. I held my head and lay down with pain. One of the guys approaches me and constrains me to let my mother go. What do you guys want? Oh, so you don't remember me, boy? The person who was dressed as a noble appeared in front of me. Seeing him, my eyes widened. Yo, you, that's right, I was the guy who you robbed last time, Brad. What did you think, that I would not find you? You should be careful of who you rob, Brad. Now, I will let you watch the things I'm going to do to your mother. No, don't you dare touch my mother. I screamed. I tried to resist, but the person who held me didn't budge. I could see the perverted smiles on their faces. Despair stared a cloud over me. Just when I thought everything was over, I heard a familiar voice. Let me see what you would do. Chapter 47. Saving a damsel in danger. Among the other surprised eyes, I quickly appeared. Before they could react, I made my move, fall, casting a spell, which created 2 wind balls, which quickly hit 2 of the guys, taking them out for good. Restrict, casting another spell, I froze the guy holding Scarlet's mother. I quickly arrived in front of him, broke his legs, and took her mother into my arms. I then carefully placed her in the ground and moved to the last one. I aimed for the guy holding Scarlet. I arrived in front of him, and before he could react, I punched him in his gut and pushed him away and took Scarlet into my arms. Are you all right? I asked her, but when she looked at me, she was in daze. It was only after a moment that she responded, I am fine. 10,000 affection. After she said that, she moved away from my arms and ran toward her mother, while I looked toward the last person. A small ranked noble, according to my calculations. Well, what do you want? Seeing how I easily handled those men, the noble understood that he was not my match, but I was not interested in talking to him. So I arrived in front of him and gave him a small punch in his face. With that, he fell down unconscious. After that, I went towards the mother-daughter pair and spoke. We can't stay here. How about we go to mine? Hearing my words, Scarlet nodded. As for her mother, she had fainted. Looking at me, she was silent for a bit before she spoke. Thank you. 5,000 affection. No need to thank me. You are my friend. After all, hearing my reply, she smiled. After that, we took her mother to my inn, where she was laid on the bed. It's only after that I did a look on her face. Brown hair with a few white among them, and brown eyes. Her face, even though it had few wrinkles, it still carried her past beauty. Seeing that she still had not awakened, Scarlet was worried. I checked her and informed Scarlet that her mother was fine. After that, silence regained for a while before Scarlet spoke. Did you follow me? Of course I did. You just ran away after I told about being my friend. Do you not want to be my friend? As I spoke the last sentence, my voice was soft, as if I was sad and afraid that she would not be my friend. Seeing my reaction, she became quite flustered. No, I would love to be your friend. Seeing my depressed appearance, she quickly replied. Seeing that, I smiled happily. I moved closer to her and placed New York hand around her shoulder. It's great then. Don't you regret it later? Seeing my action, Scarlet blushed a bit, but this time she didn't push me away. That's an improvement. By the way, do you have a sister? No, why? No. Seeing your mother, I could say that a daughter born would surely be beautiful. Maybe I got a chance here. In my reply, her eyes widened a bit. Raising her arms, she punched my shoulder. What are you saying? You're pervert. Laughing, I dodged her punch. Come on, Dawn. TB angry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. With that, we went on joking with each other for a few minutes. It's at this time that Scarlet's mother on the bed woke up. Mother. Scarlett quickly moved towards her mother, who just woke up. She held her mother, who sat up straight. What happened? Nothing, mother, you are fine now. Seeing that Scarlett's mother was in daze, Scarlett quickly filled in the details of what happened. After hearing what happened, she nodded, and then looked toward me. Thank you for saving me, young man. You can call me Austin Ani. After I said that, I removed my mask and hood. Seeing my appearance, she was surprised for a bit before she spoke. Then you can call me Sarah. It's nice to finally meet my Tao mother. Before Sarah could complete her words, Scarlett intervened, stopping her mother's blunder. Then she looked at me. Seeing my clueless appearance, she sighed. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I really am happy to see my son's friend. It's nothing much. I really do want to be good friends with this guy. After that, we spoke amongst ourselves, and a lively atmosphere was created. It was during this time that I put on a serious expression and spoke. Ani, Sarah, there is something important I have to say to you. Seeing my expression, Scarlett tensed up, and Sarah looked at me curiously. What is it, Austin? Scarlett asked. Putting on a hesitant and troubled expression, I spoke. Sigh. I really didn't want to say this. Aunt Sarah, according to my calculations, you only have a week left to live. Hearing my reply, Scarlett jumped up from her seat, frightened. Her face paled. As for Sarah, though surprised, she didn't react much. She must have known about it. After all, it's her body. What do you mean? Austin, agitated. Scarlett came close to me and held my shoulders. I could see the fear and worry in her eyes. No need to overreact, Scarlett. I already knew about this. Hearing Sarah's words, Scarlett began to tear up. Without saying anything, she ran out of the room. Seeing that, I looked towards Sarah, who nodded to me. After that, I ran behind Scarlett. After running for a while, by lagging behind intentionally, I found her. She was near a valley bend down, and crying. I approached her. Coming close to her, I put a hand on her shoulders. As I did, she directly plunged into my chest and started crying. I just held her back and started consoling her. This went on for about 10 minutes, where she cried without end. After getting hold of herself, she raised her head and looked at me. Her golden eyes had tears falling down. Her body, WSS, still trembling, and deep sadness could be felt from her. Oh, Austin, well, would my mother really leave me? With trembling voice that leaked a bit of her feminine voice, she asked. Your mother's life force has decreased tremendously, and she's barely holding on. Unless you can find a divine level item. There is nothing that can save your mother. Hearing my words, more tears started to flow from her eyes. What can I do? And my mother's my whole world. I don't know what I can do without her. I started to pat her back to calm her down. Who said that your mother could not be saved, huh? Hearing my words, she responded with a dumbfounded expression, mustering the kindest and caring smile I can. I spoke at the same time. I cleaned her tears. I said that you are my friend. That means that I would do everything to help you. You're the first person that I could be open with, so don't worry. I would save your mother. My words brought her to be struck. She who always had to depend on herself found another. For the first time, she found someone to depend it on. She wasn't alone. 25,000 Affection, Chapter 48. An Oscar-winning performance. After hugging me for a while, she let go. A small blush could be seen on her face. Seeing that I was amused, oh, Kane, are you blushing? You look so girly right now. My words made her more embarrassed, but she didn't retort. Right now, her most important priority was to help her mother. As for this dense guy, she would deal with him later. How are you going to help my mother? Hearing her question, I put on a serious face. Seeing that she tensed up, you don't have to worry about it. Just go back to the inn and stay there. I'll be back in 2 days. Before I could move, she stopped me with a worried face. She looked. Tommy, what are you going to do? Where are you going? Placing a finger on her lips, I spoke. Don't worry, I would be fine. Just go back to the inn. You don't have to worry about anything. Even though reluctant, Scarlett could only nod. Please be safe, giving her a nod of affirmation. I walked away while Scarlett could only go back to the inn to await Austin's return. 2 days later, Scarlett was currently in an inn, walking left and right with worry. Her mother had grown more pale and weak these few days. Along with not seeing Austin, her worries only increased. It was at this time a knocking sound was heard. Excited, she ran up to the door and opened it. The sight that greeted her caused her to scream out in fear and sadness. Austin stood before her, his cloak completely dripping with blood. His face pale, and blood could be seen in his face. Overall, he looked like someone that was on the door of death. Weakly, I fell into her embrace. She caught me before I fell. With tears in her eyes, she asked, what happened to you? Why are you like this? Without replying to her, I took a small container from my dress. Looking pained and tired, I replied with a smile, Get your own mother to drink this." After that, she would be fine. My hoarse voice caused her to flinch, seeing the bloodied container that I held strongly with my life. More and more tears flowed out of Scarlett's eyes. She couldn't understand why. Her voice was filled with pain and guilt. She could see that Austin's had risked his life for this, and it's more likely to extremely precious too. Yet he had given it to her. Hearing her question, I gave out a weak smile. MD spoke. "I promise you didn't I? Plus, I could not see you being sad with that." I fainted. Seeing Austin's performance, even the most experienced of actors would give him thumbs. Even the biggest of frauds would kneel in submission. Too bad the only one who knew this was Austin and a certain pink-haired woman watching the scene. While eating some popcorn, Scarlett POV Scarlett's life could never be said to be perfect nor a great one. Ever since a young age, she could see that she was different from others from a small age itself. She had a high amount of intelligence, and her strength, too, was above normal humans. But what was much different was that she could see the flow of mana. It was only later that she understood that it was not normal, but for whatever reason, it was she couldn't take the mana into her body. It was as if something was preventing her from taking it in, but all things considered, she had a loving mother whom she from a young age could see working to provide for her. She never knew her father. All her mother said was that he was very powerful, but she didn't care. She actually hated him for leaving her and her mother alone to face this cruel world. Due to her high intelligence, she grew more mature than most of the peers of her age. She could always subtly understand the intentions from others by reading their mana. This had developed a slight prejudice for her against men, whom she deemed useless and untrustworthy. The glances they threw towards her mother when they saw her, and her natural anger towards her father created that image. She was only 9 when her mother fell ill, and she had to take up work even though she was in the lowest level in the society. She still had her pride. She picked up garbage and did other works to earn money. During that time, she even started dressing up as a boy to avoid certain glances some people threw her. She had always worked alone and always depended on herself for everything. According to her, trusting other, especially men, was not good. This was due to her dragon bloodline that gave her a deep sense of pride and need to handle herself. Each dragons always depended on themselves and would never take help, but once a dragon fell in love, then they would unhesitatingly do everything for their love. Scarlett's life went on like this till she was 11, until she met him. At first, she just wanted to mug him, but later on, when he freed her and paid her to introduce the city, a small change happened. She nearly understood that he didn't have any animosity towards her and that he wanted to help her. She couldn't understand why, but free money was always good. At first, she wanted to use him to earn some advantages from him, but the more she spent with him, the more interested she became. His mannerism, the way he spoke, the calm and innocent manner and aura she saw around him greatly interested her. It was the first time that she saw such an innocent and attractive aura around anybody. Within just a week, the closed-off heart of hers opened up to him. At first, she was just mildly interested in him to see what kind of person he is. She found out that he was kind, caring, and a very interesting person to speak to, but the things that happened later on changed her view completely. The moment he had saved her from that despairing situation, her heart shook. Her mother always told her that she would find her love, someone whom she would share her burdens, but she had scoffed at that idea. Why would someone do anything for her without anything in return? But she was mistaken, and when she thought that her mother would die, he was beside her to share her burdens. For the intelligent and rational Scarlett, this was a huge stir to her heart. She knew that she was falling in love. The 2 days she waited for him to return back to her was spent worrying about him. She tried to control herself, but she couldn't, as her worry only grew, and the moment she saw him hurt, her heart almost shattered. The sight of him hurt and holding a container, which was clearly extraordinary from its aura, made her mind and heart shake. He was willing to almost die for her. He didn't ask anything in return, and he only did this for her now. How could she remain calm? She knew that day what she wanted. She knew that day whom she wanted to spend her life with. She would keep him safe and with her for a long time to come. That is. Chapter 49. Destiny. The next day, within the room of a bandaged, handsome boy could be seen sleeping in a bed. Next to him slept a feminine-looking boy. Yup, it's Austin and Scarlett. All right. Slowly, Austin opened his eyes. After that, he took a look around. Oh, it seems it worked. Seeing Scarlet, who was sleeping in a chair next to me, I activated the read function name. Scarlet Love. 100 remark. Well done. I am proud of you avoiding the remark. Seeing the love level on Scarlet, I gave out a sigh. My tense body quickly relaxed. Normally, the love level shouldn't reach that level so fast, but that's for normal species for dragons. When they choose someone once, then they are it. Scarlet might still be human now, but she still has that sense of loyalty every dragons have. A woman who would never turn her back on you, ouch. I could feel the pain from my body. To convince Scarlet, I really did have to hurt myself. Not a pleasant thing to do, but I had no choice, otherwise she wouldn't have bought it. Just when I moved my body, Scarlet also woke up. Sighting straight, she saw that I woke up. After that, she jumped into my embrace, Austin. 35,000 affection, I caught her into my embrace, where she stayed for a few minutes before she let go. Standing in front of me, she had an aggrieved face. Why did you do that? I did what I had to do, plus I got out alive, right? I gave her a weak, childish smile, to which she pouted, bro, you look cute right now. Just like a girl, I pointed at her and laughed. Seeing me call her cute, she blushed a bit, but when she saw that I still saw her as a guy, she almost shouted at him hints. There were many hints, but this dense guy still didn't recognize it. She really didn't know how he could be so dense while we both were bickering with each other. A beautiful and healthy brown-haired woman entered. Seeing her, I gave a small smile. Looks like Auntie Sarah got better hearing my words. Sarah smiled. Coming closer, she gave me a small bow. Thank you, Austin, for saving my life. Flustered, I quickly caught her to stop her from bowing further. No need, Aunt Sarah. I promised Kane to save your life. Plus, it's something that I had to do as Kane's friend. Seeing my reaction, Sarah smiled. Smiling, she spoke. It's really sad that I don't have a daughter. Otherwise, I would surely have betrothed her to you. It's really a pity. I also played with her act. Seeing that, Scarlet blushed more. Stop it, both of you. Like this, all three of us spend some time talking with each other. It's at this time that Sarah asked a serious question. So, Austin, what are you going to do from now? Unlike her daughter, Sarah could see that Austin was not just any normal noble. Austin's strength at such a young age was not normal. He must have a reason for coming here indeed. I came here for a special reason, but I didn't attend to it still, because I had met Kane and wanted to spend some time with him as a friend. Hearing my words, Scarlet tensed a bit, scared that I might leave her. Lowering my voice, I said with a serious expression, I came here because I found a hidden historic world. My words stunned both Scarlet and Sarah, as even they knew the value of historic worlds. Such worlds left by powerful entities are something that countries would fight for. Seeing that I said such an important information to her so openly, it warmed Scarlet's heart. After both of them digested the information, I said something even more surprising. Kane, why don't you come with me? Really? Are you sure? Yup. After all, I can't enter it, yeah. I can see that you don't have any power right now. Maybe we could find something useful there. After I spoke, Scarlet looked toward her mother for permission, who happily gave a nod. Right now, Scarlet knew that she was not powerful to be by his side. Maybe this trip could change that. 2 days later, currently both I and Scarlet was moving through the woods near the city. During this 2 days, my injuries healed, and I was in my top condition. We had left Scarlet's mother at the inn for now. During this time, I noticed that Scarlet always came close to me to speak something, but in the end, she didn't. I guess that she had made a resolution to confess to me. After we visited the historic world, I was currently moving by looking at the map given by the system. We walked along the forest for about an hour before we reached a somewhat big clearing. During the journey, we met some beasts, but those were normal beasts without any mana, so I dealt with them easily. When we entered the clearing, a lake with a huge stone about 5 meters in length inside the lake could be seen. Other than that, there was nothing special. Is this the place? I heard Scarlet's voice from the back. It was tinged with excitement and a bit of disappointment. I put a small chuckle. What were you expecting? Some grand scenery or something? Yeah, maybe I was a bit too excited. You just have to wait a bit more then. Without giving out any suspense, I, along with Scarlet, moved towards the lake. We got near the edge of the lake, and the big stone came into view more clearly. What are we going to do now? Instead of replying to her, I looked more closely at the stone, which quickly started to shake. Seeing that Scarlet held onto my sleeve, after shaking for a bit, a huge pressure was released from it to the outside. When it covered my body, I felt the huge pressure on my body before it adjusted to it. As for Scarlet, she seemed to be fine. Interesting, a very hoarse voice was heard. After that, small light particles started to form above the rock, and a middle-aged man came into view. He had golden eyes and hair along with a handsome face. As soon as the man's figure was formed, he looked towards us. I felt my whole body shudder, as if he could see through me completely. A half-dragon that should be impossible to form, and a unique human that could withstand a dragon's domain. Just what has happened to this world? After hearing the man's words, both of us froze. Oh, Austin? Scarlett was tightly holding on to me, not knowing what was happening. Who are you? I was the one who spoke first, but he didn't look at me. He turned his head towards Scarlett. Child, do you know that you are half-dragon? What? Both me and Scarlett exclaimed. Well, for me, I just went with the script. What do you mean? This time Scarlett spoke up. It's too much to explain. Why don't you pass my trail then? I would say you everything you need to know. The golden-haired man spoke with some arrogance. After that, Scarlett looked towards me, who just smiled at her. Don't worry. Historic world are said to belong to those who are destined. Maybe you're the destined for this one, but you are the one who found this place. Don't worry. Just go and do your best. Maybe this is where you can change your fate. Scarlett hesitated a bit before she nodded. The golden-haired man snapped his finger, and Scarlett disappeared for her test. Chapter 50. A small prophet. You are quite a weird human. What do you mean? You are just 11-year-old. Yet your origin level is 3. The wisdom in your eyes does not match with your age. The aura of innocence around you, too, is confusing. What can I do? I'm just that special. I just shrugged my shoulders to his assumption. The guy's already dead. Even if he sees my real character, nothing he could do. Indeed, you are special. You even got to earn the affection of a dragon, though. Right now, she hasn't awakened, yet sing. So the golden-haired man looked into the stone, as if he could see into it. This lass is not bad. She would be a great dragon in the future. After speaking so, he looked at me intently, causing goosebumps to rise in my body. I quickly moved my body back. What do you want, old man? Putting a distance, I looked at the man warily. What the hell does this old man want? Don't be scared, young man. Your talent is indeed great. Seeing that this lass had already chosen you, I would give you a small gift. After saying so, the golden-haired man raised his finger, and something shot into my face. I tried to dodge, but that light was too fast. It hit my face and entered my body. Suddenly, I could feel the origin level in my body increasing at a rapid rate. Astonished, I quickly sat on the floor. Closing my eyes, I tried to focus on the rapidly increasing energy. After a minute, I broke through to origin level 4. Wow. According to my estimates, I needed at least 2 Noer years to break through. Touring to the man, I gave him a bow. Thank you, it's no problem. Just count this as an investment? Confused. I was about to ask what he meant when I saw that he was becoming illusionary and disappearing. Sir, don't worry about it, young man. My time has already passed. This is the era for your younger generation. Enjoy it. After that, he completely disappeared from the world. Damn. Looks like I made some profit. After that, I just sat down on the ground waiting for Scarlett to appear. It was only after 2 hours that something started to change. The rock in the middle of the lake started to shake and crack. After a few minutes, it exploded. A bright light shone into the sky, and an overwhelming pressure started to be exerted. In the middle of the light was Scarlett, who had some minor changes. Her brown hair had turned ash gray, while her golden eyes now had slits in them. Her previously pretty face beckoned me even more beautiful. As for the main change name, Scarlett. Sex, female. Age, 12. Species, human. Dragon. Talent, 9/10. Power, imperial. Rank 1. Title, the little thief, the lost pride, the awakened love. 100. Damn, she just jumped from nobody to one of this world's powerhouses. And I'm pretty sure that she had not completely reached her end. I am jealous. She just had to awaken to become this powerful. While I had to risk my life to earn my power, the only consolation is that this powerful girl is mine. After the light had disappeared, she fell into my arms. I could see that she fainted. It was at this time that a man appeared in front of me. He had golden slit eyes and gray hair. As soon as the man arrived, I could feel a great pressure on me, pressing me down. I felt like I was being crushed, but before things got worse, the pressure disappeared, and the man was just in front of me. Scarlett was in his hand, too. Astonished and angry, I tried to attack him, give him back. But before I could do anything, I was suppressed. Calm down, child. I am Scarlett's father. Scarlett, who's that? I replied, surprised. Seeing my expression, the man became surprised. He then looked between me and Scarlett. You don't know? Know what? Damn, you're an Idoit. What did you say? Nothing, sighing. The man shakes his head. It was not his duty to involve in her daughter's affairs, boy. Take this, saying, so the man threw me a medallion. That's my collar. As thank you for taking care of my family. When you need help, just pour your mana into it. I will arrive to help you. As soon as he finished talking, he disappeared, leaving me alone, who sat onto the floor. Oh, that was a close one. It was really demanding on me to play my act in front of that dragon. After all, a small mishap, and he might notice something wrong. Smiling, I lay down on the grass. I am sure that Sarah, I must have also been taken. With this, the journey in this area is over. Standing up, I stretched my body a bit and relaxed. I looked up to the sky. There's a lot to be done. Chapter 51. Gaining support a month later within the borders of the Rosalind Kingdom. There was a forest. Within that forest, a 14-year-old child can be seen. While calling him a child would be too much, even though young, the child was about 5 feet tall. His body was completely filled with muscle. He looked just like a bulldozer, even though he is young. Even a man standing close to him would be afraid. The boy had brown hair and green eyes instead of his normally lively and happy eyes. Currently, it was filled with despair, sadness, and hopelessness. He was laying on the floor. His body was filled with some black like webs spreading across him. Poison. He was poisoned by the very people he trusted. His own family threw him out because they couldn't afford him. Hilarious, it really was hilarious. Now laying on this forest, waiting to be eaten by some animals. Jacob had given up, but at that moment his fate changed. A person appeared in front of him. He was cloaked from head to toe and was wearing a mask. The only thing that can be seen was his purple eyes, coming close to John. He gave his hand. Do you want to live? His voice bringing hope back into Jacob's life. 5 months later, in the Moonlight Empire within the dukedom of the Jiril family. Within the mansion, a boy of 14 could be seen walking. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. Calling him handsome would not be wrong, but none of the maids that saw him gave him any respect. They all looked at him with disdain, but he didn't do anything. He just walked into a room. Within that room lay a girl who looked to be about 9-year-old. She too had blonde hair and blue eyes. She would have looked cute if it weren't for her pale face, which sometimes twitched in pain. She was laying on the bed, without any improvements. Seeing the girl, the cold look in the boy's eyes disappeared, which was replaced with a warm smile. Going closer, he held the girl's hand. Don't worry, Emma. I would find a cure for you for sure. Yes. You would hearing a voice behind him. Mark drew a heavy sword from his space ring. He quickly turned around, pointing at the person who appeared behind him. Without his notice turning around, he saw a cloaked figure whose height was shorter than him. Who are you? The figure didn't give the reply to what he wanted. He stretched his fingers wide open and spoke, become my comrade. There was silence as Mark looked at the figure in front of him. It was only after a minute he spoke. Why? Because I can give what you need. His sweet, tempting words shook Mark's resolve. That day, the 2 illegitimate children of the Jiril family disappeared. 2 months later in the streets of the Zakirian kingdom, a 12-year-old demon boy could be seen. He was dripping with blood. One of the wings on his back was missing. The boy had black hair and reddish eyes. His skin color was red too. There was a single horn on his forehead. Currently, he was hiding in an abandoned factory. High eyes filled with sadness, depression, and a great desire for revenge. It was during this time a voice was heard. You seem to be messed up bad. Hearing the voice behind him, the boy quickly drew his dagger and stood up in a fighting pose, ready to draw blood. Behind him stood a cloaked figure. He held his hand forward. Do you want revenge? His devilish whispers drawing in the demon Amon into greatness. 3 weeks later, within the Sarah Desert of the Lion Beast Kingdom, 2 figures could be seen walking. 2 girls to be exact. One a catkin and the other a rabbitkin. The catkin girl looked to be about 10-year-old with black hair and eyes. Her tail and ears too were black, while the other rabbit girl looked to be 14 years. She had cartoonish pink and pink eyes. Her white long rabbit ears moved with the wind. Both of them looked worn out. They were wearing ragged clothes. Their figure looked completely skinny and dry. They were like zombies trudging on with just sheer willpower. The catkin girl was the first to fall. She held onto the rabbitkin by big sister Rena. I can't go on. The catkin held dearly onto her big sister Rena. Rena looked towards Sanaa. They both were the only ones to escape. Now would they die in this desert? Just as Rena bent down to help, she too fell. Both of them laid on the sand. Would their life end here? At that time, a cloaked figure appeared. He gave his hand out. Do you need help? A month later, within the Ferdinand's kingdom, in a small barren house, a boy of 13, could be seen walking through a small mansion. The boy had black hair and blue eyes. His looks were average. He was walking through the mansion with a small book in his hand. His totally looked skinny and weak, but his eyes shined with his intelligence and a strong desire for power and success. The maids that walked past him greeted him with respect, but the hidden disdain for him within their eyes was still visible. The boy knew too, but for now he could only avoid it. After the boy had walked away, the maids started to talk among themselves. Third young Master Alex is indeed useless. He doesn't have any strength. He is always just learning about tactics. I heard that the master was planning to throw him away due to his performance. He really has no talent for combat. While the said boy Alex had already entered his room. As soon as he entered it, he directly began reading the book in his hand. Military tactics had always been his favorite, but today was meant to be a different day. As he was reading through his books, a voice was heard from behind him. "You really love tactics, don't you?" Hearing the voice, Alex, though surprised, he turned around slowly with calm eyes. At the same time his hand traveled towards the dagger within his shirt. Turning around, he saw a cloaked figure. A person capable of entering his room without anyone noticing would be really powerful. "Who are you? Did you come to kill me?" Though stuck in a dangerous situation, Alex was calm. To his question, the cloaked figure chuckled. "No, you're mistaken. I came here to give you something." "And what is that?" "A preposition." "What do you mean?" Though still wary, Alex's interest was still piqued. "Become my comrade." The cloaked figure's words surprised Alex. There was silence for a bit before he responded. "What do I get?" "You will receive what you desire the most right now." "Then we got a deal." Alex didn't hesitate. As long as his objective is obtained, nothing else matters. 2 weeks later, currently within a small street, a girl could be seen walking. She looked to be 12. Her red hair was cut short, while her red eyes gleamed with hunger. She wore a cloth unique to the witches with their trademark black skirt and dress, along with her black hat. But if one looked closer, one could see that her dress was old and was getting worn out. This was the 6th time that Zora had failed the witch organization's entrance exam. Her ideas for alchemy was always rejected by others. Even the witches organization rejected her works. Everyone looks at her with disdain for her idea. The money her parents amassed for her is over. Was her path over? Did she have to give up everything? What would she say to her parents? Right now, Zora was having suicidal thoughts. She couldn't imagine the disappointment on her parents. They already went bankrupt to help her. What could she do now in the end? "I am useless." "No, you're amazing." It's at this time that she heard a voice. Surprised, she turned around to see a cloaked figure, the person's purple eyes piercing into hers. "Who are you?" Wary Zora took defensive measures. To her surprise, the figure gave her a bow. "I am a huge fan of your work. Are you making fun of me?" Everyone looks down on her and calls her a clown for her supposed outside-the-box idea. To her, the cloaked figure's words were just making fun of her. The cloaked figure shook his head to be able to think like no other and to move towards that dream. Such persons are incredible. "You are an incredible person." Zora, hearing the cloaked figure words, which contained praise and conviction, a small tear fell down Zora's face. The feeling of being appreciated really warmed her heart. The cloaked figure extended his hand. "A chance work for me." Chapter 52. Run. Just run. 3 years after Austin's departure, currently within the Mazric city, Austin was walking through the streets. During the lot 3 years, he had achieved half of what he wanted. Currently, he was happily walking to his inn. Reaching his inn, he headed to the dining area. Lots of different people could be seen eating. It was a lively atmosphere. Not bad. It was at this time that he noticed a certain person sitting there. A girl, to be exact. Seeing that girl, my body froze. She didn't look anything special. She looked completely average, with brown hair and eyes with freckles in her face. She looks about 16 and 17. Trembling, I used the read function name. Roselia D. Hydrosex. Female age. 5,000 species. Supreme Goddess power. Supreme Goddess level title. The first witch, the bringer of destruction, the cursed one, etc. Love, 0 description. The supreme goddess cursed, to be lonely, found out that her chance of meeting her fated one is here. Stay away at all cost. Difficulty, F. Don't just stand there, run. What the hell is this woman doing here? Wait, what is with this difficulty? I never knew that there was a F below F. The women in front of me, I know her quite well. Well, not me, the entire world know her, a human who became a god. She is the living embodiment of the impossible. She's one of the three supreme goddess of the Sylvie realm. There are many legends about her. During the First War, she was the first witch. All the witches worship and adore her as their founder and creator of their path. But all her power came at a cost. She did create a new path, but the price she paid was huge. Witches are normally women who choose magic and science. They mainly focuses on creating alchemy objects and combining magic with technology. But make no mistake, that does not mean that they are weak. Witches normally battled with curses, a totally different route than normal magic. Having a witch as your support is incredible in a team battle. Leaving those aside, Roselia had been doing a great experiment when everything went haywire. She was affected with a great curse, and she ended up creating a new element, destruction. Normally, she should have died, but the creation goddess Sylvie took an interest in her and supported her, making her one of the three great goddesses of the Sylvie realm. Sure, she survived and became powerful, but the cost. She became unable to have any human contact, and she lost the ability to feel. In other words, she could no longer see humans or any other species in any way as attractive. All she would see are black lights around people, pushing her away. Not only that, if she ever touched another individual, then they would disappear, becoming ashes. She no longer could feel love, warmth, or any form of touch. She became the goddess of destruction. Curses and misfortune. She got the power, but in return she lost so much more. I had met her a few times in the game. It seems that during her free time, she would take another form and travel places. She would either prank or do some mischief just to feel something. In the game, you would meet her too in her disguise. If you leave a good impression, you could earn some profit too. Just as I was looking at her, she looked at me. When her eyes meet mine, I could see her eyes widen, a look of surprise. When I saw her expression, suddenly I felt uneasy, and soon it was explained. Ding. Name, Roselia di Hydralove. 0. 25 Ding name. Roselia di Hydralove. 2545 Ding. Name, Roselia di Hydralove. 60. Seeing the number finally stop at 60, I was in daze to hell. What happened? Did I get too attractive, or what? Her affections is going up at rocket speed. System, what happened? Host. It was nice knowing you. What does that mean? Just when I was about to turn around and run, I felt my body got restricted. In front of me stood the disguised Roselia. Currently, I was wearing my cloak and mask, yet when I saw her gaze, I felt completely naked. She raised her arms. The surrounding around me faded. I raised my arms and instincts pock, both hands collided. Seeing that, fear rose in my heart. Am I about to turn into ashes? Seeing that I touched her, my heart trembled. But a few seconds later, nothing happened. Logically, by just touching her, I should die. What happened? Looking at Roselia, I could see the confusion on her face too. She raised her hand and caught mine. Even after touching me, nothing happened. I could see her eyes trembling. Tears started to fall from her eyes. She raised her head and looked into me. Seeing her gaze, a chill went up my spine. Her eyes, I couldn't describe the correct words. Dangerous. Yup, dangerous, and that too was soon proved. Ding name. Roselia di Hydralove. 250. Terrifyingly heavy obsession. Remac. You are mine. Fuck. Fuck. System, that I will miss you too. Chapter 53. My Fated One. Roselia's POV. Roselia, the goddess of destruction, curses and misfortune. To others, she's a cold-faced woman, one who doesn't have any feelings, the bringer of destruction. That's what the world knows about her. But she wasn't always like this. She still remembers her past. An era before the peace and security of the world of Ether, the era of wars, famines, and deaths. During that era, she was just an orphan, tried her best to survive, eating scraps off the street, barely surviving. It was during this time a warm couple took her in. Those times was really peaceful, but her happiness soon came to an end. In a world where the goddesses still hadn't set their power in, strength was the most important factor. Roselia too recognized that fact after losing the warmth she had received. After that, she worked hard to gain power. To her, power became everything. As long as she had strength, she would be happy. So she worked, made a new path of witches. Her name spread far and wide. She became one of that era's powerhouses, but it wasn't enough. She wanted the power to rival the gods. So she still kept on trying. until she started working on new curses and a new element. It was during this time that her experiment went wrong. The curse she created affected her, bestowing her a new element, but her body was too weak to handle it. It's at this time that she met the goddess Sylvie. She, along with her sister goddess, was fighting the war. Back then, she gave me a choice to either die or accept the curse, losing her path of humanity. For undying power at that time, I didn't hesitate to choose power. After all, what has humanity ever given me? But who would have thought the very power I earned was my curse? After gaining the power, I lost the ability to feel. All those hours were just black ores on people, deriving me the power to feel. I lost the power of touch. At first, it was all right, I had the power I desired. I thought that I would be fine wrong. I was so wrong I got the power, but I had no one to protect that power with, no one to share my feelings with, no one that I could fall in love with. After the first 100 years, everything started to fade away. They had won the Great War, and she had fulfilled her desire. But why did she feel empty? Unlike the other naturally born gods, she was human. She knew the worth of love and touch. From then on, she could only helplessly watch people touch each other. Lovers holding hands and mothers bearing their children. She had got the power, but was it worth it? Her life from then on was just a dull gray life. Only the other gods were able to talk to her. She even created another personality, going around the world pranking others. Maybe she might find it the thing she lost. Her feelings, but no, her despair followed her. She really was the bundle of misfortune. Like this, thousands of years passed, and I just became even more dull and lifeless. I had countless worshippers, yet I didn't have what I desire. I had given up all hope and just continued to live. It was just 2 days ago during a simple meeting by Goddess Sylvie that something happened. Goddess Sylvie had come bragging about some sort of love detector she made, saying that one could find their fated lived one from it. But the problem was that it may or may not work at times. Out of curiosity, I tried it. Surprisingly, the orb glowed and showed a certain back. Then I just shrugged it off, not minding it. But a certain fire of hope had burned in my heart. The next day, I wore my different persona and set out to that, and it's been 2 days currently. I was sitting at the dining hall of that inn. Nothing noteworthy had happened. I found no one special. I simply brought my hopes up, shaking my head. I was about to leave when I detected something different. I raised my head to see what it was. I saw a cloaked figure with a mask, but what was different was he has a different color. He wasn't like the other full black aura that I saw around others. He was shining in my eyes. I could see that the person was a 14-year-old boy. What's happening? My heart started beating faster. I could feel my body heat up. I haven't felt this in years. Looking at the boy, I could see that he was surprised seeing me. Does he know me? Seeing the boy, I almost released my aura, almost killing the people here. The boy seemed to leave weight. Seeing him leave, I panicked and arrived in front of him. During that time, the boy raised his hand to stop mine. I could have stopped his hand from touching mine, but something in me prevented it. I wanted to know. And like that, our hands touched, but nothing happened. How is this possible? I couldn't believe it. I took the boy's hand in mine, a soft, warm hand, the feeling of touch. This is the feeling of love. I looked into the boy's purple eyes. So you are my fated one. Then I'm never letting you go. Chapter 54. My beautiful life? Why is this happening to me? Currently in front of me stood the disguised Roselia, who was holding my hand. My instinct screamed to run, but alas, I am helpless. During this time, my brain worked at rapid speed to find a way out. Hey, system, tell me why this is happening. Host, how would you feel when you were alone for thousands of years without anybody and suddenly found love? You were lucky that she didn't attack you on the spot. Damn it. I can see that. What I want to know is that why am I not affected? Host, did you forget the ability you earned, the one to adapt? So that's the reason. I can't believe that it was that powerful. In truth, that power should not be able to handle the element of destruction, but due to your soul being of a higher level, that power worked. Oh, I see. Getting the information I needed, my brain quickly started to cook up a plan for my safe escape. Looking at the girl in front of me, I angrily asked, "Excuse me, do I know you?" "Oh God, please work." Hearing my angry voice and seeing that she was being a nuisance, Roselia let my hands go. Though reluctant, seeing that I sighed, but still the level of her love still keeps ringing on my head. After letting me go, she looked at me. "I am sorry. You just look like someone I know." "Yeah, it's no problem," saying. So I moved toward the dining hall to take my food. As I sat in the chair, women came to take my order. At the same time, Roselia came and sat in front of me. Do you need something? Yes. Could you tell me your name? I looked at her warily. As though she was an enemy, why would someone as strong as you need my name? Since she could stop me from moving, it's quite clear that she was very strong. So I was planning on going through that route, oh my. Please forgive me. I lost my cool back then. My name's Raya. What's yours? The name's Austin. What do you want? I plan to just ignore and be wary of her for now. It's nothing. I was just a bit intrigued. Don't worry, I am not your enemy. As no one can harm you, though I didn't hear the last part. My body instinctively trembled for some reason. Sure, I could only give her a small nod and focus on New York food. Once I arrived, I pulled my hood down and removed my mask and started eating the food. But even then, I felt a very powerful stare on me, making me uncomfortable. I could only put my head down and focus on my food. It was a good move, as I didn't have to see the huge smile on Rosalia's face after eating my food and wearing my mask. I looked at Roselia, who still sat in front of me. Can I do anything for you? Yes, you tell what you think about the goddesses, Roselia? Huh, this is dangerous. I could speak bad about her, or good fuck it. I will speak the truth, Raya. I don't know what you want, but to me I think that the goddess Roselia is both pitiful and amazing this time. It was Roselia that was surprised why. Isn't it said that she's the bringer of destruction, that she's an emotionless woman? Teach that she's just dangerous, that only the witches will really care for her. The more Roselia spoke, the more intense the aura around her became. Her breathing to increased. Raya, I called her, and she looked up at me. I could see her trembling eyes. For once I decided to tell what I thought. I don't know why you're asking me this, but let me tell you, I only believe in things I see, not what I hear. I know that the goddess Roselia was human, and she became incapable of touch. I don't know much about gods, but I know that for a human, that's painful. Plus, she also became the goddess representing Sylvie. Even though she was human, it must have been hard for her, but she still moved forward and lived. Plus, I don't think anybody who worked to help others are bad. Hence, to me, she is amazing. As I finished talking, I could see a stupefied look on her face. She was like that for a minute before she gave a wide smile. I knew it. You really are my fated person. What do you mean? Before I could finish, I felt the space around me tremble. The next thing I know, I'm standing in a hill, and Roselia is standing in front of me. What's going on? What are you doing? I directly looked at her with a questioning look, but she only gave me a smile. The next moment, a light spread from her. I had to close my eyes due to it. When I opened my eyes again, the teenage girl from before disappeared. In front of me now stood a woman. She looked to be in her 20s. She had dark black eyes and hair. Her face was beyond beautiful. She had a black dress on her body, sticking nicely to her curvy body. You are seeing the women in front of me. I reacted in surprise. After all, her statue was present in her temple. Seeing my expression, she smiled. After that, she raised her hand. Immense mana started to come towards my direction. A huge magic circle formed above me. What's going on? Even before I could speak, Roselia did. In the name of destruction, curses, and misfortune, I, Roselia, the Hydra Harby, acknowledge you as my equal. From now onwards, you are under my protection and providence. Your enemies shall be mine, and none shall live to hurt you. As soon as she finished, the magic circle flew directly into me, and at the same time, new system messages arrived. Host has been blessed with the supreme blessing of the supreme goddess Roselia, the Hydra. From now onwards, no curses and misfortune shall work on the host, if the host is to show his blessings. He shall become the holy son of all witches. Host had earned the new element destruction. As soon as the messages were over, my body started to sway. Just as I was to fall, Roselia caught me into her embrace. My mind became foggy as I lost consciousness, holding Austin. Roselia looked at him with burning eyes. She wanted nothing more to take him away, but she knew he was not ready yet. Hugging Austin, she sat on the floor. She tightly held him in her embrace and gave him a kiss on his forehead. Don't worry, my love, you will essentially fall in love with me. At the same time, in the churches and temples of the goddess Roselia, the saintess and the other higher-ups were going crazy. They had just found out that they now have a holy son. Find out our holy son at all cost. The saintess of the goddess Roselia roared. Chapter 55. Am I lucky or unlucky? Within a forest lay a boy who looked to be about 14. He wore a cloak. The mask on his was not there. He lay there in sleep. Slowly his eyes was opening him. What happened? Where am I? Slowly opening my eyes and sitting up, I noticed that I was in a forest. What happened? The last thing I remember was being kidnapped by Roselia. Wait, straightening up, I checked my body to see if there was anything different. Seeing that I was clothed, I let out a sigh. Damn. Good thing I am okay. It's at this time I noticed that there was a letter laying in front of me. Getting a foreboding feeling, I picked it up and opened it. Dear Austin, I know that you are confused about many things, but don't worry, I haven't done anything to you yet. You don't have to worry about me and my position. I will explain everything to you after you reach a specific strength and status. Oh, I took the mask you wore as a souvenir. Don't worry about it. With love, your faded one, Roselia, the Hydra P.S. I don't mind sharing you, but don't go overboard, cause at the end you belong to me. Reading the letter, I was in daze for a few minutes before I got my bearing back. What have I done? It was just a normal day. I was just supposed to have breakfast. Why did it go all bad? Hey, system, what did she do to me? System? Host, can I ask for a host exchange ceremony? A what? Don't worry, I will find you a better system. What the hell does that mean? It means that I can't handle the stress. Yeah. Just tell me about the changes that happen. Host has been blessed by the goddess Roselia, hence. Host has earned the right to stand at her equally. Also, the host has the right to use her element. So, you mean that I can use the element destruction? Affirmative. How do I do that? System? In normal cases, the person just has to imagine the qualities about the element and study it. But for the host, it's different. What does that mean? For the host to use the element, the host must think about the goddess Roselia. The more you think and imagine her, the more powerful the element will be. Plus, if you want to use the full power of the element, you must think something lewd between yourself and the goddess Roselia. Austin. The hell? Isn't that basic hypnosis? How the hell am I supposed to use an element like that? Isn't this basically forcing me to think about her? What kind of shame play is this? For a moment, I just couldn't imagine how Roselia became a goddess. Sigh. Forget it, I will just have to continue living like how I am anyway. Well, leaving that aside, where the hell am I? Host is currently in the Azure Forest, near to your No. Then it's not a problem, it's just a small walk anyway. Did Roselia do anything to me while I was sleeping? System? Hey, what happened? It's better if the host just forget about it. Come on, it can't be that bad, can it? While the host slept, she smelled you from top to bottom, used a special spell to save your sin into a bottle. She kept hugging and stop. Don't say anything anymore. The more the system spoke, the more goosebumps I got. Right now, I just need to run to my inn and take a huge bath. It was at this time that I heard a small whine from somewhere. Curious, I moved towards a certain bush. Reaching there, I got the scent of blood. Wary, I began circulating my mana around my body. As I reached the bush, I moved it around and saw a hurt wolf cub laying there. The wolf cub was completely black, just like the night sky. Right now, it was hurt in its abdomen and was leaking blood. It had its eyes closed, bearing with the pain. Well, if that was all, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But the astonishing thing was that it was leaking mana. This implied that it was capable of using mana. One must know that not all beasts can use mana, and those who use are more intelligent and stronger. Normally, you don't see any beast capable of using mana in these woods. Curious, I used the read function, and when I saw what was written, my eyes almost popped out of its socket. Name: unnamed, sex, undecided age, 10 species, wolf, Fenrir, talent, 9/10 power, origin level 1 title, the Great Devourer, the God Eater, etc. Love, 0 description. The reincarnation of the great divine beast Fenrir, also known as Fenrir Sulfur, due to its bloodline not being completely pure, most of its memories are missing. What the hell? What is something like this here? Who in this world would not know Fenrir? It was said that at its peak, it was said to fight toe-to-toe with the great dragon god. It was said that Fenrir was born from pure form of energy, death, and destruction. It was among the 5 great divine beasts of the past. A living legend. During the war thousands of years ago, Fenrir had fought alongside the Sylvie realm and disappeared. No one knows how. There were many rumors about it, some even saying that during one war it had eaten a god whole, some saying that it was genderless and just a pure mass of power. There were countless stories about it. Leaving all that aside, currently that same beast was in front of me, hurt and unable to move. Without hesitation, I moved to help it. I passed some mana into it, bringing some ease to it. Seeing that the cub had fainted, I picked it up. Looking at close, the wolf cub seemed cute and unassuming. Who would think this was the beast of death and destruction? Smiling, I held the cub as I walked out of the forest of my inn, not knowing what recursion my actions will bring about. Chapter 56. Finally free. 3.5 years later, within a forest, a certain scene could be seen. An antelope could be seen laying on the ground, but unlike the normal ones. This antelope was at least twice the size of a normal elephant. It was laying on the ground dead, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its red eyes was opened with disbelief. There was an arrow stuck to its heart. A boy sat above the now dead antelope. He looked to be about 17, 18 years old. He had an extremely handsome face with silver hair and deep purple eyes. The boy had a lean figure, and he had a tall frame. The boy gave off an aura of innocence and maturity, which contradicts each other, further mystifying his presence. Yup, that's odd and all right. Currently, he was looking into space, as if in daze, but no, he was waiting, and it did pay off. Ding. Creation of perfect body completed. All restrictions are Harvey lifted finally. It's been 7 years since it started, and I am finally free from that goddamn curse. Now I am free to do about anything I want. Seeing that everything was ready, I stand up and gave out a whistle. At that same time, the trees started shaking, and many fell down. From afar, a figure came in front of me. It was a huge black wolf, its dark blue eyes shining with intelligence. Its mouth held another huge antelope who was long since dead. After seeing me, the wolf let go of the antelope and came to me. At the same time, its size started decreasing. It turned from a ferocious wolf to a cute cub. I guess you had fun hunting, yes. I got to stretch my body. Surprisingly, the wolf spoke in a feminine voice. After that, she came up to me and jumped onto my shoulder. I just patted her head and she purred, "Are you sure you're not a cat, Humph? Make fun of me all you want, but just you wait. Once this lady fully awakens, you would be at my knees begging to be close to me, yeah. Sure, I will wait for that day." Chuckling, I just patted her head again. A lot has changed in the last 3 years. After taking the wolf home, I cared for it, and due to my careful manipula. Cough, cough, Cared agreed to take me as its partner. After that, before it could awaken its bloodline fully, we made a pact, and after that we started roaming around, fighting and adventuring. Also, due to some unknown reason that I don't want to know about, it choose to become a girl as its gender and asked me to name her. So I gave her the name Luna, comparing her to the moon. I guess she did like the name, as she went about prancing for some time. As I was packing up New York stuff, I heard Luna speak. "Where are we going now?" "We're going to a small village." "Why?" "Because I'm going to lose something important." "Lose something?" Luna looked at me skeptical. She couldn't understand what I was going to lose. Seeing that I chuckled, smirking, I said, "I am just going to lose something to my teacher." And with it, I set out. Few days later, in the small village called Herful, a woman could be seen walking. Nobody could see her face because she was covered with a cloak from top to bottom. She was walking throughout the small village. All those who saw her would unconsciously make way for her. Something made them feel themselves lesser than her. If one would look into the cloak, one would see a beautiful black-eyed and haired woman who gave off an elegant aura. She walked with her head straight, as if looking for something. Eleanor had recently arrived in this village after she had read some reports about a historic world being hidden here. She had come here to look for more clues. Sigh. I wonder how Austin's doing. It had been a few years since she last saw her beloved disciple, and it was taking a toll on her. The only good thing was that she knew that her disciple was well. Sighing, she continued to walk away from the village to the nearby forest. At that same time, after she left, a figure appeared in the village. "Oh, looks like I didn't miss her. I had just arrived a few minutes ago. I had just used the bracelet on my arms to make myself disappear. At the same time, I gave Luna some task and let her go free. As for why I am here, that was to stop a certain scenario from happening." Looking around, I saw a 15-year-old with freckles and brown hair full wing behind Eleanor in the original game. It was this boy who had become her disciple. He had saved her life after she had escaped from a dangerous historic world, and I am here to stop it, and if possible get this teacher of mine to fall in love with me. I know that she's obsessed with me and loves me, but that's only as her disciple. She hadn't seen me as a man. I just wanted to use this opportunity to stop that boy and prove myself to her. That I hoped, stretching my body, I came close to that boy who kept looking at Eleanor's direction. I came close and tapped his shoulder. She might be beautiful, right? Huh. Seeing a masked figure come close to him, so suddenly Sam jumps away in surprise. Wow. Dude, calm down. I just came to you since you kept staring at that woman for a long time. Who are you, and why do you care? Being wary, Sam moved away a bit. Looking at that, I could only shake my head. I raised my arm, showing him that I was not his enemy. Don't worry. I just wanted to tell you that you have no chance at scoring that woman. SCO scoring? No, I just felt that she looked SPE special. Hearing my words, Sam blushed a bit and stammered. It looks like the boy's just pure. I don't want to do this, but what are you curious about that woman? Sam hesitated a bit, but in the end he nodded his head. If you want, I could tell you more about her. Why? Who are you, and what do you want? After hearing my words, Sam again becomes wary. Why are you so scared? We are in a village, and people are watching. What can I do to you? Though still suspicious, after thinking about it a bit, Sam nodded his head. Who's she? Saying that he came closer, and before he could respond, he fell unconscious. I caught his body and disappeared. The next moment, I appeared in a small room, and I took out a small pill and stuffed it into his mouth. With that, he would be sleeping for the next 3 days. The only drawback would be that we would be very hungry when her wakes up. With that, I tied him up for precaution and kept him in the room. There would be a routine checkup every 3 days, so he should be fine. Looking at the sleeping boy, I could only shake my head. You better pray that next time you don't meet a transmigrated person. With that, I left the room, heading toward the forest. Chapter 57. Okay. Scene in action. Eleanor was currently walking through the forest to a specific location. According to her investigations, there is a secret historic woolard hidden in the depths of this forest. It could maybe help her to break through the point she hit at her cultivation. The more deeper she walked, the more dangerous the surroundings became. The mana in the surroundings, too, began to feel unstable. Eleanor began to meet more wild beasts the further she walked. After walking for half an hour, she came up to the center of the forest. The whole atmosphere was stifling. A huge boulder could be seen placed within the center. Going closer, she placed her hands in the boulder, and just as she did, the boulder started to shake. After a minute, a huge hole appeared in the boulder, seeming as if to call you into the abyss. Only darkness remained inside. It looks like this is the place. Seeing the situation in front of her, Eleanor removed her cloak. Unlike the previous times where she gave off a graceful aura, the Eleanor right now was dressed in typical adventurer's outfit, with tight shorts that nicely accelerated her ass and an easily movable top. Right now, she off an impression of a charming and dangerous woman. Smiling, Eleanor looked at her clothes. Touching the memories off the past flowed through her mind. How I missed this. Shaking her head, Eleanor entered through the portal, which closed after she had entered it. After what seems like a few seconds, she opened her eyes. Right now, she was standing on a land filled with sand all around. The only difference was that the entire sand she stood on was blood red. The scent of death flowed through the place. It's at this time a laughter was heard. Hearing the laughter, Eleanor frowned. Her sense was feeling the threat of death in this area, while at the same time, the laughing voice spoke in a rough voice. Who would have thought that I would get another chance to kill another human? That too, such a beautiful one. As soon as the voice faded away, a figure materialized in the sky. The figure looked to be about 7 feet tall. He had red skin and 3 eyes, the third one being in his forehead. There was a tail peeking from his back. Seeing the figure, Eleanor's frowned even harder. Not good. A Zolieg demon. His level 2 seems to be higher than mine. Unlike what everyone thought, not all historic worlds are an opportunity. Sometimes you might find a historic world belonging to another species. If that person was not racist, then no problem. Good for you. But if the ruler of the historic world was a deep hatred-rooted individual, then you would be in for a hell of a trail, designed just to kill you. Seeing the situation was dire, Eleanor did not panic. She calmly thought about her situation. If the ruler of the historic world's power level was lesser than her in his prime, she could easily escape, but it seems that this demon's power level was at least Imperial level 3 or above. Using force might not yield much unless she burned her life force. What you scared, human? Don't worry, I'm sure to show you what despair really means. After all, I can't have you breaking. So, soon as he finished talking, he snapped his figure's pitch black chains rose from the ground to bind Eleanor. As soon as the chains arrived, Eleanor tried to fight it. At first, she was able to push it back. Seeing that the demon began to apply more power into the chain, Eleanor was able to destroy 4 among the 6 chains, but sadly the last 2 got her. As soon as the chains bonded her, her connection to mana got cut off. Her realm went from imperial to nothing. Ha, you see, human, you're nothing, but an ant in front of me, while his dialogue would have been more acceptable if his face wasn't pale and his body wasn't trembling. Don't worry, human, I am a very fair person. I would give you a chance to survive. How about this? I would have you fight 2 different rounds, survive that, and then you are free. Seeing the smug grin on the demon's face, and seeing that her power was blocked, Eleanor didn't panic. She was someone who fought her way into her position. She had been through even worse. Looking at the demon, she just gave a nod. Good, don't you regret it later. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon snapped his finger. The sand before Eleanor started to shake and gather. Soon several beasts figure started to form. Hundreds, no thousands of beasts were formed in front of Eleanor, all looking ferocious and dangerous. Each one of them radiating a minimum range of origin level 5 in normal cases. It was nothing to Eleanor, but now even on one of them was fatal to her. It was apparent that the demon had no wish to leave her alive. At the same time, behind Eleanor was a person hidden, checking his list. Villian, check heroine in danger, check my hair flying in the wind, check a charming smile, check okay, then action. Chapter 58. Fight together within the bloody lands. Eleanor stood straight. The wind that blowed made her tied-up hair flow. In front of her stood rows of beasts, each one more ferocious than the other. The line of beasts that gathered seemed to have no end. In front of such a situation, Eleanor stood calm, her beautiful face displaying a valiant defiance against the current situation. Seeing it, the demon on the sky sneered, "Let me see how much longer you can remain calm," saying. So he snapped his finger, and a timer with 2 hours on it was displayed. Survive for 2 hours, and you could go the next round. As soon as the demon's words were heard, the timer began. All the beasts roared and started running towards Eleanor with the intent to tear her apart. Seeing it, Eleanor drew her bow. Right now her power was suppressed to origin level 1. There's not much she could do. The bow Eleanor took was deep black in color. It seemed to have its own life. She drew the bow, and an arrow appeared. As soon as she fired, the single arrow split into 10, accurately taking the lives of those beasts in the front. At the same time, she started running from the beast tide. Even as she ran, her arms were steady, and she continuously fired arrows. Each arrow moved as if it had its own life, reaping one life after another, but everyone has their own limits. Soon, within minutes, Eleanor reached her limits. Her mana began to decrease, and the speed of her arrows fell. The beast tide behind her began to catch up. As soon as she fired the 10th arrow, several beasts had reached behind. Seeing that, a ruthless glint flashed in Eleanor's eyes. She quickly started to pull her life force to break the chains binding her, but at that time a change happened. Just as the beast was about to harm her, all of them were blasted back. At the same time, a familiar voice that Eleanor missed was heard. Looks like Masterin is quite the pickle. Just as the voice faded, a young man appeared in front of Eleanor. His silver hair flowed in the wind, and he had his back to Eleanor. His chubby face, she remembered now being handsome Austin. Eleanor asked with disbelief. Her little disciple had grown up. Seeing Eleanor call me, I turned around and gave her a smile. At the same time, I activated a barrier around us, stopping the beast for a few minutes. After that, I turned towards Eleanor, who was still in shock. "Did you miss me, Master?" As I asked that, I walked towards her with a smile and hugged her. I could feel her body stiffen up. Eleanor's height was just a bit shorter than mine. So when I hugged her, her head directly came to my chin. "I miss you a lot, Master." As Eleanor heard my voice tinged with happiness, she relaxed and hugged me back too. "Master, missed you too." The hugging scene would have been perfect if it weren't for the massive tide of monsters attacking the barrier and a 3-eyed demon flying above sky, looking at us in disbelief. After hugging for a bit, we let go. Eleanor then held my face and looked me up and down to see if I had any great injuries. Seeing that I was okay, she smiled. "Looks like you've grown up great." Her usually calm voice had happiness and a tinge of pride. She looked as if she was the one who pushed all the monster away. "How did you come here?" "I had been in the village before you came here. When I saw you, I knew immediately it was you, Master, so I thought that I could surprise you." Who would have thought something like this would happen? Saying so, I gave her an innocent smile, conveying my intentions, and it seemed it worked too, as I saw Eleanor shaking her head. After that, she came close and started pinching my ears. "You idoid disciple. Learning to stalk your own master, huh?" Just as she was out to scold me more, a cracking sound was heard. It seemed that the barrier won't be able to hold on much longer, ha ha da ha. Kid, I don't know how you got in without me knowing about it, but in the end you're going to die here along with that woman. Just at the same time that demon intervened, giving on his signature smug laugh, as if everything was under his control master. Get on, I will carry you. At the same time, I bended down for Eleanor to get on my back, but even after a few seconds, I didn't feel anything. So I turned around to see a confused Eleanor. What are you doing? Looking into her face, I saw both confidence and pride. Pride as one of the most strongest peoples in the world. It's then it hit me, huh? I've become too arrogant all this while the girls I dealt with were young ones with problems and issues. They were weak and vulnerable, but the women in front of me isn't them. She's someone who stood at the top of the world. She's someone who reached her position through her own power. Someone with her own principles. She won't follow what I say like some carbon copy. She knows what she should do. I closed my eyes for a second before opening them. Standing up, I apologized. I am sorry, master. It looks like I'd gotten cocky. So what should we do? Hearing my words, Eleanor smiled. Raising her hands, she gave me a pat in the head. Looks like you have really grown up, Austin. After saying that, she raised her bow. Listen to me carefully. Thanks to your shield, I was able to get back most of my mana. Once the shield breaks, would you be able to make a path for us to escape? Yes. I nodded to her words. Good, then leave the rest to me. I might not have all my strength, but I ain't that weak. As soon as she had finished, I had my bow in my hand. Taking out a normal arrow, I placed it in it. At the same time, I thought of the figure of a woman, one with black hair and eyes. As I did it, a small dark crimson-like flame appeared in front of me. As soon as it appeared, it was as if destruction descended. The mana in the area started to get disrupted. Even the monsters from the now breaking shield moved a bit back. Their instincts were screaming of one thing: death. The demon above the sky shouted with surprise. That's... Eleanor looked at the strange flame. Even her instincts were screaming danger. Looks like you have gotten yourself quite the secrets over the years. To Eleanor's words, I just gave a smile. You ready? I am. Chapter 59. Fighting together, 2. The monsters continue to break the barrier, while the demon from above continues to enjoy the show, waiting for the moment of despair. You ready? I am. As soon as I had finished speaking, the barrier broke. The monsters that had been surrounding us from all directions burst forth. While I was feeling a bit uneasy, Eleanor looked cool as always. As the monsters burst forth, she raised her bow and spoke. Stars fall. As she did, the arrow on her bow lit up. Without waiting even for a moment, she let the arrow loose to the top, that is, and the arrow flew out to the sky. At the same time, a bright light came from it, spreading to all the directions. I could feel the wind blow past me, and at the next moment, all the monsters that had surrounded me was dead. For a moment, I fell in a daze while what I saw was amazing. The sheer concentration to pull that off is unbelievable. Eleanor basically split her arrows and fired it. If that was it, then it was no problem. What makes that strike amazing is the fact that it reaped the life of all that was close to her. All the enemies close to us were minimum of Origin level 5 or above. For Origin level 1, to kill them, all the arrows must have been fatal. That means that all the 100 arrows which she shot must have reaped a life in a single hit. One must know that the arrows don't have a locator. Then Eleanor should have controlled all 100 of them at the same time, aiming at the vitals of those monsters. Looks like I really have been overestimating myself. In truth, I might be able to take those monsters down, but that would be with sheer strength, not sheer skill. There's a huge difference between the both. Austin, snap out of it. It's only when a pale-faced Eleanor called me that I got my bearing back. Sorry. I was just amazed, just as I said it, the arrow that was knocked on my bow was sent flying to the area with the least infections of monsters. The single arrow I fired quickly drilled through the monsters, creating a path out. At the same time, I cast Rejuvenate and Haste on Eleanor, bringing some life into her. After that, we quickly ran out of the encirclement. I took the lead, firing arrows to get rid of those who escaped. Within seconds we were out, but still what we killed only was a drop in the bucket. Monsters still chased after us. While we ran, we kept firing some arrows to keep the count of the monsters in check. The voice of the demon's laughter and the ticking of the clock still kept ringing in our head. We could only keep running. We kept running for about half an hour. During that time, I had to keep casting spells on Eleanor to let keep up. In truth, things were not that hard. If I go all out, I might be able to stall them for 2 hours, but we still could keep running for the next 2 hours. But alas, things don't always go according to plans, do they? Just as we were running far and making some distance, the ground below Eleanor cracked open. A certain monster with a fish-like body, but with a huge, sharpened sword at its face, jumped out towards Eleanor. She sensed the danger in dog, but the sword-like mouths and still gazed her shit. It's the poison rectal needle. Just as Eleanor had dogged, my arrow had flown to the monster, killing it with one strike. But it was too late. As Eleanor was glazed, she felt weak and fell to the ground without any further delay. I picked her up and placed her on the back. Ripping some clothes, I quickly tied her arms to my neck and her legs closely to mine. But at the same time, the monsters, which we had made some distance from, caught up Sonic Boom. As soon as I casted it, a huge wave spread from my legs, pushing me to the front, gaining me a huge head start to the front, damn it. Why did it have to be that shit, the poison rectal needle? I didn't expect such a thing to be here. As its name suggests, it carries poison in its blade-like mouth. But unlike normal ones, this does not kill them or anything, but completely paralyzes the person, taking away the person mana and ability to move. The only thing you could do was move your mouth. I am sorry. Looks like your master is not that amazing after all. As I was running, I heard Eleanor speak from behind me. I could feel the frustration and disappointment from her voice. She clearly felt humiliated for falling for such a thing. What are you talking about, master? All I saw was that my awesome teacher faced a horde of monsters without any fear, broke through, killing many monsters with a single arrow. I saw her standing fearlessly. I saw her fighting fearlessly. I saw her easily dodging a dangerous moment in my heart. You will always be amazing. No matter what happens in the future, I know that my master is amazing. With that, I stopped talking and continued running. Hence, I missed to see the stupefied look on Eleanor's face, which had quickly turned into an amazing smile later on. Just as I thought that I had made some distance, I heard the ground quake. Looking toward the front, I saw another horde of monsters coming in front towards me. The one coming from in front had monsters from higher origin level, damn it. Let me go, Austin. Just as I cursed, I heard Eleanor speak. Turning around, I could see Eleanor looking at the tide with a serious face. She turned her eyes toward me. Leave me here, Austin. There's a Space Ripper device in my storage ring. It might not be 100 safe, but you will be able to survive. So leave me here. It's the best option. There was silence for a bit. I looked into Eleanor's eyes and said a single word. Never hearing my answer, Eleanor was not surprised. How could she not know what type of person I am? She knew he would not abandon her. But still, hearing the answer from his mouth warmed her heart for her. When she was weak, getting someone's support was something she never felt. And to be honest, she felt happy. This is not for negotiations. Austin, you will listen to what I have to say. Leave. This is an order from your teacher. Leave. If you don't, I would cancel our relationship here and now. So don't make me, Austin. Leave here, and now do it then. I answered, looking at Eleanor. She looked back at me surprised. To that, I just gave her a warm smile. In a way, this is my fault, and I'm going to fix it, teacher. Do you remember when I said why I wanted to take the bow as my weapon? It was to protect my family and the people I love, to make sure I won't fall into despair. And right now, you are someone dear to me, master. So even if you said that you would cut our relationship, I would still protect without any regrets. Chapter 60. Fighting together. 3. Yes. I have found a crack. Looking at the trembling eyes of Eleanor, I could see that I have made a small progress. If I could capitalize on this now, I might be able to convert her feelings. My trainings paid off during the past year. Not only have I increased my strength, I have also increased my ability to spew bullshit. I racked through my brain thinking about the different wuxia novels and their hot-blooded words, and I can say with almost confidence that my Tao of bullshit has reached another level. I turned towards Eleanor, who is still tied to my back. Don't worry, teacher. Just leave it to me, saying. So I looked through my surroundings, trying to find a safe spot to fight. Looking around, I could see an elevated platform, just perfect to defend from all sides. I ran towards that area, and I slowly removed the binds connecting me and Eleanor. As gently as I could, I held her and placed her on the ground. Making sure that the way she sits is comfortable, I made sure to do all of my actions gently as possible, treating like a jade that would break. During all this time, Eleanor just looked at me in daze, not able to respond. Making sure that she sat up correctly, I kneeled in front of her, catching her hand. I gave her an iconic protagonist smile. Don't worry, teacher, I will save you. Just wait for me," after saying that I rose up and left to fight without looking back. Walking a bit forward, I moved away from Eleanor. Standing a bit far away, I could see monster tides coming from both my sides. The demon above was laughing in happiness. "Ha. Didn't I say that you would feel despair? Now see how you're going to die." I just concluded his laughter has background music. Taking a deep breath, I started to think about my next source of action. While things might look bad, I have many ways to guarantee both mine and Eleanor's safety. The problem is, which method should I use to gain the most affection? I can use my full strength and fight the upcoming waves to a standstill, or I can exert just enough strength to survive the tide, earning more affection. If worse comes, I have 2 tokens given to me by 2 different dragons who are more than capable of saving me, but even that has its own drawback and risks. What should I do? Screw it, I would go for more affection points. Making my decision, I took my bow out. I placed a sword at my back and hid a few knives in my dress. Okay. Time to take action. Being ready, I felt the ground shake. The monsters we left behind and the new tide joined together, rushing to devour those in its path. It looked AF if tide had formed. I stood calm at this situation. Without any hesitation, I applied the Tier 5 spell Earthquake, which caused great tremors to spread outward towards the monsters. The ground before the running tide cracked, causing many of them to fall. The ones that fell were stepped on and killed. Magmic rise. Instantly, the cracks, which were formed, started spewing magma from between them, drowning a huge amount of monsters. All that was heard was their scream before their deaths. Without any delay, I placed a normal arrow on my bow. Casting Meteoric Fall, I fired the arrow. The arrow flew straight into the frontier of those monsters at the time. The arrow split into hundreds, but that was not the end. The arrows which split quickly transformed into huge blazing rocks that fell onto the monsters. I immediately fired 4 such arrows, stopping the monsters' rush for a few seconds. Within that time, I concentrated 2 3RD of my mana and started casting. This spell would require at least a 5-second cast time. As I continued to cast, the monsters that were blocked by the huge flaming rocks continued to pound at them, creating cracks. The foam burned their skin, but when one died, another took its place. Just as the 5-second mark completed, the monsters surged to me again. World's Crack. I quickly applied my spell. The mana in the surrounding blazed as it moved towards me due to applying a high tier level 5 spell. The mana that surrounded me flew to the ground. As it did to the ground, split up. A huge gap appeared between me and the monsters. All those monsters which were in front fell to the crack, disappearing for eternity. Impressive, the demon, floating above, commented. He couldn't help but agree with the fact that the young man in front of him was exemplary. If the kid wasn't human, he would have given his inheritance to him. To think archery had reached such a level, the boy's calmness and his ability to think and fight. Not only that, his powers and talent, too, is outstanding. The more the demon looked, the more his desire to kill such a talent burned within him. Chapter 61. Fighting together for, hey guys, I'm back. First of all, thanks for waiting for me to return. And second of all, I've already said this before, I started this novel to get away from the stress of my school study. I didn't expect it to gain recognition, so I thought to continue writing. The reason I couldn't write this while was because I had my main exams going on. It had just finished, so I plan to write again. So, thanks for your patience and enjoy. Oh, finally I got some breathing space looking at the batch of monsters falling into the wide gap created by World's Crack. I can say that I would have few seconds to rest if these were normal monsters with mana. Then I could only run, but the ones in front of me have no intelligence. They could only move like mindless beasts. With my current strength, fighting them might be cumbersome, but it could earn me more amount of affection points from Eleanor. Turning around, I could see Eleanor watching everything from the back, her calm eyes displaying worry for me. I just waved my hands at her, telling her not to worry. After that, I ran straight into the group of monsters. Austin. I could hear Eleanor screaming from behind me, but I just avoided. I knew that she had understood my purpose. While I do have the strength to fight this tide, I could not do it protecting Eleanor. I am not that strong yet. The only other way is to make sure that the focus of these monsters were on me, and Eleanor knew that. Without any hesitation, I applied mana to my leg and jumped high, flying toward the center of these monsters. I placed 3 arrows on my bow and fired at each of them flew with a shining blue light and exploded, creating a gap for me to land on. And just as I did, thousands of those monsters started to run and surround me, fiery thunder. I quickly cast a Tier 5 spell, causing a thunderbolt to come from the ground, creating a hell of fire to surround me. Hundreds of monsters burned and turned to ash, and those who survived still started to run towards the fire, reducing its size. At the same time, I continued to fire several arrows, taking the life of those who tried to surround me. Time started to slip by as more and more monsters began to die. As those with weaker power level fell, stronger ones began to take their place from all my directions. Monsters still continued to rampage. Monsters which fell with 1 arrows now required 3 or more. Some started to dig to the ground and attack from below the ground. At several instances, I was just a bit away from getting severe injuries. My mana started to run low, and I had scratches and blood at several places of my body, but there was no end to these monsters. I could feel the pain and the blood that flowed from my fingertips. Even at this time, I could see the distressed look on Eleanor's face and the laughter of that demon. My mental strength, too, started to take a hit. I started to miss some arrows that I fired. I looked towards the time, above 45 minutes left until this hell finished. Taking a deep breath, I placed my arrows back and cast the spell Sonic Distortion. The ground started to shake, and the monsters which was close to me were all shredded, gaining a few seconds. I took out the potions from my space ring and drank it. After that, my mana and injuries recovered, but my eyes was bloodshot. Even if the mana recovered, my head still hurt to fight like this continuously and to remain at all the times, taking a toll on my body. The rest I got finished within seconds as the monsters continued to attack. This time, I took the sword from my back to fight. There's something that I learned about the perfect body a few years ago. Each human's bodies are built to match a certain limit. Your muscle arrangements decides on which weapon suits you. Hence, they decide if you're talented in that weapon or not. But for me, I noticed that it was a bit different. Due to the perfect body, my body is fit to use any weapons. It means that I am talented in any weapons I use. Smirking with bloodshot eyes, I held the sword in my hands. My body instinctively moved to hold the weapon at the perfect position. I may not be a sword master, or it may not compare to my bow, but I can use the sword to survive. I am sure without any hesitation, I swinged the sword in my hands, and monsters began to be split. Come on. I roared as I began to fight. I moved from my passive defense to an aggressive assault. My mana may drain faster, but I will survive. Without any hesitation, I kept swinging the sword in my hand. The monsters which attacked me from all sides started to fall, each of their death, turning them into sand. I started to fight without minding my defense. I could see the faces of each monster I kill. Wounds quickly started to appear on my body again. One of the monster aimed its claws to my head, and I dodged it as other 3 claws aimed at my heart, throat, and lungs. Clutching to my sword tighter, I swung it in a full circle. Deflecting them all, I quickly applied a spell, creating several orbs around me. The strikes which I could nor defend were taken in by them. Quickly I gained a ground to fight. Blood started to sweep from my body, yet I still continued to battle. As the time decreased, so did the aggression of the monsters increase. Their eyes turned red as they continued to come at me. Without a stop, all the orbs around me had been destroyed. There was only a few seconds left. I was barely fighting on. My arms and legs were stiff, and my mana almost dry. There's only one thing I can do. Taking in all the mana I quickly casted the one special move I learned for the sword. The mana quickly surrounded me. As I casted Sword Orbit, I moved the sword around me in orbits. It looked like a barrier of small silver-like stars were protecting. All those monsters which attacked me started to disappear. Just as I moved the sword for THR last time the bell rang, time was up, and I survived. I let out a sigh as I fell to the ground. My body ached all over, and I was barely conscious. I took out a bottle from my space ring. Opening the bottle, a sweet scent came. I quickly gulped it. The sweet taste of nectar passed through my mouth to my stomach. After drinking it, my mind started to clear up, the injuries started to heal, and my bloodshot eyes started to return to normal. In return, my stomach growled and hunger clap, 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 clap. It's at this time I heard a clapping sound. Looking up, I could see the demon clapping with an impressed look. I am impressed. It pains me to say this, but you are one of the topmost talents I have ever seen. It's a pity that your would die in the next round. As a recognition of your strength, I shall give you 5 minutes to prepare. Consider this an honor after saying that the bastard disappeared. Chapter 62. Shaken feelings, finally that bastard's gone. Seeing that I have a few minutes of rest, I laid on the floor for about a minute before I got back up again. Even if my injuries are all healed, my body still needs to rest. Standing up, I headed towards Eleanor, who was currently sitting in the barrier I created. I had to place her correctly so that she could see my battle. Even now, she's unable to move her body. That's what's so disgusting about the poison rectal needle. Its paralysis would last for about a week, and there's no antidote to it too. You have to wait naturally for about a week before you're okay. The only thing that's not worrying is the fact that the poison only works on origin level 5 or below. If Eleanor had her original power, then this wouldn't have happened. Walking closer toward her, I could see her looking at me, her eyes looking me up and down, trying to search for any injuries. I could only smile and wave at her. When I reached her, I got rid of the barrier. Before I could speak, Eleanor did. "I'm sorry." As she said that, tears started to fall from her eyes. I've never seen her shed any tears, and now she did. Before I could even ask the answer, she already started answering. Because of me, you had to drain your potential. Beck, because of me, the more I had her talk, the more confused I became. It took me a moment before I understood what happened, and when did, I was speechless. It seems that she misunderstood my burst in strength as a forbidden technique. She taught that I had used a technique to draw on my potential to earn more power, hence reducing my potential. I was about to refute her when it hit me. Wait, why should I remove the misunderstanding? I could use this to my own advantage, putting on a bitter smile, as if trying to hide my pain, but I couldn't. I knelt in front of Eleanor. I took her hand and came face to face with her. Using my other hand, I washed away her tears. "Why are you crying, teacher? How could my great master, whom I respect and admire with my whole heart, cry? Why?" This time Eleanor responded. She couldn't understand. Why? Why is he going this far? To her, who worked alone to have such support, she couldn't hold in the guilt. She, the teacher, caused her disciples potential. Why did you not run away? You could have survived more easily. Why? Didn't I tell you to run? I smiled to her words, holding her face. I looked directly into it. Why? It's quite simple, actually. It's because I love you, Eleanor. My words were soft, but in this silent world, it was thunder that rang into Eleanor's ears. For a moment, she couldn't respond. She was totally floored. "You mean as a teacher rewrite?" This was the first time that I had called Eleanor her directly instead of teacher or master. This was the first time that something like this happened. She, as a reputed imperial, had many suitors that chased after her. When she had become famous and her beauty had spread, there were several men that wanted to take her hand in marriage. But she had not paid any attention to them, she who had gotten to her position alone, due to the issues she faced to grow. She had huge distrust to others, especially men. No matter how much sincerity the others had showed her, she still stood silent. As such time had passed by, and she was still single, she could have never bring herself to trust anybody. She knew that this was a problem, but she couldn't solve it. Even among other Imperials, she was not lax. Time passed by, and the feeling of loneliness set into her life. That's when she thought of taking a disciple to fill that void. That's when she had met Austin, a boy who kept claiming that he would be like her. It's from then that she found out an outlet to supply her love. He had filled up the hole left in her life. So she had swear to protect him no matter what. To her, her disciple is always right. She had seen him just as a child, but right now, right here, when that child had unhesitatingly fought to save her life, when he did not hesitate to sacrifice his potential for her. Even after he had won, the first thing he did was check upon her, and right now, all bloodied up, he knelt in front of her and confessed. For a moment, her heart started beating faster and her body heated up. It was the first time this had happened, so she wanted to know. Seeing the flustered appearance of Eleanor, I really anted to laugh, but I held it in. Putting on a playful smile, I shook my head. Then I held one of her hands and put on the most serious expression. The first time I saw you, Eleanor, was when I was a child, and I was in awe of you. I had always admired you, and I had always loved the bow. Then, by a stroke of luck, which I manipulated, you became my master. You don't know how happy I was back then. I couldn't sleep for days because I wanted to get stronger slowly, but surely the more I spent my time with you, the more I was infatuated with you. At first I thought it was bad and wanted to suppress it, but when I had spent the time away from you, there wasn't a moment I didn't think of you. So I decided no matter what happens in the future, I would make you mine. Chapter 63. Shaken feelings, too. Silence. There was total silence. The wind blew the sand on the ground away, and the timer for the next round ticked. There appeared two individuals within the sand, a woman and a young man who held the woman's hand. Yup, that's me, all right. I stood still in my position, looking directly into Eleanor's eyes. It was trembling. I knew that I had hit a sweet spot in her heart. To my confession, there can only be two responses, and I knew which one she would choose. Eleanor's eyes trembled for some time before it got back to normal. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she reopened her eyes, only calmness remained. Austin, as much I am happy to hear those words. You must know our relationship. It's better you forget those feelings, as such a thing will not happen. Hearing her words, I was not surprised. After all, it's not easy to accept those feelings readily. Even if there's a seed of love right now, it's just a seed. The only way to push forward was to keep pressuring her. So I just smiled at her answer. Eleanor. Just when I called her name again, I could see it. Her eyes trembled, and a foreign emotion of happiness flowed through her. With the most gentle voice I speak of, I spoke. I know that my feelings are not orthodox, and it might even seem taboo, but these are my feelings, and I won't let them go. Even if it takes thousands of years, I will wait for you to accept me. Even if it means to be branded as a licit disciple. Damn, those are such good words. Hey, system, continue to say them to me. Yes. Host, yup, that's right. These are the words that I had saved into the system. I had to sit alone and burn through my brain cells to remember about different master-disciple love stories I read to get some heart-turning words, and it looks like they came in handy. Looking at the nonstop trembling eyes of Eleanor, I couldn't help give a thumbs up to those authors who think of such words. The best way to get this teacher of mine is to keep dishing up those words. Austin, you. Eleanor was completely speechless. She didn't know what to do. Even if she didn't want to, she couldn't help but have her heart fasten at those words. It's at this time the sound of that demon was heard. Wow, what a romantic situation. I couldn't help but shed a tear. The demon's words was filled with sarcasm and disdain. This stupid love of yours is destined to be unfulfilled. Let's see how you survive the next round. I will make sure that only your corpses remain. As soon as the demon said those words, he snapped his finger. The scenery started to change, and the space stated to twit. Huge amount of mana was being used, and the next thing I know, I am in a forest area. I could clearly feel the wind and the roars of monsters. This world was no longer clearly just an illusion. I took my bow out and stood in front of Eleanor to protect her. It's at this time the demon spoke again. His voice was blurry, and his figure looked illusionary. It seems that the demon had used up a significant level of his power to create this world. The next round is simple. It's either hunt or be hunted. In this forest, there are millions of monsters, the minimum level being that of Origin level 5. To win this challenge, you just have to hunt down the 5 overloads of this forest. Hearing his words, I snorted. There's no way that the challenge would be this simple, and I was right too. Oh, there. Also the fact that each of the overload monsters are in the Imperial rank. Fuck you. Hearing that bastard's words, I couldn't help but curse. Just Imperial rank, your mother. Looks like the bastard is hell-bent on killing us both, but his words were not over. Oh yeah. There's also the fact that once every day your location will be transmitted to the different monsters, and you would have to face a huge wave of monsters who have complete intelligence. As soon as the demon finished speaking, he laughed happily and disappeared. I could see that Eleanor's face was a bit more pale. The last condition he placed is basically a push to separate me from Eleanor. After all, leaving the difficulty of hunting the overlords, just the fact that I would have to face a huge wave of monsters in the forest with Eleanor every day would surely drain me. Austin, crouching down, I came upon the determined eye of Eleanor. I could see that she had decided to do something, but before she spoke, I did. Impossible. No matter what you say, I would not abandon you. Even if I lost my life, of course, I won't lose my life. Without listening to her protest, I scooped her up in a princess carry and started running after all monsters already stated to come after us. Eleanor lay in Austin's arm, her heart unsettled. She wanted to protest, she wanted to deny, but in the end she couldn't. No matter how much she said that she didn't care, deep within her heart she knew that she was becoming attached to Austin, and this frightened her. Eleanor is a woman of action. Once she makes up her mind over something, she makes sure to follow through with it to the end. Then why is she now unable to follow that principle? Why does her heart rejoice at the fact that she's with her disciple? Why does her anger not flow for him calling her name? Why does her body rejoice in his touches? She wanted to protect her disciple from her. She wanted to give him a better life by cutting herself from him, cutting those feelings away. But then why? Why did she rejoice when he had rejected to comply to her? Why does her heart race to be with him? Why does her heart beat like this? Chapter 64. The calm before the storm. Within a certain forest, the wind blew, and the roars of monsters could be heard. 5 certain within the forest was calm, as a suffocating aura surrounded those places. 5 overlords ruled over this area. As its kings, the forest was huge with lands that seemed to have no end. There were large areas covered with monsters. The weak had no place here. Now in a certain area of the forest, 2 humans could be seen within the large forest. They seemed minuscule and unimportant. One of the 2 humans was a beautiful woman who seemed to be in her 20s. She seemed hurt and pale. While the other was a young, handsome man, the young man, too, looked a bit ragged and tired. Yup, it's Austin and Eleanor, all right. It's been 2 days since they've been stuck in this world. They've been on a constant run and fighting for the past 2 days. Well, it was mostly Austin protecting Eleanor, damn it. Should I call a dragon over to escape? Right now, I was thinking if I should just risk it all and just summon a dragon to save me. No matter what, the last 2 days haven't been easy. Sure, there was a huge improvement in my seduction of Eleanor, but it's still hard to go on anymore as for fighting the 5 overlords. That never even crossed my mind. I am not crazy enough to serve my head in a silver platter to those monsters. I will just wait for 2 more days coming to my decision. I focus back onto the task at hand. Currently, I was just turning the soup I was cooking. During the past years, my cooking improved a bit due to always being outside for hunts, checking the temperature. I made sure that the food was just at the right temperature before taking the soup to Eleanor, who was laying back against a tree. I had already set up barriers to prevent monsters from entering, so we were able to eat with a light heart. Walking, I moved towards Eleanor, who seemed to look at me with complicated eyes. Her feeling right now were already set. Smiling, I sat close to her food-ready teacher. How are you feeling currently? I am much better now. The paralysis should be removed within 2 days. That's good. Then, sighing in happiness, I took the spoon and scooped the soup and brought it near Eleanor's face. Normally, she wouldn't allow such a thing, but during the last 2 days, I seemed to have overcome a barrier. The tempera tears perfect, saying, so I pushed the spoon forward. Eleanor opened her mouth and took the food. Like this, I scooped the soup, blew it to make sure that the temperature is just right before feeding her. Each of my actions were very gentle. After feeding her, I made sure to clean her mouth with a towel. During these 2 days, I had always looked after her with utmost care. Even when countless monsters attacked, I made sure to always protect her, and hence we grew more closer. After having our meal, I made sure to cover her up with blankets. It was already night, and the chilly winds were not something the current Eleanor could handle. Without any hesitation, I placed her in front of me, scooping her into a hug. She laid her back on my chest, and her head was placed on my shoulders. I placed my hands around her slim waist, hugging her tightly. Our bodies were glued together. The heat between our bodies intensified, and I could feel Eleanor's heartbeat quicken. When I had first done this, she opposed it vehemently, but in the end she was powerless and could not do anything. I made up the excuse so that she would not be cold, but both me and Eleanor knew it was bullshit. Where did fireballs and magic go? But in the end, Eleanor could only accept it without being able to do something about it. At first, she was always uncomfortable, but as time passed, she got used to it and started to enjoy it even. The warmth Austin's body brought her somehow calmed her down. Sitting with a beauty in my arms. It was a lie if I said that I wasn't tempted, but sometimes just sitting like this with Eleanor in my arms and looking at the sky is not bad. The sky, hey race, beautiful, isn't it? I was the first one to speak. It's not bad. But you should have a look at the sky from the magic tower. It's amazing. Oh, then I surely have to ask Aunt to show it to me. Once silence, then regained for a bit before Eleanor spoke. Austin, let's face reality. My body's paralyzed, and even if I do get better in 2 days, it's no guarantee that we would be able to escape. So when impossible, I won't leave you here. As I said, that my hold on her waist tightened. Eleanor felt it too. She could do nothing but sigh and close her eyes. Then what do you suggest? You don't have to worry about it, Master. I do have a few ways to escape if thing got worse. Seeing my serious expression, Eleanor could only put trust in her disciple, but at the same time, she was making plans of her own too. Plus, I don't think it's bad to spend our time here. Maybe we could start a family here too, you. Hearing Austin's words, Eleanor could not help but be expatriated. Though she didn't say it, the idea he just said now did make her fantasies, but she quickly shook her head away, seeing that I could not help but smile. In many ways, the trip here was very eventful. My original goal was just to try my luck with Eleanor, but the trials we faced ended up making us closer. It would have been impossible for such a situation to arise if it wasn't for Eleanor being weak. The situation of completely placing her life on others' hand was new to Eleanor, plus luck along with her twisted view of love did play a major role in breaking through the barriers of her heart. Then shoot. I thank that demon for his help. If the demon knew that the situation he created by almost sacrificing his inheritance was advantageous to Austin, no one would find it weird if he went crazy from anger. Chapter 65. The shrimp between the whales. Just like that, we sat there looking at the stars. What consoled ourselves during this loneliness being each other. Hey system, how long will this world last? Host, the world would only last for about 2 more days. Only 2 more days. Why? Host must have noticed it by now. This world is not just a creation, it's infinitely close to reality. Hence, the amount of mana required is staggering. If the demon continues this any longer, then he may lose his inheritance. Hearing the system's words, I relaxed. It seems that I would finally be able to leave this place in 2 days, but at the time a small anxiety built up within me. Knowing that demon, he won't let me off that easy, and I was right too. Soon the world started to tremble. Huge pressure started to appear within the forest. The monsters seemed to act as if doomsday appeared. What's going on? At the same time, I heard Eleanor's voice. It was filled with caution. I quickly broke the barrier and hid both of our manas. Running to a small cave, I hid both of us in the cave system. What's going on? Host, when whales fight, the shrimp gets injured. The hell? What does that mean? As soon as I did ask this question, 5 distinct monster screams could be heard. Even for me, when I heard the scream, I felt my body tremble and my head ache. Quickly, I protected Eleanor with mana. I could see that Eleanor was surprised, and I could guess, why are the 5 overlords going to fight each other? Yes, a simple answer, but hearing it, my heart felt constricted. Looks like the demon wants to take us out like this. We're lucky that the bastard's dead. Well, this could be said to be the law of nature. The law was simple. The dead could not harm the living. It was a simple rule made by the creation goddess. The demon from before and the ones in the historic worlds are just a fragment of their original consciousness. They were left behind to rule the historic world, and they had the restriction of not being able to directly kill the people who took their test. Otherwise, the demon could have killed us directly. Why go through such hassle? But everything has a loophole. If you can't kill them directly, then kill them with your test. You could always use the excuse of, hey, it's his fault for being weak and untalented to pass my test. Coming back to the topic at hand, if these overlords do go into battle, then the residual power would be more than enough to wipe the current us from existence. Sigh. Looks like it's come to that at the end. Just as I was about to take the badge out to call a dragon over, an idea came to my mind. Smiling, I opened a shop function and brought some items. After that, I lay Eleanor on the floor. Austin. Eleanor looked at me with doubt. She knew that the situation was bad, and she was about forcefully burned through her life force when she felt Austin placing her on the ground. I looked at Eleanor seriously. Teacher, just wait here. I will be back soon. Where are you going? Don't worry, nothing would happen to me. I have a plan. No, don't go. Stay here with me. I have a plan to escape. You just have to stick with me. Please forgive me, teacher. Before Eleanor could respond, I hit her in the neck and made her unconscious. It didn't need a genius to know what she was going to do, and I can't risk it. Making sure that she was placed right, I placed several restriction. Barriers and protection before I started running towards the position of the 5 overlords gathering. As I ran, I came upon several monsters that were running away. The more closer I got, the more certain pressure began to fall upon me. But the pressure went as it came. At the same time, 5 of the overlords gathered to finally decide. The one and only ruler of the forest. On one side stood a snake of great size. Its green skin and slit-like eyes shinned in the light. On another side stood an overgrown ape. It had brown hair, and its biceps moved with rhythm. Standing beside the ape was a white tiger. Lightning seemed to sweep from it, and beside the snake stood a huge Barrett. Tank-like body displaying its might, and finally we had a huge eagle floating in the sky. Then let's begin. It was just after the eagle-like beast had spoken and the atmosphere was heating up that the tiger displayed a confused expression and looked toward a certain direction. Following it, others too looked that way, noticing the anomaly. All the 5 beasts were surprised, and at the same place they were looking from Austin appeared chapter 66. Servers, you right. As the 5 overlord watched, I coolly walked up to them, standing in between then. If it was anybody else, just the pressure they gave off was enough to crush them. As I walked, all the 5 overlords were looking at me with mild interest in their eyes. This was the first time they were seeing a weak being capable of standing in front of them without any fear or, just dying. While under their watchful eyes, I stood at the center and gave them a respectful bow greetings to the great lords. I am just a humble person who came here to give you my respect and suggestion. Oh, what give you a puny ant the right to give a suggestion? It was the ape-like monster that spoke, his voice hoarse and intimidating. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure in the atmosphere increased. The rest of the overlord nodded their heads and looked at me. Seeing this, I did not back down. Displaying a smile, I spoke, of course, Power Vice. I am not worthy, but what if I said to you that I was from outside this realm and maybe be able to take you all out too? What about then? What? Hearing my words, all the 5 overlords were stunned, and seeing their reactions, my guess became certain that Demon doesn't have full control of this world. There's something that I realized while spending time with this system of mine. While it won't upright protect or save me, it would always leave out hints for me to survive. And this time, too, it was the same. If my guess is not too far, then these monsters are real. And this world, too. It seems that they were just locked in this world, or most likely forgotten. Even if they would leave this world, they would just turn to dust, as the time and space interference would just write them off. But it seems that they have no idea of it. Are you speaking the truth? This time the snake-like beast spoke, her voice gentle. To her question, I nodded my head. Of course I am. Can't you see that I am not particularly strong, yet I can polymorph? To them I am most likely a monster that can polymorph, and that was thanks to one of the product that I bought from the system shop. Normally only a monster which has reached the realm of the Imperials can polymorph item. The shifter description. An item made by the magic tool creator Xanarix. He was said to be a great magic tool creator capable of creating anything, but none knew that he had a special obsession with married women. Uses: capable of changing the aura life force around you. Using this, you can turn your life force display to that of any species: human, elves, demons, monsters, spirits, etc. Remark: Xanarix had used such a device to once sneak into the monster world and befriend the monster queen, the wife of the monster king. Cost $25,000, though I am doubtful about the stuff. After I read the description about the creator, I still bought it. No products bought from the system have ever been faulty, and it seems they brought my excuse too. After all, it was a product capable of fooling the Monster King. Seeing that they were beginning to believe me a bit, I made my next move. I brought out 5 sandwiches. Yep, it's not like they have eaten something like this before. Oh, esteemed lords, why don't you all try this food that I bought from the outside world? Seeing the food in my hands, the 5 monsters looked towards the snake, and so I sent it to her. She nodded her head. After some time, it's not poison. After hearing her words, all the 5 of them polymorphed. They took the food and started to eat it. This delicious, amazing. Many comments started escaping their mouths. It was as if they had never ate something this delicious in their life. After all, how could they? This was just the world of forests. If you want someone to like you, always give them good food. This was the philosophy that I had learned in a very young age. After all 5 of them had finished their food, they now looked at me with a little more friendliness. Tell us your method. A white-haired and black-eyed middle-aged man spoke. He was the tiger after he had polymorphed. I gave a nod to his question and took out 5 pills in my hand. Seeing the pills, all the eyes of the overlord focused in it. Respectful lords, this pill in my hand is called the escape pill. Only once when you have ingested the pill will you be able to leave this world. Hearing my words, all the overlords had a disbelieving face. They looked between me and the pills for some time, but seeing that I was being sincere, they nodded their heads. You don't have to worry about anything, lords. We all know that there's nothing that can hurt an Imperial from eating after they thought about it. They nodded their heads and accepted the pill. Each of them inspected the pills with their own abilities and made sure that it was not harmful. Boy, if it turns out that you are lying, a world of hell awaits you. The muscled and robust brown-haired man spoke, and the rest of the overlords nodded their heads at his words. Without any delay, they popped the pill into their mouth. As soon as it did, the pill melted in their mouth. A sweet, lingering taste was felt. Seconds ticked by, without anything happening. Just as they were about to question Austin, all 5 of them at the same time fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing that, I finally sighed. Damn it. That was too dangerous for my taste. Looking at the 5 sleeping overlords, my frantically beating heart finally settles. As for the pill, I gave them item 99 description. A pill made by the great cultivator alchemist Clorence. Uses: no matter the cultivation or power, anybody who eats it will go to sleep for a week. Remark: the alchemist Clorence had provided these pills to his lovers, who mixed it with their husbands' drinks and feed it to their husbands when they were having their streamy time. Cost 1,000. After reading these description, I am beginning to doubt if all the strong peoples have some problem with themselves. Anyway, like this, I could at least negotiate with that demon. And as for killing 5 of these beasts, not possible with my strength. I won't be able to kill them even if they are in such a situation. Well, unless I go all out, I use all my trump cards, but why would I when I have an easier method? Hey, you demon bastard. I know, Thay, you can hear me. Come out, why don't we have a talk? Just as I had finished talking, an illusionary figure began to form in front of me. The previous arrogant demon is nowhere to be seen. What stood in front of me was a dried and tired figure without any strength. It seemed that maintaining this world had brought more problems than I had initially thought. Chapter 67. Smooth walk, just as I had called, the demon appeared in front of me. The arrogance he had before had long since disappeared. All that remained was pure hatred and despair towards me. The past strong-looking demon disappeared. All that remained was an illusionary figure hanging onto his life. Looks like you had quite the rough time, you. Hearing my words, the anger in his body exploded further. He just couldn't understand, or had he gone wrong? Just what the hell is up with this human? Are there more prodigies like him in the outside world? Look, both you and me know that this world will only last for 2 more days. So why don't we call it a truce and let us go, or you could risk your inheritance and try to kill us again, which you don't know will succeed or not. So you choose. The more I spoke, the more ugly the expression of the demon became. At the same time, he couldn't understand, how did this boy know about this world? Just what are you? Just your normal teenage kid. My answer only furthered the demon's anger. But what could he do? Risk everything he left behind for a petty anger. While he may be hot-blooded, he's not stupid. He became an Imperial through rising through several corpses, and there were times when he had to bow his head. Only when you survive can you seek revenge. Seeing the changing expression on the demon, I smiled. It's always a good feeling when you make your enemy completely helpless against you. Sigh. You win. Get out. As the demon made this decision, it seemed that he had aged further. Without even wasting a second, he snapped his finger. The next thing I know, I'm back outside the forest. Looking around, I saw Eleanor on the ground, waking up. Happy, I ran towards her and kneeled to hug her, only to receive a slap. Stunned, I looked towards her only to see tears falling down her eyes. And before I could respond, she hugged me tight. I mean really tight. I could feel the tears running down my shirt, and I could feel her shivering body. It's only then I realized that I must have scared her a lot. Without holding back, I hugged her back tight. Eleanor went on to cry for a few minutes, and at that time, I could only respond to her with a few words. I'm sorry. We hugged like this for a few more minutes before she finally did let go. She took her hand and placed it on my face and looked directly into my eyes and smiled. The contradiction of her smile with the tears from her eyes was so beautiful that I went into daze for a moment, and my heartbeat only furthered from her words. It's good that your fine, pure happiness could be felt from her words, but then her face changed to anger. She directly pulled my ears, making me scream, ouch, ouch. Stop it, teacher. Humph, you dare to leave your teacher and even make her faint. Look at how I would teach you a lesson. I'm sorry, teacher. Please let me go. Since we had gotten out of the historic world, it seems that Eleanor's power had returned, so even if I wanted, I could not stop her. With her power, the poison in her body is gone for good. I would forgive you if you do something for me. Seeing that I was remorseful enough, Eleanor let go of my ears and demanded a request. It seems that she was not planning on asking how we had escaped. That helped me cool my head. I stood up and looked down, waiting for her request. Even now, Eleanor was sitting on the floor, but to my surprise, she raised both her hands and uttered something that surprised me. Hearing her words, I was stunned for a bit. It's only then that I realized something. The Eleanor in front of me right now was not displaying the normal domineering side of her. Instead, it was the look of a girl asking her crush for a ride. Well, that was from my perspective. Though a bit bewildered, I responded with happiness, bowing down like a butler. I put on a face of a knight who was extremely honored to carry such a beauty in my arms would be the most honorable thing in my life. Hearing my response, Eleanor giggled, and without waiting for her to ask a second time, I scooped her up in princess. Carrie Eleanor happily smiled and crossed her arms over my neck. Then she placed her head on my shoulder. Where does the knight planning on taking this poor woman? Leaning on my heart with a happy smile, Eleanor looked towards me mischievously. It would be my greatest honor to take such a beauty back to my home, to treat her, seeing that she's hurt. Oh, then this poor woman shall accept your grace, though a little doubtful. Eleanor nodded her head. Seeing that I tightened the hold on her and continued walking, while we stayed silent. Only the sounds of birds and wind could be heard. While walking, we didn't meet any beasts. I am sure that this was due to Eleanor. As I continued to walk, we left the forest and came upon the village. Without paying much focus, I walked toward a certain house within a hill. I had taken this house for rent when I came here. I had thought that maybe it would be of use. Who knew that it did? The more we walked, the lesser the people became. Since the house was built for tourists who preferred peace, the place was very silent. Strangely, as we walked, no one paid any attention to us. It was as we were invisible. All this while Eleanor had stayed silent. Not saying a word, I climbed up the hill and reached the top. It was better to call the house as a cottage. It had only one floor and seemed decent enough to spend your time in. Plus, the vibe from the top was good till I walked and reached the door and waited there. I thought that Eleanor might finally get down, but she didn't do anything. How am I to open the door? This questing was soon answered. Seeing that we had stopped, Eleanor looked towards the door. After that, she just waved her hands, causing the door to happen. Yup. What is a door to an imperial? Shaking my head, I entered the house. What I didn't know at that time was that as soon as I had left the historic world, a small crimson-like flame fell from the sky. The flame looked extremely small and was similar to the one that Austin had used, but what was different was the power it possessed. It slowly fell from the sky and fell into the historic world, and before the demon could even scream, the historic world was removed from this world. The demon didn't even know how he died. Chapter 68. My teacher. After entering the hall, I looked around the cottage. The living hall was well furnished. It seemed that there were 2 rooms along with 2 bathrooms. The house also had a small kitchen for cooking. The room gave it a standard family house feel. Still holding Eleanor in my arms, I looked towards her. We hadn't said any words to each other since arriving. I could see her calm black eyes looking at me. We looked at each other as if nothing else in the world mattered right now. Without saying anything, I slowly placed Eleanor onto the ground, but I didn't let her go. As she stood, I placed one hand on her lithe waist, pressing her body towards me. Her bountiful breasts changed their shape as they pressed against my chest. Eleanor looked directly to my eyes. Without shying away, her eyes seemed to be twirling with many emotions. I could tell that there were a lot in her mind. Our relationship, after all, won't be easy to be accepted. Many strong people won't accept our relationship. It was Eleanor who spoke first, and I replied to her worries then. I just have to get stronger than them and beat them up until they accept it, though my answer seemed a bit lazy. There was seriousness to my voice. I am much older than you. Well, as a great man once said, age is just a number. Hearing my reply, I could see Eleanor smile a bit. You might meet other girls along the way and might find them better if. So then I could only call myself a fool without any eyes. I sighed to myself as I said the last words. Even I know that I want to be able to only focus on just one girl, and it would seem unfair to the rest. But what can I do? I want to live after all. I slowly raised a hand, which was not hold her waist, and touched her face gently. My gentle touch brought shivers down Eleanor's body. Focusing her eyes on me, I said solemnly, even if there comes a day that another girl enters my heart, you would always have a position in it. I would never let you go, Eleanor, that I promise. And that was enough. With that, we slowly brought our lips together and finally it touched. Eleanor's lips were soft and a bit salty, but the pleasure of kissing my teacher was no less. Our lips had a soft touch. At the same time, I strengthened the hold on her weight. Pushing Eleanor's body to me, we kissed for a few seconds before we let go. All this time, our eyes stayed on each other. Touching her lips, Eleanor smiled. That was my first kiss. Oh, what a coincidence. It was my first too. Well, what else can I do? Say that it's not. Why would I ruin this perfect romantic moment? And without saying anything else, we lunged into another kiss again, this time more aggressive. Our lips sought out each other in great excitement. My hands held her weight tightly, while Eleanor's hands traveled from my neck to my hair, holding me aggressively. This time we wanted each other badly. Her lips lunged onto mine. She bit onto my lower lips while sucking on it, and at the same time I responded with even more enthusiasm. My hand, holding her waist, slowly trailed down, reaching her perky ass, and gave it a tight squeeze. The scene described an intimate and passionate embrace between Eleanor and the narrator as they drew closer together. I bit her lips with some strength, causing her mouth to. I didn't let that moment pass and force my tongue in her mouth. Entering her mouth, I was quickly met with her tongue. Our tongues quickly began its own battle. Our excitement grew as we talked. My hand rested on Eleanor's back as I squeezed gently, and my other hand reached toward her. Holding Eleanor securely, I lifted her up, and she easily wrapped her legs around me to steady herself. Holding her, I pushed her body towards the wall. Quickly, we started to loose our breaths in the kiss, but we didn't mind. As we kissed, our saliva quickly got exchanged between us. It was only a few seconds later that we broke our kiss. As I moved my face away, there was a string of saliva that connected our mouths. Rough breaths could be heard as we took in more breath. Yet our bodice only grew more hot. I could see the desire from Eleanor's eyes just as I was going to continue. Eleanor, stop me. What? Is there any problem? No. It's just I want to clean up first. It's only after Eleanor spoke that I remembered that we were still dirty from the fight. Smiling, I slowly placed her on the ground, but at the same time my hand steadied her carefully. All good? Looks like you really don't want to let me go. Instead of replying, I directly gave her a peck on her lips and let her go. As much as I want to continue, I knew that Eleanor wanted to be clean, so I could only reluctantly back off. Seeing my disappointment, Eleanor giggled. She gave me a quick peck on my cheeks and seductively walked to the bathroom. Seeing her as she walked, I could only shake my head and walk to the other room with a bathroom to wash up. I quickly entered the bathroom and cleaned myself. After bathing, I only wore a towel below to cover myself. As I waited, I looked at my reflection and couldn't help but whistle. I don't know how to say this without sounding narcissistic, but I got one hell of a body. Looking at my reflection, I could see my 8-pack neatly arranged, giving it a V look. My body leaned more towards the athletic type, being compact and lean, matching this along with my silver hair, purple eyes, and handsome face. Well, I get one hell of a body. So as I was admiring myself, the door opened, and Eleanor entered wearing just a towel. Chapter 69. Tasting teacher Eleanor opened the door and entered. Seeing her, my once calmed down arousal rose up again. She just had a towel covering her sexy body. It just barely covered her thighs. Her black hair stuck to her back, and she had a small blush across her skin from the bath. Seeing one of the world's most powerful figure standing almost naked in front of me caused my excitement to rise. It was not only me was in daze. Seeing my perfect body, Eleanor too felt her body heating up. Seeing her student look her up and down with lust caused a warm thrill of anticipation. You look so beautiful and sexy. Hearing my words, Eleanor blushed a bit. Seeing that I smirked and walked up to Eleanor, didn't shy away from my approach. She was a bold woman who sticks to her own choices since she decided to be his. There was no need to think about the consequences now, but even then she was just a woman without any experiences in any sexual manner. She too was a noble woman. Even if she displayed a domineering front now, inside she still was a shy girl, only showing herself to the one she loves. And I also know this fact, that's why I couldn't help but feel proud that such a woman was mine. Arriving in front of Eleanor, I pulled her into a hug, her body just blocked by a towel pressed onto mine. I could feel her nipples pressing onto my chest. I felt Eleanor's body tremble when I hugged her. Reaching my hands to her chin, I forced her to look straight at me. Looking into her black eyes, I spoke, "I love you, Eleanor." I could see Eleanor's eyes widen in surprise, but she later smiled and spoke, "I love you" to Austin. As Eleanor spoke the last word, it was barely a whisper, but I could hear it nonetheless. Without any further distractions, I lifted her and threw her to the bed, and I too followed under Eleanor's surprised face. I came up to the bed beside her. Seeing her body, I couldn't help but gulp. My hands moved and threw her towel away, briefly revealing Eleanor's figure. I could see her bare form as she stood before me, and I sat up, looking at her. Seeing my intent gaze, she blushed a bit, but she didn't make any moves to cover herself. She proudly presented her body to me. I moved forward towards her for a kiss. As we kissed, Eleanor pulled my head closer and started kissing me more fervently, while hugging my neck firmly. As if she didn't want to let me go, I smiled and reciprocated her kiss with the same fervor. I pushed my tongue inside her mouth, and Eleanor separated her teeth to let me do whatever I want. I swirled my tongue inside Eleanor's mouth, and she tried to imitate my motions. My mouth was sucking on her rosy lips as I played with her tongue. Eleanor's heart was prancing about with too much passion and excitement.